Hello everybody, welcome guys to the third and final day of our CSGO Challenge Cup here at Challenge Cup TV. My name is Dirty Dirk, I'm live from the Redstar studios in Bielefeld, Germany, and I'm very excited about these playoffs today because we've seen two fantastic days full of challenges, full of epic Counter-Strike moments. Yesterday and the day before, Group A and B, they were I think we have some really interesting teams here, and they made quite a show, and I hope we'll all entertain you guys one day. Again, it's not only me, I'll be joined later on, or more or less replaced by our casters here, so just wait a second longer, then you'll see Tyler and Kramer, who prepared for this final day, and they will give you a little and quick insight on about what's going to be happening today. But let's have a look back. Groups A and B, what teams are here and how did they play? Who qualified for the finals and who might have not made it? So let's have a look at Group A first. We have Project X here with clean hands. They didn't lose once, so 3 wins on their side, so first place. They directly qualify for the semi-final, while Big Academy and Team Singularity still have to play one more match in the quarterfinals, which we will play, of course, before the semi-final. X Mustang Crew unfortunately didn't make it, but they also were quite entertaining, so regards go out to those. Then Group B. This has been yesterday, so it's not that long ago. You shall remember probably Budapest 5 also with 3 wins and 0 losses. So this is going to be an interesting and exciting matchup that we hopefully see, or not hopefully. Let's not prejudice here. So, anyways. 3 wins for Budapest 5, 2 wins and 1 loss for Fate Esports. They also had a good day, I think, yesterday, but in terms of challenges won, they have even less than Heart Legion Esports on place number 3, so 2 less challenges for Fate Esports, but still qualified because wins and losses are counted higher than the number of won challenges. Unfortunately, the Blue Jays didn't win one of the games, so they are, still, they're still in our memories, but they're no longer in the tournament. But let's have a look at the bracket of today, because the players, they work a little, just a slight little bit different from what we've seen the last 2 days. So we'll have the quarterfinals, Big Academy versus Heart Legion and Fate Esports versus Team Singularity. Why are there only 2 quarterfinals while it should be usually 4? That's because 2 teams already qualified for the semifinals, as I already said. So the quarterfinal winners, they then forward to the semifinals, and then we'll have a great grand final. And while all the other games are BO1, we will have a best of 3, the first time in this Challenge Cup in the grand finals. So the teams will have a chance to adjust to each other, and I'm really excited on how this is going to work out. What are we going to see and when are we going to see it? That should be set by the schedule, which I can also show you in a few moments. So then you'll know what is happening first here. So I do want to jump in right into the game, but just really quick for all of those who are tuning in for the first time here, maybe you've not seen the other days, then you are still going to be able to participate in today's votings, which is the special thing about the Challenge Cup. We have so-called challenges that you can vote for via the Game Buddy Twitch extension. Each time a challenge is offered, you will be offered 3 options to vote from, and the one with the most votes, the challenge will be played by the teams afterwards. Why is that so important? That is because challenges also count as points during the matches. So the teams win rounds and they also win challenges, and each challenge gives 2 points, and the total sum of points then will make the final points, and those decide which team forwards to the next round. So this is what's happening here today, and of course I'd like to give a huge shout out to our friends at GameBuddy and Esport Mania who are doing this broadcast together with us with Redstar, and another big shout out to our partners here, our partners in crime, which are Monster Energy, Razer, and Be Quiet. You might have noticed them somewhere around here. They are not exactly hidden, I must say. And just one more thing for you guys. For all of those who vote for challenges, there is an extra treat. We have a giveaway prepared for you. Each day we are giving away 2 Razer Viper Mini. One of those is raffled amongst all voters. So this is pure luck, and each and every one of you who participates in the votes will have a chance to win. And then again, there's one more Razer Viper Mini for the person with the most votes of the day. So we have given away already 4 Razer Viper Mini, and today we are ready to give 2 more to you guys. So let me greet just quickly all the followers of the Legion. They are already here. Heart Legion Esports also had a huge fan club yesterday. So welcome, guys. Thanks for having you. And enjoy the show today. I will quickly give you in the smooth and caring hands of our casters so we can start with the first game. So big up for Tyler and Kramer.
Thanks a lot, Dirk. And yeah, we will be heading into that first game soon, of course. It is going to be our quarterfinal. We have 2 of those coming up, and then, of course, 2 semis to decide who plays in that grand final later on tonight. Everything's still being best of 1, apart from our grand final later on. And thus far, we've always seen best of 1s come down to just those puggy maps. Sure, we've seen a couple of Vertigos in there, but pretty much the whole tournament has been focused over to a Dust 2, a Mirage, a Vertigo, and a good old Inferno. I'd love to see some new maps here. Nuke already being banned out is unfortunate, but Kramer, let's hope that we see a new map. It's not looking good, though.
It's not. It looks like it will be Inferno, the last map standing. There we have it, Inferno, a map that we've saw fairly often, and so that's quite surprising as well, because Heart Legion, they saw Big Academy have a lot of success on this map on Monday. I think Heart Legion, they kind of strayed away from it when they were playing yesterday, so definitely a veto that favors Big Academy. The question is, how will they fare? And it wasn't really shown in yesterday's group, but something I noticed on Monday's group, Singularity, they only had 11 challenges won over all 3 games. They were playing like it's standard CS. They weren't playing for bonuses. They go for rounds, and that clearly didn't really work too heavily in their favor. Something to maybe watch out for, and maybe it's going to be a different approach to how to take on this tournament. But without further ado, I am going to throw it to you, Tyler. Who do you think is going to win this one?
Well,
why do I ask? But who do you think is going to win it?
Yeah, there's only one way that I'm going to go with it, and of course I'm going to go with Big. I think that I'm not going to shout out anything just yet. Of course, I think that their road to the playoffs could be difficult as well, because of course if they win this quarterfinal, they move on to the semifinal to head off against Project X, and I do think that those guys are going to be our favorites. So still, if Big were to make it to a grand final, I have to go looking in my closet to put on my Big jersey for that last game of the day, if it's going to happen. But of course, Big is definitely going to be my favorite, whatever series they're in. And we'll see that they get a W today. Although, of course, it might not be as easy of a game. It comes down to how prepared are Heart Legion into it as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, you say Big, I say Heart Legion. I think that the Russians proved to have a really, really good showing yesterday, and they did go 2-1. They didn't go flawless, but I think the reason they didn't do too well is because that group was just harder. periodically we saw games that were so much closer. I think for Group A, it was very top two teams, bottom two teams. But for Group B, it was a bloodbath every step of the way. We literally didn't know who was going to go through till the final game of the day. For now, Big Academy, they're going to be taking on Hard Legion. Big Academy comprising of Crimbo, Anuin, Panix, Hades, and Prosus, as they take on the Russians of Hard Legion. Zviat, Forrester, Drobny, Diledes, and Raijin. This little map of Inferno, a team-based map in which your ability to work as a team will decide the victor here. Whether or not the bonuses turn this style on its head for either side, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're straight in towards warm-up still as teams are getting ready, but of course already on the server, so it should be starting off strong. Gotti, of course, still pressing buttons for us, and he has the fountain up for us once more. This was his favorite angle to stay on during the last couple of days as well. Of course, he did prepare a couple of new cameras for every single map, but thus far hasn't really been able to showcase all of them. However, we'll see what is still to come for the day today, but I'm expecting much the same as we saw in the first 2 days already. Of course, it is going to be interesting to see. Big, they said that they prepared for these challenges. They were looking really, really strong, especially if we look back at their performances on Inferno. They had great rounds in the scout-only rounds towards B. They had crazy performances from Crimbo, pretty much picking up that MVP role and really just dominating that team. We'll see what it comes down to as soon as we actually go live, but I'm expecting a similar strong game. What do you reckon are going to be our rounds? How strong is either of these teams going to be?
This is going to be a close one. I am leaning towards 16-11 or 13-11 to Hard Legion. A copy-paste has appeared in the chat in favor of Hard Legion, saying the shield of the Legion is strong as steel, spears like stings, helmet like Drural. How's our division called? It's called Hard Legion. See if they're able to live up to that chance here. For now, we're going to be going into this pistol round between these two teams. Tyler, take it away.
We'll see what they actually have planned for this pistol already. We see the CTs, of course, looking to put a couple players over towards that B bomb site as well. Maybe even counter a quick and easy B push from Big Academy. However, they're going to be exploring their options. 2 players that actually carry utility. So 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a flashbang to work. And the CT's already looking in towards second mid just to catch anybody off guard here. But the T's actually taking their time. Now finally pushing up and raging. He should be ready for this. Could also just fall back at the same time, though. Push coming into Banana for Hard Legion to take on further control. It's already Dropney is going to be the first to take the kill up against Crimbo. And Raging still in towards those apartments. Finds one on the headshot. He's going to be traded back. But this round already getting going. And Big Academy looking to pressure the A bomb site. But it's far from over here.
Thanks for taking down Siviat towards Banana. And unfortunately, that will trigger a rotation back around for Hard Legion. Hades, he'll be the man to make sure that no one overextends and that Hard Legion don't over-rotate. For now, it's going to be a 3 versus 3. There's plenty of utility for Big Academy to execute wherever they want. 2 smokes, a flash and a molly. For Hard Legion, they're only down to armor. It's going to be Angels round the board as they hope to, well, they pray to potentially find some heads, and as Forrester aggresses, this could be what makes or breaks the round. Pushing on Banana, not quite spotting the first, but Drobny, he'll catch down Hades towards mid. It's going to be Diledes now, hiding on U-Box. 35 seconds on the clock, he's got players covering the distance. Smokes go down, set piece to follow, and Diledes, he's hiding. He's laying in wait, he'll hear players pushing towards him. Can he cancel this plan? Yes, he can. A lovely shot by him now. It's all down to Panix, unable to find Dropney and Hard Legion. They'll open it up by finding that pistol round.
Yeah, very important to be in those positions to really catch them off already. However, the Academy, of course, still their chances not exactly gone just yet. Only headshot kills is going to be our first challenge, of course, brought to you by the Razer Viper. Always precise, and we know that both teams can certainly be precise with those pistols, especially the Deagle is going to be the weapon to look for. And Big, they're set for it. Probably 5 Deagles across the board. Yes, it is. As then Hard Legion might not have the best of buys for this first challenge, to be fair. A Scout sure is good, but Dilettes being on the FAMAS, looking to do a little bit of damage that way. Now, that might open up for Svea as well, just to have a couple of easier kills on that. But dropping the opening things strong on that scout. And always an option open for it. But Svea also being aggressive, finding the headshot immediately. Crimbo sure there for a trade, but still the advantage is going to be there for Hard Legion.
Tell you what, that 5-7, I had doubts about it, but it turned out to be really, really strong. Hades and Process, they strike in turn with these Deagles, 2 versus 3, and as Big Academy attempt once again to take this B site, let's see how Deledes is able to hold. He did an admirable job from the exact same position on the pistol round. Let's see how he's able to do here. Big Academy, they take their time. They do have a smoke for CT. They've got flashes to help them get there. Leaving the charge, set piece goes down to Deledes with this FAMAS. It's not a gun you want if you're going for headshots only, but let's see how he fares. Finding the first, looking for a second, not quite able to find Crimbo, who is very fast to turn 180 there and utterly delete that player on U-Box. Forrester now, the lone man, 1 versus 2, coming forward, Deagle in hand. Can he catch out these members? He knows the first will be there towards second oranges. He knows there's a player towards U-Box as well, and with locations known, it's not out the realm of possibility here, as he'll just stick with his head down and he'll look to outmaneuver some of these players, but unfortunately it hasn't quite worked. First one, He'll missed his shot. That's heartbreaking. He's able to find Crimbo, but Hades is the man to shut him down, and I'm thoroughly impressed considering every single kill there was a headshot. So both teams, they take the challenge, meaning we are tied up 3-3. For now, we'll hit a standard round of the Hard Legion. It's going to be a very poor buy ahead.
Yeah, not only impressed, I think I'm a little bit surprised that actually everything ended up working out. Even though FAMAS just tapping away, finding those headshots wasn't all too bad. But yeah, both teams already picking up one of these challenges. Big winning the round. And of course, a round like that, especially on the Deagles, always interesting for those Ts. However, in this one here, it's a normal round, and Hard Legion surely just preparing in this one as well to be in for that next to come. Forrester on a Zeus. We've seen that work out a couple of times in the tournament. Forrester finds one as well. Of course, no bonus by getting that kill. And Crimbo trades straight back here, and the kills, of course, already coming in as Big Academy are just looking to clean up this round. Sure, losing a couple of those weapons, but ideally just keep it to SMGs lost and not any of those rifles. As of course, next challenge is going to be MVP plus the least valuable player in a 2v2 per team over towards the A-bomb site. We've seen that work out a couple of times for those CT teams as well, because of course they can decide what they actually want to play when it comes down to angles, and there's so many angles to hold over here on Inferno.
I feel sorry for Raijin. He's got 2 HP and there's literally players all around him. He's got to aggress on shot, instantly deleted by Panics as Sviat finds himself in a 1 versus 4. It's Big Academy, and with the USP, no armor, no utility, it is just a matter of dying for now and going into the next round. He tries to get a bit cheeky, a bit fruity to try and maybe knife Process, but it's a pipe dream at that. We move on to our next bonus round of least valuable player and most valuable player, that being of Dropney and Sviat versus Hades and Anuin, to 2v2 each other towards A.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the 2v2s actually work out. Surely you send in good weaponry in towards Anhuin as well. He's still yet to buy, but could theoretically still grab a weapon from one of his teammates. Especially heading over towards the A-bomb site. What kind of approach plan do you actually go with? There's no time limit, so it's not like the guys have to wait to actually engage this. It is simply just going to be, how do you actually make it over towards that bomb site? And I think it could very well be to simply just stop them in the approach on the CT side to be the best option to actually keep those Ts away and win that 2v2 quickly.
I do like that AWP coming out as well. We saw on Mirage especially, in the 1v1s on A site, when that AWP comes out, it's just an instant kill like that for one of the sides. It's a bit of a surprise buy as well. Dropney, he's scraping the bottom of the barrel to say the least by being able to afford that. And that could definitely catch Big Academy off guard if they're not careful.
Yeah, to be fair, the AWP, especially in a 4th round, you usually don't see it this early on. We'll just have to see if it actually comes down to it. Of course, we heard it as well in the interview the other day from Big Academy that, of course, they looked into these challenges, prepared especially for it. Of course, being MVP or LVP isn't generally something that you prepare for to be in that role. But we'll see how it works out. Right now, I like that both teams still taking their time, not buying in immediately, and just kind of waiting until the counter actually starts, because sure, whilst the team should be focusing on the game, we've seen it a couple of times as well, the teams use those pauses to also scout out what the other team might have at their fingertips once the next round actually gets going. At least have somebody close to the team that's doing it.
For sure, and from the looks of things, actually, as this pause kind of extends a bit further, it does look like it will be a technical one rather than a tactical one. Whether or not it's TeamSpeak issues, we will have to see. But for now, I like how the buy of Hard Legion, it's very well-rounded in the sense that they've got the foresight to know that after this 2v2, they still need to play for the round. Usually we see teams go for really poor buys on the 3 players with SMGs, and then the second the 2v2 is finished on A, they just sprint towards B. But for now, freeze time does come down. Let's see how each side fares. And for Big Academy, their buy doesn't actually look as strong as Hard Legion.
I mean, it will be 2 rifles to actually go into the fight, and then everybody else just kind of to dwindle in. Sure, they still have the Mac 10 for process, but that not going to be a problem. As right now, still very important, everybody to just stay still. Somebody left the spawn.
Oh no.
Panic's left the spawn, I think, and there we go now already. Everybody is going to be moving out. And all of this to be shut down 4-on-3, but even the way that Hard Legion pushed in towards second mid, they were already looking to find that damage early on. It's not like you were limited to remaining on that bomb site. You could just push in as well on the CT side. That's exactly what they did to be successful. But yeah, fact is that one of those guys went to play some tic-tac-toe to pass the time, and that ended up losing them the challenge. And of course, Hard Legion win it automatically. So with that, they're going to have the challenge lead, and we know how important this is going to be because, of course, Big also one of those teams that definitely has focused on challenges before. Getting a grand victory on challenges up against Singularity that didn't really give 2 hoots about playing the challenge. That after all, it is going to be Forrester to hold the line, finds one, but Crimbo to at least trade back, and we do already see Deletes back in position still. The bomb on the back of Panic should be fine to now cross over towards the bomb site. And this could still be a 3rd round for the T's as the CTs try to reposition to still grab a foothold in this round. Both coming in via short. T's not really any need to push in, but they do. Panics is going to be dropped, and Crimbo will have all the information in the world to find these kills, though finds one as he hits Raging in the back. It's all going to be down to this 1v1, which Deletes wins in a great way here as well.
Yeah, I've not seen that angle at all on the corner there by the hay bales on the head glitch, so well played by Deletes. I think it was spontaneous as well, so it'll take that second round for Hard Legion as well as the bonus. And I think for Hard Legion, more so for Hard Legion, they know the value of these bonus rounds. We saw yesterday they lost to Fate, who simply just had to suicide. That's all they had to do to literally just win the game, because if it went to overtime, Hard Legion would have had another opportunity to tie us up in points. They were just ahead. It was a suicide either way. Hard Legion, they figured it out in time. They started suiciding to give Fate rounds. Wasn't enough in the end. And with that, it means that Hard Legion lost, even though they won the game. For that, they are going to put an emphasis on challenges, which is something they desperately need to do, all things considered. For now, it is going to go into a bit of a standard round, but afterwards, it's going to be that round of most kills with Bizons. And that's scary for Big Academy, who, if they lose this round, are going to be on what looks like an eco anyway.
Yeah, still, I think the Bizons might also just favor T sides, because all you have to do is just press W, run forward, and just spray away with those Bizons. As I do believe that the CTs might have a little bit more of a difficult time in a round like that. Still, I like the fact that Hard Legion still are going to have a couple of those MP9s around. Does Raging still have a weapon down in CT spawn, or does he still have to go for some kind of SMG?
I think he had one down in CT spawn. He must have, surely.
Yeah.
Is he just gonna
Actually,
go
right
without?
now? Is he just running around with a pistol?
The size of that man's breastplate. The confidence to go for that is incredible. Yeah, he's going with just a pistol, okay? That's awkward as well, because all his team have died on B, so he is stuck with this pistol as Big Academy.
Oh, but he lets them all run by!
Will it work?
He's gonna be in behind! Look at
work?
Raging right now as he's gonna go for one kill, finds an AK for free. And the bomb is gonna be dropped in towards CT spawn. He finds a double as well in the back of it. Triple kill here in the round. And I mean, sure, we kind of went against it, but I guess it works out for him as he completely bamboozles them. You talked about the size of his testes.
Yeah. Well, that is incredible. No wonder he was moving so slowly. Imagine lugging those things around. That's just incredible. So getting that first kill on the man on the corner as well, the last player on the corner, meant he could pick up the AK while in cover before swinging back around and finding the remaining two. Of course, he had the assistance of his teammates in CT to act as a distraction. So really well played by Raijin there. We were a bit confused with the buy, but that shows why we're casters and he's the player. For now, Legion, not only do they lead in rounds, it's only by one, but that emphasis is on the points. 7-4, that's a considerable lead. They are able to give a bit of ground back to Big Academy without sweating too hard. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, and at the same time, also, this next round sure is most kills with a Bizon. It's not only kill with a Bizon, it's not only damage with a Bizon. It comes down to the most, and to be fair, if Hard Legion only find one or two, and they shut down Big Academy before they can even respond, this can come down to Hard Legion literally just winning on one or two PB Bizon kills, and that's all they need. So still a nice play. I would have loved for him to maybe even just pull out the knife, get the easy backstab, and continue on like that. But yeah, for any viewers just currently joining in and just wondering, what is this tournament? It is called the Challenge Cup for a reason. You guys, via the Twitch chats or via the Game Buddy extension, decide on which challenge is going to be played, and the teams then try to do their best. Challenges get double points, so of course you can win or you can lose the game on the server, but then still win by challenge points. If you're looking for the international streams, those links are being put into the chat by our mod team the whole time. So of course there is going to be a Russian stream here as well. And just take the link that you have here, _RU behind it, and there you go. Russian commentary is easy as that, but look at the aggression from Drobny. I'm liking this already. As Big Academy prefer to stay on the back foot, it seems like.
Spawns that lane towards the rampers. Drobny does a substantial amount of damage, but it's actually the AK Bizon combo that shuts down any aggression through a Banana. Grimbo and Patrik go very low on HP, but there hasn't been a rotation just yet, so this little duel in amps could be what makes or break the round, and it's going to be Forrester to find Hades with that M4. He'll actually switch out the M4 for the Bizon, which is a very confident buy, or switch, to say the least. And with this angle on hay bales, he's in a great position to try and hold this apps dive that's about to come through from Big Academy. Unfortunately, Forrester, God, the timing just is not with him there. It's a set piece ready to go down. Once that flash goes out, it'll be a mass swing of AKs towards Forrester. Goes down. Thing goes wide. Bison fires one. From Anuin. Still two low HP players, but Panics is just going to execute everyone. It's down to Raijin with an AK and Big Academy. They've shut down Hard Legion here.
Yeah, the thing is as well, of course, Raijin going to be on the AK here. Might be able to pick up a PP Bizon to try and still go for a challenge W here. But a 2-1, yet again, such a close margin when it comes down to the challenge. And it is not those PP Bizons that really make the difference. It is going to be the rifles to also find the kills. I think it's the right decision for Raijin just to fall back, hold on to the AK. We know how strong it can be, especially in his very capable hands. And of course, it does mean that he could force out a little bit more. He actually went back for the PP Bizon to at least also tie things up for the challenge. I'm guessing this is going to have both teams.
Really good play.
Are they both going to win or are they both going to lose? It doesn't matter either way. Both are going to lose on the tie. and Hard Legion remain in the lead with the challenges. I mean,
So
what a
smart.
call to go back for the PP Bizon, get that kill, and then fall back to recover the rifle as well. I mean, he was still able to get that at that AK, and still denies Big Academy from a couple of extra points here. Hard Legion, really a big turnaround from their game plan yesterday.
That is really, really impressive from Raijin there. That single-handedly stopped Big Academy from tying it up, not only on rounds, but also on points. They stay in the lead. For now, let's see how Hard Legion fare against that Big Academy, who, their buy is not that good. Process with only a Deagle, Hades with a Mac 10, and the utility is fairly good, but they've only got about an execution and a half in them right now. So these mollies, they're going to be so substantial for buying time, and look at this, the whole push from Big has to stagnate. They can't afford it in terms of flashes to keep going through this.
Well, a little bit of damage onto Process dealt as well, so that opens things up for these nades to do further damage as they do. He's down to 74. Of course, Svea, even on on the M4, is going to be having an easier day when he goes for a headshot there. Just to find that one kill. Panic's still the first to actually pick up Drobny in towards short, and more players are going to be going for this. I'm not the biggest fan of Svea actually being that close to the corner. He will get the support of a flashbang and the Molotov just to push them back. But the T's rotating over towards the speed bomb site. Crimbo was already in position, but Deletez still over towards the site. He might just be the best player to hold on, but the timing just off. The flashbang was a fraction of a second too late, and Crimbo finds that headshot immediately. The advantage further underlined here by Big Academy, getting the bomb planted in this 5-on-3. Still not to be underestimated. We know how quick all of this can turn back around.
I saw that lining up for Deletez so smoothly there. Unfortunately, it was just fractionally close for him on that corner there. Forrester is able to find one, but Hades and Crimbo, they shut down everything else. Forrester back away with the AWP. He'll look to save it. And understandably so, Big Academy from the jaws of utter defeat are able to find a round. Looks like they might try and hunt down Forrester as well, who will try and get away with a drop. They'll find one with the Deagle. Can he find Anuin, who is just spamming him down? The shot is missed with that AWP, man. Just like that, Forrester is shut down. Not even the AWP will survive, as we now have a scout showdown on B's site. So it's not the end of the world that AWP was lost, but for now, let's see how either team faces. Remember, you cannot kill one another till 1 minute and 20 seconds. So on this B site, it will be an utter bloodbath the second that timer hits it. So for now, see how each team fares. We saw yesterday that teams would just throw down smoke grenades as a bit of a method to buy some cover, but other teams were just diving into those smoke grenades, have damage done to them, which of course is what causes other teams to lose the round. So see how it fares here.
Well, at the same time, we've talked about this in the pre-game as well. Big Academy, of course, a team that fared pretty well on those Scout Showdown rounds. So I expect them to also be strong here as actually Hard Legion. They're going aggressive in towards Banana here. Are they still? They're so trying impressive. To body block them here.
That's so impressive.
That's such a good idea as well. But still, they're going to be boosted over, and now the blockade is going to be lifted here. 10 seconds still going to be on the countdown. And of course, the trouble all about to ensue as the smokes are going to be dropped. No early damage being dealt. And now the shots start to ring out. Anhuin, everybody's finding these kills here right now. Anhuin already on 3 as it comes down to a 2-on-2 here. Forrester finds Anhuin at the end as well. Finds a double for himself. And it is going to be Hard Legion picking up another round and the challenge all together here. 3-1 on challenges is not looking bad for them.
No, not at all. We see an evolution of strats as the game progresses, and that is one of my favorites so far from Hard Legion. Of course, if you can't do a Scout Showdown on B, because if you shoot them in Banana, then you automatically lose the round, and Hard Legion, they'd have just blocked them till the end of the round. So a really, really good strategy. It's a shame it didn't work out for them, but it does mean they do have an excess of scouts right now in this standard round. And Drobny, he'll spot all these players crossing towards Banana, but there's already 3 players sat up to eventually refute them should they push. But for now, Big Academy, they definitely take their time with this.
Bang in. Deletez on the shutdown on the MP9. Not going to find anything further after those 3 kills, but we know $600 per kill already is going to line things up nicely. Raijin finds one. Crimbo in for the trade. And then it's down to a 2-on-1 fight here. And there you go, Forrester to shut him down. Hard Legion pick up yet another round. And yes, of course, you're going to be banging through that smoke in towards the bomb site, and it does connect for them. 5-4, the lead on rounds here, as the challenge lead is really, really something else here as well.
That is impressive from her Legion there. Oh, that little flash going out. It wasn't hard kills. It was just the teamwork and the lineup to allow them to just swing wide, to have the full faith that the enemy will be flashed, and flashed they were. A little cleanup for him there. The third was all the better. He was only really expected to get 2 there. So really well played by him. For Big Academy, though, they are already a round down, but the rounds aren't what matters. It's these challenges. And on topic of challenges, we've got another one. It's to run back to spawn after each kill. You want a safe base? Then Be Quiet's Pure Base has got you covered. Myself and Feeling both have Be Quiet's bases, and they are some really nice cases. I absolutely recommend them. I know Tyler will do the same.
And the point is there that that's not even related to the tournament, but we actually just bought those products as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, great stuff there. And also decently within any budget as well.
How old is yours?
I think I built mine this year.
Yeah, you see, mine's a number of years old, and it's been completely fine. Like, not any issues with it.
I mean, I have a Ryzen 3 in it, so it must have been this year, right? End of last year or start of this year,
I think.
Something like this. Yeah, something along those marks. I can't actually remember when I built my PC, but yeah, works out fine. Great case, and right now, Pros is having a nice time here as well.
He kills 2 though. It's challenge lost. I think what happened there actually is when he spammed through that smoke, I think it was Rajan, he actually dived into that spray to make Big lose that challenge, which is really impressive. Drobny now the last man, and after he kills the first, he does have to go back to spawn, so that is if he wants our Legion to win on points. And honestly, winning on just taking points is actually a really good idea, because look at how substantial their lead is against Big Academy. He'll miss the shot. It won't matter though, because our Legion, they've done the challenge. They win the challenge and they go 13-7 up, despite the fact the scoreline is tied up 5-5.
Yeah, and this right now is actually insane, because you consider also Big already was the team that had the game with the best margin when it came down to it. They had a 7-2 on Monday in that game against Singularity. I think it was our second game of the day, something like that. Very, very dominant start from them in towards that tournament, but at the end of it still, this could be their end, and for Hard Legion to move on against Project X, whatever team moves through this quarterfinal is going to have a really difficult one. Especially the announcement that Project X already made on Monday. They're just here to just kind of chill and shoot some bots, and it worked out for them thus far. Still Hard Legion.
If Forrester can get 2 Zeus kills here, I'm going to be so impressed. He's already had 1 from this exact same angle. You can find a say. I don't think he will. It looks like that player from the Academy is going to back up. Actually, Hades.
This could work out if the timing comes down. Still just waiting.
God, this is agonizing, isn't it? Forrester, please don't get too cocky. Forrester, no! Forrester, no! Oh,
yeah, not like that.
It'll shut him down. It's down to Rajan, the last man, 1 versus 4. He's got a Crimbo ready for him. I think for Big Academy, this is going to be their sing. Yeah, nice little execution there. But here we have it, going into our next bonus. A win, but with pump guns only. You want your current PC to sound like a pump? Well, then be quiet. I also like how we've named the challenges as well. It says illegal attacks at the top. So the law has been laid. It has to be shotguns only.
That is exactly it. You guys, the viewers, decide what laws are to be followed on the server. And right now, it is going to be, of course, Hard Legion still winning on those challenges. Right now, the winner of the round wins the challenge as well. So it's not like Big and Hard Legion could both win this. It comes down to who can win the round here. And you know how it's pump guns?
Yep.
We only have 2 Novas, and everything else is just XMs.
Yeah, which
of course, I love the XM,
not pumped.
but it's not pumped, yeah. Already though, Svea gonna find one. falling back from it as well. I like to just fall back there rather than staying full aggressive, especially as he's down to 4 HP already. Literally a little bit of spread on those shotguns and you fall immediately. Forrester also taking care of that close range angle in towards those apartments. I like the lettuce holding close here as well. Oh, he's gonna find a double here, a triple at the end. And what a decisive round here. Of course, 6-6 is gonna be our halftime score. But Hard Legion 5-1 on challenges. Is this even gonna stop from them? Or are they just gonna clearly dominate this? I mean, at this stage, they could probably still just lose every single challenge from here on out, lose the game, and still end up winning it on total points.
That'd be what? So 7 rounds left, that would be 4 bonuses, an extra 8 points. They would only just to lose it if they literally just ended the game here. That's how far ahead Hard Legion are right now. So, gonna go into this pistol round. It's gonna be a bit util heavy from Hard Legion. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and an accompaniment of a molly. The Academy, they go a bit more armor heavy, just being a double flash, and gets that flash being expended towards Banana as aggression comes down from mid. Sviat and his teammate Deledes need to watch out for Panics right now, who is easing a push on forward, executing Deledes, coming back up from behind. Let's see how the player on tree fares, but Panics is just going to shut down Sviat. Now the push comes through towards A, but there are not many players with armor right now. Drobny, the only man with utility. That's Process who'll hear everyone crossing. He's going to be on a perfect flank on these players. He's got the timing with him. Can he execute them? We'll have to see. Andy and Dinked on down, but Process, he's just going to cancel this plant, surely. Or not, he'll miss his shots.
Yeah, Nis still keeps things open. Raging finding a triple. All of a sudden, they don't need to push him here. All they need to do is hang on. How do you turn this back around? The round was perfect as Panic starts us off. But Hard Legion win the pistol here as well. I mean, surely you don't just pull something like that off. How? They're all just caught off.
How does...
What?
What does Raijin even do there? Like, I think that was their round to win, but wow. Oh, Legion, they've come back into this. For now, it's down to cheapest kill, and things look difficult for them. Let's see how they fare, because looks like the cheapest kill at the moment is actually being considered to be nades, actually. There's a USB in the hands of Raijin. If he can find a player, Crimbo hasn't got anything, so that's very, very scary. Few shots ring on out. Tapping towards mid, and it looks like USPs are the way to go. As Forrester, he's got a Zeus in hand. He'll miss his shot. Oh, the player crushing him down. It goes down to just 300 for that kill. Let's see what the response is now, because Big Academy having not killed anyone. There it is, 200. That USP finding Raijin. Now Raijin's USP has to be picked up. They have to find a kill with it, and/or one with these Zeuses.
Yeah, I mean, for Hard Legion, they have to look for that as well. I think they do still have a couple of Zeuses all around. I think the Lettuce and Forrester does still have one each as well. Let's see how they fare. Yeah, Forrester here on the Zeus already, looking to close the gap. It is going to be shut down by Anwin. That's still going to be a Zeus down for the T's to still collect on.
She comes through. Anwin trapped towards pit. Let's see how he fares. USP in hand, and for now, Big Academy, they're definitely in the lead here. So yeah, if he can find a kill with this USP, then it will tie things up 200 to 200. As Crimbo, annoyingly for Crimbo, he doesn't have armor. He is the prime person to be shut down, as Fiat's able to do so. It's 200 apiece. I don't think you can get cheaper than that, right? As Fiat will find another with it, and a third onto Anu in there. That was disgusting. It's now down to Hades, the lone man, and Big Academy, they were up in players, they were up in how the bonus looks, and they had a really good position, and in a matter of about 10 seconds, that's just been thrown on its head. Hades now with a Zeus in hand has to try and find one of these lone 3 players, but I don't know if he can.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it is time to grab another challenge here, and that's the point. Literally big, they need to win that next Scout Showdown as well. And then they could bring things back down to maybe something like a 5-3 on challenges. Still, then of course Hard Legion going to be in with a good enough lead, but especially if they can keep a small back and forth going, everything works.
A 10-point lead right now on Hard Legion, and that bonus, it wasn't about winning it was about stopping Big Academy from winning it. They keep that point to lead. In fact, they extend it with a victory in the round, even though they all die. It doesn't matter, it's a standard round ahead anyway. Let's see how either team fares, and something I would want to do for these teams is they would look at the next bonus. So for now, they know the next bonus will be a scout showdown on B. I wouldn't invest much into this round at all, simply so I can get that utility back up with the scout. But for now, it will be Big Academy on a fairly poor buy going forward. Patrik already has a scout. Let's see if Forrester can shut him down as he makes his way down towards Boiler. Let's watch out for his notaN. He's already established banana control. He's got four of his teammate there. Forrester finding one. Patrik's there to trade. But again, Forrester, he'll still survive. He'll still be tenacious towards apps, and that means that no rotation can come through from Big Academy. We actually see one additional rotation go back around at Hard Legion. They've outmaneuvered this German side.
Yeah, let's see how well Crimbo can hold. The smoke is going to delay things for a little bit longer as rotation already happening from Hades. Right now, Crimbo in with the nade is going to be caught out in the open flashbang. Maybe to help him out. Still, he's going to be out of position. Does damage, but just not enough. As notaN finds a double over towards the B-bomb site. This should surely be it. As sure panics in, but with the scouts, not really the biggest chance for him.
2 versus 4 now for Big Academy. Let's see how they fare. Anyone shutting down Drobny early on. That could be a sign of things to come for Big Academy, but notaN will respond in kind, finding the first Forrester there to trade, and Hard Legion, they make it their 9th on a standard round. 9-6 they lead, and with a 19-8 lead on points, Big Academy, they need a Hail Mary, and they need it to work for them soon.
Well, first of all, need to win this challenge, need to win the round to do so. And then they can still keep it to a closer margin, but right now 19-8 at a normal score of 9-6. Not exactly looking all too stellar, especially the fact that we went into this game already saying, well, Big, they were strong on challenge before. They were pretty much the team that was right up there on the challenges. But Hard Legion, they had a complete 360, I believe, from the day yesterday. And said, well, let's focus on challenges. Let's get as many points as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Sure, close game on the server. Ball comes down. 2 scouts it again. Did Raging forget his scout?
He forgot a scout, didn't he? Yeah, he did. What wouldn't surprise me, actually, is if Hard Legion just line up headshots and just kill all of them. Just because they can close out the map. It doesn't matter how bonus points fare, but... So they go for it anyway. Oh, chaos ensues as Anuan finds the first. There's a kill shot on either side as Drobny there to trade. Sviat finding one of his own, Process there to trade. Patrik's finding one of his own. All no scopes now as Drobny and notaN find themselves in a 2 versus 3 chat towards U-box. They drop through the smoke. Shot misses. Process finding the first. It's all down to Drobny. He finds the first, turning back around, looking for Patrik's, unable to find him. As Hades and Patrik's strike in kind. Drobny to fall. Big Academy to finally take a bonus round as they make it 11 points for themselves.
Yeah, really, really important for them now to also keep this going a little bit. Win this next follow-up as well. The T's currently still limited on what they can actually buy. Sure, the CT's in a similar position here. We're going to still see that double scout, 2 MP9s and an M4 to come out. And I'm actually a fan of Hard Legion, not even investing anything big into this round. Sure, picking up a couple of upgraded pistols, but apart from that, keeping around that 2k mark to then also be allowed to buy properly in that next round still to come.
Let's see how either side fares, as for now it's going to be Drobny to make his way on forward. He's the lone man towards A. I'm supposed to still bring out a few shots right now, but the main force of Hard Legion are stacked towards T-ramp. From the looks of it, they're actually taking their time just to maybe use this as a timeout, really, just to talk strats. notaN, Raijin, were they doing maths? They may have been, as they go to a bonus next. That gives Big 12. Let's do that. Let's do the maths ourselves. Gives a bonus next, gives Big 12 points. They throw the round after that. Goes to 15 because they get 1 from winning the round anyway. I think
Yeah,
Harley may have done their maths wrong.
Was this just down to the fact of saying, okay,
Oh no, I know what it was. They wanted
let's not give them any bonus on the kills?
No, they wanted Process, who's one of their best aimers, to go down to the lowest valuable player. So he got a bunch of team kills. Now he goes towards B site. God, this is impressive. I'm really, really impressed by that. For now, let's see if it's able to work out for them as... That's really smart, actually. I'm giddy at that. That puts my nerd hairs on end. As Sviat is going to have to duel Process now, one of the better aimers and of the bigger or of the Heart Legion. Not Process, sorry. Sviat's man who was doing all the team killing there. Still now fight Process, who is one of the support players of Big. That's so smart.
I mean, the big brain ideas coming out right now. Still, I mean, players still have to head for that 1v1. And right now, Process might be worried about a player coming in from behind with all the time that he has taken here already. Sviat now going to be pushing in, but Process still keeping far back. I like his off angle now, peeking in though. And this pretty much similar amount of damage being returned here. It goes back and forth, and Process wins the 1v1 at the end as well. Very important here, because this brings them back to a 5-3. And I like the fact that they do put 3 players over towards the A-bomb site immediate, but now also an early push in towards Banana. 40 seconds only there. They have to decide, where do you actually want to go?
Tell you what, Big are mounting a bit of a comeback right now.
Yeah. And it's not looking all too bad. Still, getting a 9-9 here should be ideal. Then, of course, that next challenge, it comes down to a knife round and nades. That could be quite interesting, but this one, first of all, has to be locked down. Right now, especially those challenges are mostly just challenges that only one team can win. And that's exactly what Big needs here. To just not give Hard Legion another chance to get further points on their own challenges. But to close in on that margin, ideally bring it to a 5-4, maybe even a 5-5, and then the scoreline on the server does count a lot more than it currently does, but you also want to stop Hard Legion from reaching double digits here. Crimbo, nicely done. It's going to come down to Dobney in a 1v1, finds the kill though, and they're going to make it 10. Sure, they lose the challenge, but they end up winning the round anyways.
That's very, very... I love that retake Process there. Oh, Crimbo, sorry, it's a very lovely shot. So tell you what, Inferno is Process, or is, I keep saying Process for some reason. Inferno is Crimbo's playground. We saw him earlier in the tournament just go huge, and well, he's doing it again now, 18-12. He's really woken up on the CT side with the help of Panics, also going 17-12 as well. Our Legion, even though they don't have any standout players, they are a bit more tied together. See how it fares, because they're going 20-14 points. This game could actually go either way. Our Legion, that massive lead they had is slowly being diminished, and the Big Academy, let's see if they can hold that with a lovely little crossfire between Crimbo and Panics. Our Legion didn't stand a chance. So yeah, swinging wide, caught out by Panics, and Big Academy, they're going to make it 9.
Well, this normal round was very, very important because, of course, it brings them down to a 10-9. If they win this challenge, then, of course, it would put them to a tied-up game at 10. However, does Hard Legion maybe even not care about this challenge? Surely they do. And they're gonna just go for the normal kills because, of course, if you do break the rules here, the other team wins anyways. And yeah, right now the game just too close here. They need the knives, but of course they're going to be ready for one of these teams to fail. You're allowed to go to either site. Of course, you could be openly holding in towards mid as well. It's not like anybody's allowed to shoot. Sure, the nades can ring out.
Maybe a bit of contact and he's silent. not much damage done with these nades yet. I think Jobney just goading on that opponent there. And I think the bomb is actually making its way in towards Apps to maybe catch out these Hard Legion players. Fiat, he's just hiding. He's going to bait those players in towards mid. And if he can just get a plant, which is exactly what he's going for, Hard Legion are going to be in a perfect position. Granted, all their players are caught towards Banana, so they're going to have to go huge regardless. Then, as they go down around them, Drumley finds one Anu in there to trade, and now the players just barrel it down towards CT. That's a lovely little strat by Hard Legion now, who once again have outmaneuvered one another. Volley goes down, instantly extinguished by Anu, and the flash is going out just to buy some time as the other players make their way forward. Yeah, shutting down, or Anu is shutting down Sviat, my apologies.
Oh, the Molotov here as well.
Another smoke lands on it. Loda's fighting one of his own. Raijin fighting another. Patrik's fighting yet one more. It falls down to Hades now, the lone man. As Hades trying to get into the bomb, he'll tap it down yet again. Deletas to shut him down, and Hard Legion, they take a bonus and a round, and that could have come sooner. That shuts down Big's momentum and their points for
and
now.
This surely shuts it down for good, right?
Yeah, I can't see it coming back from that. There's not enough rounds.
Yeah, CTs are going to be back into it. But yeah, as you said, the rounds are pretty much just dwindling away. No headshot kills coming up as the challenge after. So you're not allowed to hit any headshots, but really just running away from them, especially as Drobny. Beautiful headshot to get us started.
And that is finding Crimbo. I'll tell you what, it did just occur to me, Tyler. 6-man rosters would be incredible for the upcoming challenge, because it'd be a 6-man roster, but the 6th player would be us, because we're never going to hit our heads in our lives, so we would win this challenge hands down.
No, you know why we don't win those challenges? Because we're not accurate enough to be sure to not hit a headshot. No, like we might just be spraying for the body and get a lucky headshot.
That's true.
I mean, that's the way that I always get my kills.
Just close your eyes and pray. Now, Process and Hades, gonna be a 4 versus 2 as Hard Legion. They're just gonna force those players away. The German players go back. They look to hold. They look to save the AWP and Famason. AWPs are gonna be really, really good on the no headshot round, so I understand the thought process behind that for Process. Let's see how it fares. Someone in the chat just said, "Since when did you get a kill, Tyler?" Now Process just saving in ruins. Need to catch out the odd player on the exits, and won't even be able to do that. Sviat to shut him down, and Hades suddenly finds himself very, very alone.
Yeah, so Hades is going to fall, and this is going to be match point for Hard Legion to move on into our semi-final. This would already be 2,000 euros confirmed for the team in a 3rd or 4th place, but of course, they already automatically double that if they win the best of 1. But of course, winning against Project X is going to be easier said than done. But after this, of course, we do move on to another semi-final first. And to Gotti, of course, our observer, to be fair, I'm actually not even that bad when it comes down to headshots. Yeah, I don't play enough. We need to get into a couple of games. Like, if I warm up, then I'm not half bad. But if I don't warm up, then I'm just a pleb. And most of the times I just turn on Face It, lose one, and just rage quit immediately after. Still, Crimbo.
He's definitely not half bad, is he?
Yeah.
Like that. And to tell you what, they instantly lose the challenge, but they've got no choice. Hard Legion, they're looking to take not only the challenge, but at this point, what's interesting here is Big Academy. If they lose a challenge but win the round, Hard Legion will just suicide a bunch of times that Big win the game, but they'll win on points.
Well, no, first we go to OT.
We go to OT.
That's the point
you're
right now. Of course, at 12-12, we would go to an OT, and a suicide on the side of Hard Legion would then maybe open the door back up, especially if Big Academy can win that potential last challenge that would be played in that last round coming up, which is just win and go on a shopping spree. Basically, deal damage to any enemy players with weapons from at least 3 different buy menu categories. Still in this one, normal rounds, and Hard Legion certainly set for it. Up in hand, 3 AKs to support it. And Svea only on the Tech 9, couldn't afford any more.
So for now, Hard Legion, they're just going to go for winning the round as a standard, as they get 2 chances to do so. Big Academy, they are facing the prospect of overtime, but they don't win these bonuses. That might be a very dull proposition for them. Tech 9 and Svea able to shut down Patrik. They'll continue ringing out, finding Anuin as well. Switching to the AK, looking for one more. Crimbo there to shut him down as Process makes his way up from Arch by one of these players, and a lovely shot it is onto Deledes, utterly removing him from the map as Drobny and Forrester find themselves in a 2 versus 3. Contact made towards Banana, and it's Hades to shut down Drobny. Forrester, the lone man, 1 versus 3. He's on the wrong side of the map. He's got players to find everywhere. Can't see him winning this.
Yeah, 12 to 11 now. And of course, everything coming down to this challenge round. Last round of regular time. At the same time, of course, both teams, as far as I'm aware, could win this challenge. But yet again, for Big, it's an absolute must to win it. And ideally, you stop Hard Legion from getting there. Still, for Hard Legion, they want to win this round as desperately as possible. 2 SMGs, a pistol, and an AK would be your 3 different categories. The Academy also having a shotgun in there, so the heavy category coming down as well. Could always switch to a Deagle to make it 3. I guess if you get a nade kill, that counts for 1 category.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? As Anuin and Process, they're the players.
Wait, but I mean, it's dealing damage. It's dealing damage, not find a kill.
That counts.
So
then.
get nade damage already is 1 on the side of Big Academy. Then get rifle damage and or SMG damage, and the challenge is 1. We have to make these challenges a lot more difficult. I just see. Make like 4 different, because 3 is easy to hit.
Yeah, I think you hit 3 anyway a lot of the time.
Huh. I didn't consider nades, to be fair. That's also why I'm a caster and not a player.
to be honest, this isn't a really standard. This isn't a standard tournament, is it? So,
yeah.
See how I
Yet again, not thinking about my nades, but that's how it goes. Molotov also to burn down. Still, I mean, 40 seconds only on the clock, and literally not a lot of damage has been dealt. Big is still all on 100 HP. And Hard Legion literally with 0 in this right now. Anwayne ready to shut them down, and there you go. Still no damage dealt. Now they did a little bit. That surely is going to count for 1. And there you go. Big Academy not gonna win the challenge. Yes, they do. They had the SMG, they had the AK, they had the nade, and that is 3 challenges. We move on to OT. 6-4 when it comes down to challenges. Big need to win both challenges here in OT, and need to win the game to still get the victory here. Because they have to tie up to those challenges, because if it is going to be a tight margin, which it very well should be in OT, then of course challenge wins still going to count the most.
I think if Hard Legion take the next challenge, they can just suicide the victory. Or they take... What I would like to see a lot of teams do more often is take the challenge, win the challenge, then suicide the round.
Yeah, but at the same time, right now, literally just winning the next challenge is going to give them that W. Because it is going to be a challenge where only 1 team can win. And unless Big actually go for a double OT, it's just not going to happen. Of course, we have only seen it 1 time thus far in the tournament, where a team actually won the game on the server, but lost due to the challenges, and that was also Hard Legion in their first game up against Fate. Actually, no, that was their second game, right? Because we pulled it... We pulled the other game first, so yeah, it was their second game. Either way, Hard Legion, they've felt that before, they've seen the other team suicide to a victory before, and that's exactly what they could do here as well. Depending on these next 2 rounds.
Folks go down, and Molly's to follow. Let's see how Hades is able to fare. Spotting out the first, looking for more. As Raijin is able to create, they know Hades is trapped towards second. Oranges, and we shut down Raijin going on for a little bit of a rampage there, making it a second. Light comes through and Process to no avail. Spams through that Swicky. Sees that player behind him as well, just to make a time. But it won't matter. Forrester looking to shut him down. He's got players coming through CT and Ruins. It's Panic actually team kill Process there, who may have just panicked and shot the first thing he saw moving, which was his teammate. That wasn't him missing the enemy and hitting his teammate. That was actually just pure panic. As Big Academy, they've got a save. Hard Legion, they'll make it their 13th.
Pure panic coming out from Panics. Seems to line up for him there. So yeah, Hard Legion winning this round could already give them a next path towards a victory here. This player in CT is going to be dropped by the bomb. That's not something that Raging has to really worry about. Scout Showdown once more. We've seen both teams win this one before. And this yet again could go down either way.
See how they fare for now. Big Academy going with a Warp still on Panics. He's got to throw that away. That's kind of heartbreaking, don't you think?
Well, I mean, you have to just to play the Scout Challenge. And if you're really, really quick, then you might be able to recover it in towards CT spawn from the B-bomb site as well.
Oh, that's true. You could
play
again,
it's OT, and this is the last round of the first half of OT.
Oh, so it matters anyway. That's true.
Screw playing other weapons. Yeah. And we know, taking his time, then going to be pushing down mid. No, he's not. I would have expected him to go for that push.
Just 15 seconds. Oh, our Legion, it's an utter betrayal. They're going for the rounds, and what was interesting there, they baited Big Academy massively there. Because they started firing Big Academy, they had to shoot back, and unfortunately it was outside B. Never mind, it's been edited to say the challenge was won, but for now, our Legion, they make it 14-12, and this will be their chance to just close out the game. They've still got points. They've got a lead, a substantial one at that. The next round being unscoped sniper kills only, and our Legion, they might as well just play for the victory.
Well, and that's the point. Even within this round, they could secure a victory. Big Academy does need a double here, because otherwise, of course, we only play 2 rounds per half of OT. So for Hard Legion, it could all be wrapped up after this round. Big Academy, of course, looking to go double OT. So have the chance to still come back into this one. Next challenge coming up. Actually, a challenge that both teams can win. So that's going to be even more difficult. You have to rely on the mistakes from Hard Legion, and they're simply not going to go for it. So if they were to lose this one, just to make sure, you could just suicide to move on as well.
So this
goes down. Up the challenge victory there.
Which goes down towards the mid. Let's see how Big Academy is able to fare. Watch out for catching out a few members here or there. Not quite finding anyone though, as the molly will force Big Academy will force one backwards on another. Panics. He aggresses actually. We need to go through this. So this is ballsy to say the least, but he'll be caught off guard. Lennox, he just shuts them down. That doesn't work at all, and he'll blast the AWP away, making sure no one's able to pick it up right behind one of his own. The Lennox onto another. Annuin and Grimbo, the lone men, and Annuin he makes it too, but is it a silver lining? We'll have to see as Remoy makes his way forward, shutting down Forrester, looking very doable, but Siviet tries the first. Andy with the last man, shut down by Siviet. Hard Legion, they take it 15-12 in overtime on Inferno.
Yeah, so of course a very, very tight first little quarterfinal here. It did go to OT, it did go the full distance. Big surely tried their best. I mean, Hard Legion were dominating that, and a strong game from them. I do have to say, it does look that they did prepare a little bit more for those challenges heading into this game and just caught out Big, especially also with their strats, trying to block those guys in towards Banana, literally just anti-stratting the other team in these kinds of rounds. Is going to be interesting to see what else is going to be in it. Still, the Russian side in towards that semi-final, and already €2,000 prize money secured for them, and that could be their final stop as they will be heading up against Project X.
And that CIS Derby is going to be a very, very fun match to watch. We saw Hard Legion, they had some very crazy strats there. That was very, very entertaining to watch and to cast. For now, though, we are going to go to a little break, and then we'll be joined with an interview from one of the members of Big Academy who unfortunately have been eliminated from the tournament. After that, we'll be bringing our other quarterfinal match of Fate versus... no, is it Blue Jays? It could be Blue Jays. We'll have to wait and see, but without further ado...
It's Singularity in that second game. Yeah.
Fate versus Singularity. There you have it. My apologies for that. But without further ado, we'll go to a quick little break. We'll be back momentarily.
To make the ultimate gaming mouse, it needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
Here we are back again, Challenge Cup playoffs, the third day of this fantastic tournament. And wow, what a match to begin with, right? Actually, it wasn't... I think it wasn't clear until the last second. We did overtime here. Heart Legion advancing to the semi-final and Big Academy out of the tournament. Who would have thought that? So, yeah, as I said, really, really close game. And my heart was beating all alongside the overtime because it was so close, and all the time I thought that Big actually might be able to turn around that game, but they didn't. So still enjoyed both teams very much. But I have a process from Big Academy here for a short interview in a minute, and I am just waiting for him to approach for the interview. But still, let me tell you guys, this was only the first match of at least 6 matches we are going to see today. Let us have a quick view at the schedule here, because then you know what is happening today. So first of all, the bracket, of course. You see here, as I just said, Heart Legion proceeding to the semifinals now. Will head up against Project X. The next game now will be Fate Esports versus Team Singularity, as our casters already pointed out. And they then have to face the Budapest 5, whoever wins in the second quarter final. So 22 to 27 in total points, Big Academy versus Heart Legion Esports. My dear, who would have thought that? So if we are having overtime matches all over the place today in all of these matches, then please be prepared for a long evening of Counter-Strike. We are already 20 minutes late in our schedule here, so you can see it. 5 p.m. was the planned start for Fate Esports versus Team Singularity. But still, no worries, mates. We are still with you guys, and I hope you stay with us until the grand final today at around 8 p.m. and we will have the first best of 3 in the tournament. So actually, this is going to be quite interesting because we did see progress in how the teams are approaching the challenges, but we did never see them play against each other twice, and that definitely is would be a huge turning point. And just one more thing, I really so shout to all the teams out there. Let me tell you, everyone out here is really interested in seeing one of those other maps. So for me personally, I would love to see Nuke or Train. So if any team could make that happen, you'll be forever in my heart. So I've just been told Process is here for a short interview. Process of Big Academy, who I've been talking to already twice, I think, on Monday. So hi, Process. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hi. So unfortunately, we will not see you play any more matches here at this Challenge Cup. It was a really close call. What did you discuss with your teammates when you went into overtime? Did you think you could still do it?
Yeah, we expected that we do it, but in the end it didn't happen. Because we did some mistakes at the beginning of the game, and they were playing good as well, so unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, we have to give them that. So they also proved to have been, I think, training or at least discussing strategies to approach those challenges, right? They did quite well here in coping with those. Actually, I want to talk about one little sequence because there was actually a scene where you yourself gained the chance for a comeback for your team in this 1v1 LVP thing. So you almost enabled you guys to come back.
Yeah.
But there was a tough time in the beginning of this match, right? Where you were quite behind. So what did you do to come that close again?
We just said like, okay, we need to focus more and just try harder and don't do mistakes like we did before. And yeah, but like in the situation where I won the duel, we unfortunately lost the round.
Yes.
And yeah, but I think if we would have won the round, it would be like I think we would have won the whole game, to be honest.
Probably.
But yeah, that's it. Like, you can't do anything anymore.
Yeah, sometimes that's fate. I mean, what can you do about it? Still enjoyed all of your games. Just to summarize it up once again. Speaking of the challenges, do you have a new favorite challenge here? Which one did you like to play most, or your team maybe?
Like we enjoyed this time. We enjoyed only headshot pretty well. I think that was a cool round because it was close as well. Yeah, that was like I think the best challenge because we won it, of course. But yeah.
Though the no headshot challenge, though, I think both teams didn't manage to complete that. It's always very difficult.
That's right.
Is there something you take out of today's or this whole tournament, like some learnings on how to play tactically?
Yeah, I think so. It was really intense. It was really a really intense game, and tactical. We made mistakes, and we will see how we are not doing them anymore. And probably, I hope so. In the next time this tournament is happening, we will win it because it was a really nice experience. I must say, and yeah.
It was great having you guys here and play with us. So we'll be very happy to see you again next time. And yeah, of course, I mean, there's definitely a chance for you guys to win the thing. You have the experience maybe now. I think all the teams that are doing this a second time, they will have like really important experience to know how to handle this stuff. So thanks again. Thanks for being with us. And I wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Process. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, that was the last thing we've seen of Big in this tournament. Big Academy, thank you again for being with us here and all the other teams who are out of the tournament. So, still 5 teams in the race, 3 are out, and we're gonna be having a second team thrown out of the tournament in a minute, because now we have Fate versus Singularity coming up, and this is the second quarterfinal of today, and only one team can approach to the semifinals. So just again, Tyler and Kramer, it's your time. Please take us all in custody.
I'm pretty sure that you're muted. At least according to our producer, you're muted.
That's
Are you
so
muted?
sad. I had the best one-liner I've said in my life as well.
Go for it again. Go for it again.
Thank you very much, Dirk. A man who's so talented. He can open a bottle of Warshiner with his tonsils. But again, that was what we were going for. Again, doesn't really have to ring the second time round, but we've got plenty more lined up for him. Again, a lovely little kind of matchup we have ahead of us. How are you feeling about it?
How am I feeling about it? Good question. As, of course, I do think that this one might be a little bit more one-sided. Of course, we've already seen from Fate that they sure know how to play OTs as well. Sure, they lost it on the server, but then we're still able to win it on challenges. Heading up against a team like Singularity that haven't exactly been too strong on their challenges. Yeah. So, we'll see what it comes down to, what map we're going to see as well, as our veto is already underway.
Yeah, something to highlight as well is that Singularity, they only had 11 bonus rounds won in point. They had 11 points from bonus rounds total for that whole of Group A. That is so low. We see that again. We see that from teams that have done that had pretty much won the game. So the fact we're seeing Singularity, who have kind of struggled with that on the first day, is actually quite concerning to see. I think they really need to change their strategies, and rather than go for wins before the other team can accumulate bonus points, they need to just go for these bonuses as well. You can't ignore them. They're worth double the amount of rounds. It's half the effort. Well, half the effort on theory, at least, but it's again, it's something you just can't underestimate. Looking at the veto, it looks like it will be between Mirage and Dust, but it won't matter going to Mirage. Get a map that we've seen fairly frequently over the course of the tournament. I think a lot of teams are kind of straying away from Nuke and Trade, but for now, let's see how either side fares.
Yeah, we'll see what it comes down to. Of course, Fate up against Singularity. I think from our kind of pre-match talk, you can already think what teams we're going to be supporting here. I'll ask you, what are you going to go for?
I'm going to go for Fate. I said they'd win the group. I actually think they're probably going to win the tournament. I am really, really on the Fate camp right now. I know that you were pretty big on Big Academy and now Project X. For me, it's Fate. I think that they're the ones who can come ahead and take this whole thing. That only game they lost to Budapest 5, it was very close. They were using 2 stand-ins. Today, they've got Han back. Steffa has stepped away from being a stand-in. So it'll be Milky standing in for block-up. They've got Redstar and Han back at the helm. Let's see how they fare. And I honestly think that they could do quite well. Bearing in mind, the Singularity aren't a team you can underestimate. They could definitely come back. They could definitely bite you in the back. For now, it looks like we're about to head into game, Tyler. We'll introduce these teams.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be Fate Esports up against Singularity, Patrik, Harn, Milky, Redstar, and Nikki, as you already said. And then it is going to be IceBerg, notaN, Celrate, Remoy, and TOBIZ on the side of Team Singularity. It'll be really, really interesting to see how everything comes down. You've already just talked about Fate having a tight one up against Budapest 5. And, well, guess what? If you get the W here, then you're going to be moving to a semi-final where Budapest 5 are going to be in that seat.
Yeah, without a doubt. Let's see how they fare. Going into this pistol round, looks like Freestyle about to come down. Judging by utility, it's going to be fairly lackluster for Fate. They go for armor around the board, apart from that smoke and flash in the hands of Nikki. P250 dropped towards Han as well, just give him that extra firepower. Whereas Singularity, they can only go for armor around the board with a smoke and kit on IceBerg. Fate, they start propelling themselves towards this A site. Contact made towards CT, Milky needing that charge, propelling himself towards jungle. The spot that early player dinks down in midair, but he will survive. Fate, they establish control of the site. Milky fighting IceBerg, and as he makes jungle control, the question is, how does Singularity respond?
Yeah, well, right now they're still responding with headshots. Remoy is going to be looking for more. He had a big tongue in the interviews yesterday, on Monday as well. He was pretty clear of what their targets are going to be. That is to progress on further. Maybe their semi-final opponent. Also, a game that's a little bit easier than trying to beat Project X. But at the same time, Fate going to get that bomb down. Doing their very best to try and stop Singularity from picking up this pistol. Still, both players coming in from CT spawn. Bomb is going to be planted out in the open here. notaN still only looking towards connector. Still, kills are going to rain out, looking for that headshot. And Redstar is going to connect. Bomb plant. Sure, still ticking down, but the kit is going to be there as notaN finds that last headshot. The A bomb site is going to be secured as the bomb is being defused. And, well, 1-0 as Singularity is going to pick up their pistol round here on the CT side. Let's see how their CT side really gets going. As, sure, you win the pistol, but it does not give you an advantage going forward. If we're looking at the first challenge, knife round 3v3. And I can almost certainly tell you that Fate probably are going to go for a quick play over towards the B bomb site. Let's see what they actually go for.
Let's see how each side fares. As the kind of meta we saw develop for the knife round was that both teams just take the standard gentleman's duel at ramp. Then it developed into teams just barreling out on B and getting a bomb plant. It looks like Singularity's still in touch with the old meta of knife rounds, whereas Fate, they do go for this early plant, sprinting out towards B. It'll be a quick little plant. Let's see how Fate respond because, well, let's see how Team Singularity respond because they are going to have to come in with a rotation now. Nikki going to invade kitchen with his teammates, and it looks like Fate might just get into positions where they could maybe ambush any of these players coming in from certain angles. As the first player makes his way up from a shot spotted early on, notaN needs to enter a bit of a duel with these members as he is forced away. Almost caught out, actually, as the contact's made all around. Patrik finding one, notaN trading, hard fighting, notaN, hard fighting Remoy. And Fate, they take the challenge, and for them to highlight with both Fate and Project X, they are both teams that are really good at taking these bonus rounds. IceBerg will find Patrik, Swig goes down onto the bomb, player goes into that bomb actually. Celrate will find Han though, and they'll get the defuse, but it won't matter, as with the bomb plant and with knife kills, Fate are going to have all the economy they could ever wish for. It's 8, almost 9k on Han, and the Singularity is just going to be a standard buy ahead.
Yeah, and surely on the side of Fate, you do go for an early op here as well. Because why not? Harn does go for it immediately as well. Everybody else going to be on those AKs, as you said. Plenty of money for Harn, and he is going to have some to support the rest of the team as well. As right now, 2-0 here. Singularity, as they look to keep hold of this game.
Well, they able to do so. It's Patrik making his way up from mid, attacking down IceBerg, doing a substantial amount of damage. He's not quite killed him though, as he'll keep making his way on forward. TOBIZ, he's the one who gets the kill, shutting down Nicky early on, and for now, let's see what the response is. As Redstar, he's only on 4 HP. TOBIZ coming from underbox, looking to try and trade onto someone, but he's trapped right now. He doesn't know that anyone's towards out. Remoy find Han. Patrik there to trade. IceBerg getting Patrik, and now Fate, they go for a 2-man disadvantage, and with Redstar only on 4 HP, things are looking very difficult for Fate now.
Yeah, and at least for right now, Singularity, you still just want to stay secure. You don't want to go aggressive here. Don't want to try anything crazy, as Milky is going to be looking in towards the A-bomb site. Does find 1 kill into Celrate immediately after as well. Rotation from the B guys is going to take a while. With that now fully underway, Smoke and Molotov in towards Connector and Jungle. Trying to plant the bomb out into the open, but IceBerg on a late peek could actually catch that off. Doesn't, as he waits for the rest of the cavalry to actually arrive. Milky does find one, but falls straight after, as Redstar now in the 1-on-2. notaN and Remoy still trying to bring this back. They do have a kit to work with, but they don't expect Redstar in towards ramp at the moment. Go for the peek, and Redstar here, perfect timing for him. Bomb still ticking down. He's going to be tapped for a second, but notaN, he needs that kit, and he is going to get it as well. Third round picked up for Singularity, and the next challenge, though, is going to be coming up, and that's not going to make things any easier for Singularity for the moment. Because, of course, we're going to be going into the best number 73. We saw one team already that have showed us how to do it. And, well, oh, it's 37 actually now.
It's 37.
I was already automatically ready to be triggered for that 73, but our observer was ready to bamboozle me as well. So there you go. Best number is 37 this time around. That changes the game.
That is... So we knew that Fate figured out how to get to 73. It was with a scout shot to the leg and a single stab, and or deagle and a stab to the leg. So now we have ourselves in 37. How would you do it? How would you do it, actually, Tyler, before the match gets unpaused?
Probably a right-hand knife is probably going to be enough to get like 60 done, and then do the rest on an SMG or something along those lines. I don't know. Or just tap away with the BB Bizon for like half a magazine. Because that, I mean, water gun in there does have plenty of shots to get that done, I think.
I think it would be something along the lines of you would... So to get to 73, it was 2 scout shots. Be about 3 scout shots and a Bizon to tap the rest, and or like 4 knife right clicks, because you do less damage to your teammates than you do to enemies, so a knife right click to a teammate is only about 20 damage. That's what I think, at least.
I still think that, like, I've been tagged down substantially leaving spawn by a teammate, like, knifing me in the back. Yeah. Yeah. Huh, we'll see how the teams approach it. And I'm guessing that might have also been what the break was all about. Teams were prepared for that challenge and have now changed it up a little bit as well. You could probably still drop a nade and like take all the damage you want and then still be tapped down. I find it interesting that Singularity aren't going to be chilling in spawn to try and do that damage. Nobody actually right now going for it. Nicky's down to 27. That's 10 too many. Singularity might just be looking to go for the round win here to make it 4-0 and to keep it a very, very strong game going their way. Yeah, still, they're gonna lose this round, it seems like. So maybe they can try to get TOBIZ and or Celrate down to 37. Because there's no chance of actually still winning this round. There's 5 guys over towards B bombs. Like the rotate just didn't come in fast enough. Or would have come in fast enough if they would have all rotated together. But actually what they ended up doing was just kind of staying over towards that A bomb site. And not coming back into it. We'll see how it actually turns out. The damage currently being dealt. TOBIZ to 38, Celrate to 40. Only you had a PP Bizon now. 38 and 35, not going to be good enough. Milky does have the 37 though. And with that, Fate just about wins the challenge here.
They get the round as well, and with that, their points are actually going to take the lead, and it shows here just how much of an emphasis is on points. We look at both Singularity and Fate. Singularity, by no stretch of the imagination, in the lead in terms of in-game. They've got economy. Well, they used to have economy. They've got rounds, but in points they're actually behind, substantially so. IceBerg towards under. It's TOBIZ to find an 8-1 and AWP with another. As IceBerg aggressive finding one of his own. A second there is him and TOBIZ clean house. But with Singularity 4-1 up, they're still behind on points. It shows just how important these bonus rounds are.
Yeah, and this one is going to be a difficult one to manage because we've seen this a couple of times now already. Get a kill, everybody has to drop their weapons, pick it back after a second, and then keep on going. So literally, getting trades is going to be the easiest thing you can do because if you are going to be beside your teammate, literally, you can go for that next peak immediately after.
Now let's see how your team fares with these dropped weapon strats. And I think rushes are actually a really fun strat to see this one. We saw yesterday Fate just lobbing their guns at the van on the B side here, which you might see again. Redstar taking down notaN early on. Let's see, everyone drops weapons. Will everyone do so? Looks like Nicky still needs to. Oh, they did. Okay, Celrate will find Nicky. It's a drop from everyone, from Singularity as well, and I think if they play, I think the wise way is to play it for picks, but it's still something to watch out for.
Yeah, and right now, of course, especially as neither team really has this early advantage, sure, Celrate's still going to be tagged down low. Still everything fair game here. And as soon as you go out into the open, then that whole dropping thing is going to become a lot more dangerous, and getting a kill from ramp, falling back, then dropping the weapon, and resetting from there on out. Same as the CTs, they can go into safe angles to drop their weapons, and of course as well, to not try and go further looking for those players. But look at this now, 3 players are now going to be out. And this is going to be it. Milky finds one, everybody else has dropped their weapon. The AK was actually out in the open. Is now being picked back up. IceBerg finds a second, and everybody continuing to drop their weapon. This works out nicely, but still, it is a 3-on-2, and Patrik could make the difference here as now finds that kill. Both players dropping their weapons. Going for them once more.
First spotted towards TP and triple spam comes through. Redstar finding the first. Both players drop those weapons and the plant comes through. Is it in time though? It just about is. That was agonizingly close. As TOBIZ finds himself in a 1v2. Jumping on up, he'll spot the AWP of the first player. Not quite able to trade though. Has to continue making his way forward. Let's see if he can catch out. This man on Tetris, he doesn't know where the second player is. He's just going and hoping he can survive right now. So keep aggressing. About to be caught out by the player under balcony. Caught out he is, but he'll survive actually. Almost fighting Redstar. Instead, he'll shut him down. Both players drop and both teams win the challenge. But Fate, they're the ones who are the kings of challenges right now. They still lead 8-6 on points. And Team Singularity, they need to find a way to start shutting Fate down on challenges rather than on standard rounds.
Yeah, and a very important round still for the T's here. As of course, CTs yet again are going to be in for another buy, but it is going to be limited. Only 2 players on those deagles, as everybody else can buy up. But look at the utility that's missing here. You have 1 Molotov, actually make that 2 at the start of the round. You have a couple of smokes to work with, 1 single flashbang, and that's about it. While the T's, of course, they're more or less fully equipped. Sure, you only have Milky on the deagle. He could have gone for more utility as well. Doesn't actually go for it. And at the end, it all comes down to Fate. Still keeping things going here. On that T side, as you said, they just need to keep control of those challenges and then get the rounds going their way as well. And everything should go fine for Singularity. Their main objective is get a couple of challenges going. Sure, they just won that last one. That was one of those challenges that both teams can win. Especially towards the later game, we see it time and time again where there is challenges that only one team can win, and those can then really decide. Right now, notaN is still over towards the B-bombs. They're not going to line things up on the deagle just yet. IceBerg to his side, but even he could fall immediately on after as Harn does find the trade. But still a 3-on-3 as the CTs remain vigilant in this round. One-on-one trades. Bomb needing to be planted here.
That plant goes down. Let's see how Singularity is able to retake this. It might not happen. Hard finds Celrate. TOBIZ making his way out. Been able to get towards center site, shutting down Nicky. That was quick and accurate as Hard now the lone man in this 1 versus 1. He's definitely got an angle on TOBIZ. The question is, will he be able to find the kill as TOBIZ shuts down, losing his head and utterly deleted from the map as Fate, they make it their 3rd and extend their point lead by 1 more.
Yeah, let's see what it comes down to, as this is an important round for Fate. They need this challenge, of course, to keep on going their way. This is a way for them to further grow their lead when it comes down to the total points score. But yet again, it opens the door for either side. Money was kind of limited here and there. Going for those deagles are going to be interesting, of course. Everything has to happen after a minute 20. And as soon as those smokes start coming down, we'll see teams running towards them just to try and take a little bit of early damage. Really don't put an execute smoke down, because those can immediately be used by teams to take you out of the equation here. 15 seconds still to go, and this challenge is going to be yours.
Any second now, we're going to see utter chaos erupt over this A site. Smokes get deployed. 3, 2, 1, and carnage ensues. Deagles ringing out on either side. Molly's being dropped. Remoy finding Hard. notaN finding Patrik. Redstar straight. IceBerg and Nicky get the next response, but the player did damage outside of A. That Molly was dropped from Palace, and that Molly tick is what lost Fate the challenge there, and it gives Singularity a platform to tie things up on rounds and on points as well.
At the end, though, I mean, Singularity, they win the round anyways, and only one team could actually be the victor here. So, of course, yeah, it brings things back to a 3-2 when it comes down to the challenges. And as you just said, total points now going to be tied up. However, of course, no headshot challenge also going to be coming on after. But I like that Fate actually do go for another little pistol here, so they can, of course, then afford to also invest in towards rifles to do a lot more damage on those body hits. rather than being on SMGs and being stuck that way in that next round to come as well.
For now, IceBerg rings out a few shots towards Connector and Fate. They are only on deals. They don't have much else, so honestly, even trades are okay for them, but notaN, he finds two early on. Harney's able to trade, but with milky on such low HP, Harney's pretty much going to be alone here. As I say that, it happens. Hahn, the lone man, 1 versus 3. What can he catch out from these members? As he's definitely in a difficult scenario, but his location's known, and that element of surprise has been expended. He can't rotate anywhere, because even though being in CT spawn's great, you could be shot from anywhere as you get into kitchen. You could get shot from jungle, and that kind of 180-degree field of risk is very, very hard to work your way around. His point of attack will be through window, going down into underpass, but we've seen already, Remoy, he's ready for any form of attack right now.
Yeah, and that's the point. He's just going to be stuck at the top of those stairs and waiting for that push to actually come out. But Harn, taking his time, he's going to collect the smoke. However, nice for Remoy to actually go for that battle. Sure, Harn is going to find one, looking for more in this round as well. Switches to the pistol, and he is going to connect to the head. 10 seconds still to go, and he needs to pick up the pace now. But the bomb sure could be recovered, but there's not going to be any time to actually get that plant, as he still needs to actually get this kill. notaN, yet again the deciding player at the end of the round, and right now topping the leaderboard for his team as well at 11 kills. Pretty much level with the performance that Harn has brought to the table as well, but has only fallen 4 times. This one, maybe a little bit more difficult for most pros, of course, always looking for those headshot kills.
Let's see how each team fares, and Singularity, if they can find this challenge, it's actually going to give them a substantial lead, because all things considered, they are only down on 1 challenge, and that 1 challenge is really nagging at them from how Fate have been. It's only 3 rounds that separate them, but that 1 challenge makes up for 60% of that loss. So if Singularity can actually find this, it negates any form of advantage Fate have from their bonuses. I tell you what, IceBerg sprang through the smoke is brave, but Singularity, you'll find Nikki early on, and with that, the bonus round will be lost. As IceBerg, the man's... Oh, sorry, no headshot kills, my apologies. IceBerg, he continues, he works strong. He does his job for Singularity. And I love this from Celrate playing on a head angle right now. The scouts, they work really, really well here. Patrik will go down to 11 HP. The remaining players from Fate are going to make their way towards A. They do have a player in apps to maybe sell a bit of a fake, but it's definitely going to be difficult for them.
That's the point right now. We're just waiting for this to really get going. Flashbang out towards that A-bomb site. But no immediate push to come in on after. Outside of Fate, you also hope that maybe even Singularity just end up failing this challenge. It is actually going to be Fate to fail it here. They do go for a headshot, but IceBerg, he also found a headshot kill, so both teams not going to be picking up this challenge. But the round seems to be the real priority here, and actually, look at notaN. Still over towards the B-bomb site. He'll be in position just waiting for those guys to actually make a move, but milky spots him out first. Bomb can be planted here. And the timing also here of the rotates should be fine for the milky. Gets out of position. And this one gonna be strong, as Fate can actually turn this back around. Do they have IceBerg on their radar? So is Harn already picking up Celrate, looking for more, but in towards short. He might just get caught. He does exactly that. IceBerg, very important for him, as he's going to have a 2-pronged attack to deal with, but it is going to be milky to find both kills. And really coming out in big strides here in favor of Fate as well, to keep them going in this tie for total points.
Sat towards the back of the bench there. He stands tall, and even though neither team wins the challenge, Fate winning that round actually ties them up on points 10-10. We enter the penultimate round of the first half, and this could genuinely be anyone's game. There's no clear favourites going into this. Singularity, they're great on the standard rounds, but falter a little on the bonuses. Fate, they have that quirky nuance to work with bonuses, but it's the standard rounds that Singularity just outskill them. But now, let's see who's able to outmatch who. It's going to be a full execution towards A. by Fate. There isn't a single expense shared. Molly's landing everywhere, Smokes to accompany it, but Celrate and TOBIZ with these eagles swing wide. TOBIZ finding another one, Patrik there to trade, but to what avail as it's an utter collapse from Fate. Singularity with these eagles just utterly shut down everyone. Celrate finding Redstar and Singularity. That's going to be a lovely 7th round, leading 7-4, and they finally take the lead on points, something they'd been struggling with for quite a while.
Well, we go back to the best numbers, 37. Let's see if any of these teams have this all figured out, how to get there. But yeah, right now, Singularity, they do have a lead, very, very tight, of course, still. And this challenge is going to be a challenge that both teams can head off with yet again. And we've seen both teams be successful on it before, so why not do it here again? Oh, Nikki has one way to make it to 73, but it is 37 to actually go for.
It's 64, let's see from there. Look at Singularity, they're ready to just assault the T-spawn. IceBerg making his way forward, he could shut down this effort completely. We'll find the first, second, third, looking for a 4th, and oh my lord, it's a cleanup. Singularity, they don't even play for the bonus, they don't bother. Both teams lose the challenge, but Singularity, they take a victory in that first half, a substantial one at that, as they now lead by 2 points. It looks like it should be more, but these challenges, they really mean everything here.
Yeah, let's see what the second half is going to give us. And of course, both teams going for the little pause just to be ready for it. Is it going to be Singularity to just start running away with these rounds and maybe even start going for a run towards that semi-final, already secure themselves a little bit of prize money going? But of course, Fate were second placed in that Group B. As we said at the start, it was a very, very tight group. Singularity, it was kind of between them and Mustang Crew who's going to place third. It was pretty clear from the start that Big and Project X are going to be the first two teams to make it through, especially Project X being locked in that first place. Seemed to be pretty clear once they actually got going. I think they're a team that can certainly then bring the on-server scoreline to a very, very decisive end here still. Kills going back and forth in this pistol. That's still Horn looking for more finds. One finds a second here towards the A-bomb site, and all of a sudden, TOBIZ still alive, but running over towards B, and has already been spotted out. Just needs to keep an eye on this one.
You might be able to get a plant as well, which is obviously what Singularity really need right now, bear in mind the bonus extra round, so just gets that plant. Maybe looking to do a bit of damage as well, as he does know that there are players around him. He's got to try to take these 1v1s, and unfortunately he's missing a bit. He finds harm, but Patrik there to instantly execute him. As Fate, they take the pistol round, and they definitely needed it, because even though winning on challenges is great, Singularity were in danger of just going ahead and winning the game.
Yeah, very important one here, as of course you want to get things started off strong on that CT side, and this next challenge coming down to player with most kills. So get somebody on a multi-kill. Ideally you bring it to 3 to 4, but a lot of these rounds we have actually seen even 2 kills being enough to win this challenge. Of course, this is a challenge that only one side can win, and winning the round is not going to be a requirement for it.
For now, these Singularity players, they definitely kind of favor. They've done Iron Man builds on TOBIZ and on notaN to try and get these early kills, and them just go view. Patrik, he'll find the first to trade there, though TOBIZ is shut down. TOBIZ making it 2. And that we've seen that rounds where people only get 1, so Artie's able to find one of his own. Redstar there to trade. Celrate and Remoy, the lone 2 members, as Redstar, if he's able to find one more, it's hard to find one more, tying it up 2 to 2. Celrate, it wouldn't surprise me if he goes to suicide just so Han can't kill him.
Yeah, and then it ends up going...
Yeah. It'll be a tie, so neither team wins the challenge, and it'll be Fate only getting 1 point, so it ties it up to 12. And there we go, that's exactly what he does. Suicides, and with that, Fate, they take it.
Yeah, so I love that teams are actually going at these challenges a lot more tactically at this point as well. They're aware of what's going on. They are aware of exactly how to maybe get to a better spot there. And as we see it, Kramer should certainly be a coach for a tournament like this.
I was a coach.
Well, I mean, I'm saying just for this tournament especially as well.
I love these tournaments. This is some great stuff. Like this scratches the inner coach itch, and we'll have it scratched for a very long time. But now Singularity thereby it will comprise of pistols, the odd MAC-10 here or there, but Fate, they're going to be the players with the rifles to watch out for it. This round it should be a formality for Fate just to go ahead and take it, and the real race, you could say, would be to the enemy spawn next round. The next form of bonus, as those bonus points is really what will make or break this game.
Yeah, and Nicky already finding a double in towards top mid. Nice push from the CTs to actually come out to hold a position like that. notaN gonna find one, TOBIZ with the second. All of a sudden, back down to a 3-on-3 situation. Actually here though, going in towards mid for Remoy here, at least he does get the M4 dropped over. He's gonna take it as notaN actually continues with it. Having the bomb out into the open with a MAC-10 on the player, not exactly my favorite position to be in. If I were these guys. Especially because those Molotovs in towards mid, they give their position away. And guess what? Patrik, he's going to be well aware of this already happening. Let them all run past, lines them up as well. And a swift triple from his side. And the next challenge to be coming up. This game, yet again, coming down to a very, very close one it was looking like.
Again, race to the enemy spawn. You want to run at the speed of light. We got the Razor Huntsman. That will run nice and quick for you. I don't have one. I don't think you have one either, Tyler. But I know that I am going to be going to the Razor products once my current keyboard bites it, because the stuff we've received and the stuff we've used before, it's actually been very, very high quality. It's been very easy to use. And yeah, we're using the headsets now. I don't see why I'm not going to at least commit to the kind of full brand. But for now, this race goes ahead. Let's see how Fate's able to fare, as they're the teams to watch out for bonuses. And the issue with Mirage is that spawns are really, really easy to hold. We look at Fate, they've actually done a little boost in towards CT spawn. With Han there as well, they're just going to shut down any team that tries to get to spawn. In my opinion, if you are on this round especially, you're never going to be able to do it in the first 40 seconds or so. You might as well play a default, and then in the dying embers of the round, where it's like 3v3, 2v2, that's when you start sprinting to spawns. But for now, it looks like Singularity just into a standard A-take.
Yeah, I love that Fate is even further back, though, just keeping everything under wraps. I love the boost in towards CT spawn as well.
It's overkill, don't you think, considering Patrick's on ticket and hard?
Yeah, but I mean, as soon as one of those players falls, you need that to hold on to.
That's true.
Because that definitely opens up multiple angles as soon as one player falls. Then, of course, other angles usually open up as well. But at the same time, I mean, for Fate, they don't really have to worry about it too much. They have plenty of time to let the T's come in first, and then maybe just send their B player in as a scout, as he might not be as essential in holding on towards CT spawn. We'll just see IceBerg is going to be coming down through underground. Maybe get the bomb down to buy yourselves a little bit more time still to come. However, Patrik in towards CT right now, still holding. The boost is going to be broken. Redstar is going to find one onto TOBIZ. I like this boost coming up, and especially Patrik finding a double here as well, lining things up. However, Singularity, they've fallen back here as well. All comes down to notaN still in towards spawn, trying to hold on. And Redstar, he is going to be caught off here.
I like Redstar's commitment, not Redstar, sorry, notaN's commitment to just hold spawn. Milky's also going to make his way on forward, looking to be caught out on a ramp. notaN, a lovely shot onto him, but now he's got Nicky to worry about coming in from mid.
This could be enough.
Goes down. We make it. Oh, no, it's just in the nick of time. It won't matter, Fate, they didn't get there. It was so close.
A little bit longer before the bomb is going to be defused, I think. As soon as the bomb is defused and the round is pretty much done and over with, I'm pretty sure that after time doesn't actually count. I'm sure that the players are going to be pleading for that. That is going to be a challenge W. It would have been great for Fate, especially as they would have been able to continue on their lead here when it comes down to those challenges.
Gonna be a push towards B from Singularity, just taking their time, and but now the standard rounds, they really just need to try and pull ahead, because the Singularity, their strength came from winning these rounds, just standard rounds, when they kind of to make up for the loss in challenges. But Fate, now that they've caught up, that lead Singularity had has been completely diminished. Fate actually in the lead, 14-12. That single challenge has proven to be so important for Fate. It's proved to be detrimental to Singularity. Han taking a lot of damage in window, went mass though, notaN to fall. See what the response is though, as for now we go into a 5 versus 4.
Still moving over towards that A-bomb site is nice to see, as Fate still haven't rotated anybody over. However, their hold over towards the A-bomb site is already falling apart here. IceBerg finding that one headshot, the smokes to block off everybody else's vision. And to have all 4 players coming in via CT spawn is maybe a little bit unconventional, but it might just work out for them. Celrate already picking up one. milky, Redstar both racking up those kills, and everything down to Remoy as he falls. And Redstar just about bringing this round through. Fate looking to seal the deal here, looking to go double digits in that next round still to come.
That was a disgustingly clean retake from Fate there, and that gives a word of warning to Singularity. We enter the win with pump guns only. You don't want your PC to sound like the rattling boom of an XM10? Well, then go for Be Quiet. Fans will keep your PC nice and quiet. As for now, the only place that won't be quiet is Mirage. We've got TOBIZ, IceBerg, Celrate, notaN, and Remoy, all of which going for XM10s. On Fate, it's a bit more diverse, but it's going to be also shotgun central right now. Han, I think he's got this AK as a just-in-case precaution, which I do like from Fate, but for now, let's see how the initial shotguns fare.
Of course, it is a shotgun round, as barely any pump guns actually on the server, as you already said. XM1014, the primary weapon to actually go for, especially for those T's. It's the only weapon that they bring to the table. And here, already Celrate picking up one, finding that first kill. Is sure a lot of damage being dealt from Fate, but right now all the kills going one way. It's only Redstar remaining. He's going to be coming in from behind. Smoke and flashbang still there for him. I think he's already been spotted. There you go. TOBIZ finds that last one. The Singularity tie things up on both metrics here. Challenges and the game on the server all tied up here, as this game could just as well end up going to an OT as did our first.
For now, Singularity winning that round, it ties it up 15-15 on challenges as well. That was the challenge disparity that had been nagging at them this whole game, eventually going back in their favor. On the standard rounds, they don't have much in terms of weaponry on Fate, but it went massive. Patrik will put it to use. 2 little deal kills to kick things off. It'll allow some players to get some AKs as well. And Snowball, because not only do they have AKs now, they've also got the bomb.
And even just the battle in towards mid. And I've said it a couple times now that even just going for those early battles might not always be worth it. Sure, sometimes it works out and you're able to surprise, but as soon as the first player falls, it is generally best to abandon the idea. Milky's going to be caught off as well. They're still aware of one player being in towards ladder room. So now Horn is going to be shut down by Celrate. And Singularity looking to take the lead going forward by a very, very tight game. And the next round coming up, with that whole returning back to your base situation, we've said a couple of times, of course, we generally think that that might be a little bit stronger for T's to work with as well, rather than our CT sides.
Redstar just sitting with this AK and taking his time. And these standard rounds, again, this is where Singularity thrive. The fact they've now removed that challenge disparity means that they are in prime position to actually take the map. 10-9, they now lead 3 away from victory, 2 away from match points. But for now, we enter the next bonus. Run back to spawn after each kill. You need a safe base, then be quite secure base that's got you covered. Question is, what will cover Singularity and Fate right now? Because Fate, they are in desperate need of some ground to cover in terms of getting this round. It'll give them the points, and it will also give them the lead. For now, let's see what Singularity have to offer, though. As well, I think running back to spawn after each kill, that favors the T side a little bit, because you can just consider it a rotation. But Fate's definitely going to be a lot more difficult, having to just leave bomb sites wide open if you shut down a 4-man push with 2 kills.
So yeah, let's see how it actually comes down. Both teams, of course, a chance to win this challenge. As you said, if there is going to be a big push to come out, then you might as well just try and go to hold on to the bomb site rather than to actually rotate all the way back. Right now, everybody going for it. Redstar was already aggressive, now has to go all the way back to spawn to actually make this happen. IceBerg might as well link back up with TOBIZ here. I like the idea that Patrik is having, because he knows that at least one player has to be within that T-spawn area. Is just waiting. But it's going to be a hell of a way to actually return for spawn if he would have gotten that kill. notaN grabs it. And I like the way that they switch weapons. Not only is he low HP, but also the AK can then reaffirm that attack over towards the A bomb site as well. Redstar just about made it towards CT spawn there. Does fall to Remoy. Now Horn is going to be last alive. Does he hold on?
1 versus 3, and with no armor, it looks like he is just going to look to do some damage here. He'll make his way out. We'll hear those players towards the ramp. He'll spot the first. And IceBerg, what a little 90-degree turn there to utterly wipe him out. Luckily, Singularity and Fate both win the challenge, so the points are still, well, able to go either way, but Singularity, they are inching closer and closer to victory. Fate, they need to find a way to refute them, and soon.
Well, that's why it was so important for Harn to maybe just find 1 kill but die straight after. Sure, he dies immediately, but if he would have gotten 1 kill down and maybe even have gone for a second, then they would have lost that challenge. And with that, Singularity then would have had a lead that would have been probably even more difficult to come back from. As they would have had the challenge lead there as well. Right now, just looking to win the game on the server. And what a performance from them, from their side as well. Of course, both of us thought that Fate might be the stronger side, but as you decided to go for that Fate pick, I at least had a little bit of a belief still there that Singularity could bring things back. We knew it was going to be a close match. But Singularity could go for a match point here and could turn this all back around.
Well, that's going to trigger a full rotation from Singularity. They're going to head straight back down to the safe site, and unfortunately for Fate, they might not piece it together just in time. They're going to have Han with the AWP to defend from CT, but he needs to go absolutely huge right now. He's had a fairly good game, 17-17, but he's going to have to really give us a showstopper right now as Singularity get ready to make their way forward from ramp. And there we go. This is the notorious Han, shotgun AWP. The other players falling around him, flashed out of position, and Remoy to just delete him. Redstar and Milky, 2 players from short, and it wouldn't surprise me if they just save here.
Yeah, at the same time, of course, sure, you go for the save to still try to be there for something in that next round to come, as that could be our last round of this quarterfinal. Of course, winner here moves on to face off against the guys from Budapest 5 that had a great day yesterday, but it was a very, very tight Group B to get to victory, and Fate already all had the pleasure of heading up against the Budapest 5 guys, and did end up losing their battle there, of course. Budapest 5 going unbeaten to win Group B and to be straight placed in towards the semi-final. But both of the teams that, of course, join them in those semi-finals, they don't continue immediately. It is into that first semi-final from the teams that just had a break. And then we'll see how it all comes down. But whoever plays that second semi-final up against Budapest 5, what's looking like it's going to be Team Singularity, especially in the knife round, anything yet again possible. It's going to be difficult for them to then also play a grand final, as there's no big break after the semi-final best of one.
But now let's see how Fates are able to fare, as it looks a bit the knife players of Singularity are going to bolt it towards B's site. Fate, they'll spot this, they'll be wary of it, but they'd have some issues challenging it. It looks like there's going to be a player under window who's going to look to try and just, well, kill anyone. But the AK are just going to delete Fate. There you have it. It's going to be Singularity going for the victory, and they might be able to do so. For Fate, I'm surprised they even went for the challenge here, because Singularity 12-9 up. Milky's able to find one of his own. Plant goes down. Patrik on the retake, up close and personal, but they expect him to be here. Yes, they do. They spot him. He's unable to find the kill. He's got his teammates supporting him from kitchen, but Han is ready for him. Patrik forced forward by the mod. The IceBerg to find him. Milky, the lone man, able to spam down Han a little bit. IceBerg a little bit as he backs away, but fortunately, he'll be caught out. 11 HP standing. IceBerg to shut him down. And with that, Singularity take it against Fate 13-9 as they advance to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and think about the way that would have gone down if you wouldn't have been able to actually then also find those kills in that round. First of all, you lose the challenge. If you then also would have lost the round on the side of Singularity, that would have all turned us over. And with that, we'll see how it's going to go. As of course, next game is still going to be coming up. Singularity, a little bit of a surprise maybe for them to be moving over. And yeah, both of our maybe favorites going forward are out. I had, Big is my favorite there. Who are you now going to be rooting for, as I think that Project X are going to be able to win the tournament?
Project X is definitely going to win. They're definitely favorites to win the tournament, but I think Budapest 5, they've given us a pretty good showing so far. So,
all right,
let's see. We might have the Project X Budapest 5 final. We'll have to see though, because in just a moment we'll have your next semi-final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short little break.
Welcome back, guys. This is the Challenge Cup, day number 3 of playoffs, and we've just seen 2 fantastic quarterfinals today, and Team Singularity moving on to the semifinal against Fate. They had this victory coming for them, and I have an interview with one of the guys from Singularity in a minute, but let's just have a quick glimpse at our schedule and at our standings today, because you might probably have just tuned in and wonder what is going on today in our playoffs. And of course, I have everything else for you, what is happening, what are the standings, and so on and so forth. So I'm just waiting for production to forward those to you. And here we are already. This is our bracket. We have the 2 semi-finals fixed. It is Project X against Heart Legion Esports, which we already knew it's gonna be, and then Team Singularity, who now forwarded to the semi-finals and will play head-to-head against Budapest 5. And actually, this is going to be 2 very interesting matches, because we've not seen Project X and the Budapest 5 yet today, because they have been playing yesterday, of course, and they did pretty well. And I'm really interested in how this is going to play out here. So next match, Project X against Heart Legion Esports, just in a few minutes. But first, let us do, as promised, the interview from Team Singularity. Remoy, how are you doing, mate? Congratulations for this very good game here.
Thank you.
So, did you think you will win this thing? Were you sure before?
More practice, I think we should take this.
Okay.
It should only be easier from now on.
so it's
Hopefully.
It's going to be easier or harder for the rest of the tournament? What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's gonna be maybe the same pace, maybe easier. I don't know. We will see. We will just take it step by step.
Okay. What do you expect from the Budapest 5 in the match against them? Have you seen any of their matches?
Not really.
Okay.
So it's I don't know. I don't know what to expect really.
So you
But
still
Fate was a good team as well. So
yeah, definitely. And
if we can beat Fate, we can beat them.
I would have said so, and it was actually a tough game, especially in the beginning. It was a really a head race, so I did not know who would gonna be taking this away. When were you like a little more confident that you would win this? Which was the turning point for you in this last game?
I think we should just like focus on winning rounds instead of just focus on winning the challenges. If we do that, we should be able to comfortably win, I think.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is definitely an interesting strategy. I'm looking forward to seeing you play again. So congratulations again. I won't hold you up any longer, so you can prepare for your next match, and maybe, hopefully, talk to you later, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, see
you
you.
then.
Bye-bye. So that was a Remoy of Team Singularity. Very, very nice. And yeah, as I said, we won't do much talking here and try to put the next game up as quickly as we can. We are still 20 minutes behind our schedule here, so don't worry, guys. We will still be here and do all the matches as planned. We have two more semifinals, BO1 ready, and afterwards there will be the grand final, best of 3. With the 2 teams that now will have the victory on their side in those semifinals. I'm really, really excited on who it's going to be. Maybe chat, you can, I've seen some Ave Legion again in the chat. Maybe you can write down who is your favorite team right now. Who do you expect to win this thing? Who will win the first CSGO Challenge Cup. And just a quick reminder, it's about a 15,000 euro prize pool, and all the teams who have made it to the semi-final have already secured themselves at least 2,000 euros. So all those teams, again, 2,000 euros at least. And the winning team, I think, will go away with 7,000 euros. And the second team, which so at least as soon as you're in the final, you will have a guaranteed 4,000 euros secured for your team, which is quite a nice sum. So let's see if that's motivation enough for them to do as well as we heard of it today so far. And now we're done with so far, and we're going on to so forth, and that's the role for Tyler and Kramer at the cast.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think it should be quite interesting to see where we're going to be going. It is yet again going to come down to what our veto is going to be. Hopefully not another Mirage. I'm hoping to maybe see a new map in there. Still a little bit of hope sprinkled in for a nuke or a train, maybe into a grand final, maybe even into a best of 3. I think our chances are definitely cut out for us. But first semi-final, gonna be coming up. Kremer, what do you think?
Honestly, I am really, really excited to see Project X. They were we didn't really see much of them because they just stomped everyone in their last group. So now we might be able to see them with a bit of a challenge ahead. You know, the CIS Derby, I know for a fact that these teams would have played against each other before. They would have been able to actually strat one another. I think that this would be a perfect chance for us to maybe see a very close game between players who might have a bit of a rivalry with each other. We saw when we spoke to Project X, their approach to this tournament is to go around and shoot some bots. Let's see if Harlegion are going to kind of give a chance to do that.
Yeah, and I think one thing as well in the interview that we just heard was also just the fact, okay, saying on the side of Singularity, we're just trying to win rounds. We're not going for those challenges. We saw that on the server, but they needed a couple of those challenges just to keep it close enough. Sure, you're allowed to maybe drop one challenge in that margin, but I need to win a very, very convincing game on the server. We can already see it in our veto. Nuke out, train out. It's gonna come down to Vertigo. So at least a new map for the day today, and definitely a map that we've already seen, but has now been a little bit left in the back of our heads. So I think Project X is going to bring a great game. They are going to be our clear favorites, but yeah, I think both teams, they faced each other plenty of times before, and yeah, I'm still going to go with Project X to move on to the grand final and to win it after all. Have you actually been keeping track of predictions? Because I haven't. I'm pretty sure that I might be one behind.
I think I'm one ahead.
I'm not sure. Yeah,
but I haven't been keeping track either. We'll just call it even for now. Yeah, I tell you what, you said it perfectly. You know, that interview with Project X, you know, by the wonderful Dirk, a man actually who's so good at casting. Rumor has it he has to always be facing magnetic north, otherwise he won't function. So whether that's true or not, we'll have to see. But for Project X, though, yeah, we saw that interview. They were confident. They were seriously confident. And that interview was off the back of a game where they utterly stomped Singularity on Vertigo. They headed to Vertigo again and map again. Confident on. They've shown they're confident on it. Let's see if they're able to do so again, and maybe even take it against Harlegion.
Yeah, I think both of us expected Fate to maybe even come to the table a little bit stronger. Singularity were able to prove us wrong. They were able to be the stronger team on the server. Also just about won the game on points, and we'll see how it's going to go. Maybe we do see another upset, another team from the quarterfinal to make it through. Thus far, all teams that are still in the tournament have already secured themselves at least 2,000 euros in prize money. And we generally know as well that for these CIS teams, that transfers into a lot more in comparison to EU teams. Not to give them any shout, but of course, I mean, we see it a bunch of times as well that just CIS teams have smaller prize pools as well in comparison.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think for CIS teams, in terms of how currency transfers, $2,000 is a lot, and that can get you really, really far, pretty much anywhere in the CIS region. So they are really looking for a solid prize pool right now, and they're definitely working hard to get it. And looking at how much success they've had in the tournament so far, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a CIS team take the tournament.
Yeah, and that's the point. I mean, one of these two teams is going to be going home with at least $4,000 because one of these two teams has to make it to our grand final later on. Then that will be a best of three. So maybe the randomness of the best of ones definitely being taken out. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how the challenges develop, how you guys are going to be voting. I'm sure that the Russian stream is going to be absolutely booming when it comes down to it. Because I'm guessing that all of this be here. For anybody still wondering that is in the chat right now that might not understand us as well, if you do want a Russian native stream, head on over to Challenge Cup TV _RU. So just keep this link, do an _RU behind it, and then press enter in your browser. And then you could have a Russian native stream. If there is still any Germans, we have a job brought to you by Esport Mania. Great guys over there. And yeah, apart from that, you could just stick with us on the English stream. We're hopefully ready to jump into Vertigo in just time, and we'll see how it all goes underway.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I am going to throw it to you. Yeah, what's your actually topic of predictions? We've just heard you think Project X. I think Harley, you could potentially take it. We will have to see. But without further ado, here we have it. Project X, comprising of Sergey's Psycho, Sensei, MQ, and Toxic, as they take on the Heart Legion. Sviat, Forrester, Drobny, Yeledes, and Rajan taking place on Vertigo, the towering skyscraper in San Francisco, a map that has proven to be very, very aim-heavy. It's momentum-based, it's speed-based, and it's a map where your aim comes through prevalent compared to others. Let's see how either team faces. We've seen Project X have success on this map. This is a first for Heart Legion to play here. Let's see if they hit us with a surprise.
Yeah, so we're high up on this skyscraper. 50th and the 31st floor are our two stories that we are actually on. Of course, Vertigo is still one of those maps that we don't have too many on. That, of course, are set on two different levels. That makes it a little bit more difficult to try and decide where you actually want to go. And generally the CT is also working with those stairs. I still think it's easier to shoot from up top and shoot down. But I heard a couple of guys also saying that they'd rather spray up. So we'll see how it all comes down as we're taking the route next to the provisional elevator into the T-spawn. And then we should be jumping into our pistol. Something seems off, so we're getting the round restarted here. And this shall be your pistol.
Here we have it. Pause almost coming underway. Just a moment as we should enter freeze time any second now. We've got Heart Legion starting on that CT side. A favoured side, I think, for Vertigo, but considering the bonuses, considering how it's structured, it's only just CT-sided. I think that a lot of these bonuses, they're very kind of aim-centered. We take a look at that rounds that we see with Scout Aim Duel on A. That just ruins any CT advantage because its enemy team is going to be right on top of you. So we saw the, I believe it was earlier today. Could have been Singularity try to get one up. No, it was Heart Legion actually try and get one up on Inferno, where they just had body blocked anyone in Banana. They couldn't be shot at because then they wouldn't have been fighting on B and they would have won the round, or won the bonus at least. But fortunately, they were boosted over. For now, let's see how Heart Legion is able to fare, as Project X definitely a new beast to tame.
Well, and challenges, their preparation for those challenges, they were definitely ready for Inferno as well to see how they can actually defend things. Yeah, let's see how it comes down at the end of it. We're still waiting for this game to get going. We do have a short technical, but we should be back live soon. So, a little bit of commercials here for our production, our building company here. But yeah.
I know that got
it has been quite a while under construction, this skyscraper, so might not be the most effective construction company, but at least, I mean, what has already been built has been pretty solid to remain standing.
I mean, the amount of bombs that have gone off on this, it's built like a brick house. There's no way you're going to be able to topple this thing as for now, it looks like it is just connection issues on the side of Heart Legion. Hopefully they'll be back very, very shortly. They said we just got word from the admin, maybe 1 minute or so, so should be back in fairly shortly.
Yeah, yet again, I think the humor also on a map like this with the whole sign over towards the B-bomb site, I think it is, with how many casualties they've had in the past couple of days, or how many days it has been since the last casualty. Love humor like that.
You know, it updates every time someone falls off the map.
Really?
Yeah, so if someone falls off the map, it ups to 1.
Ah, that's nice. I've never seen it be 1. I usually always see it be 0. But there you go. As soon as we talk about it, this job site has suffered 0 injuries.
Exactly. If someone falls off the map, that'll go up to 1. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. And I love that there's notice saying no weapons. And no tank tops. Huh. Think about if we would still have Freakazoid on. What would he do playing Vertigo?
Well, it'd be his instant veto, wouldn't it? He's not allowed to play it.
Yeah. Huh.
That's a way to structure a veto, isn't it? One of our players can't wear his tank top, so there you go. Just out there.
So we'll see how that comes down. No loud music, so no hard bass either to keep your mood up. And of course, we break that no explosives rule pretty much all the time. But yeah, same as the no weapons. Difficult. Whoever's not wearing their hard hat should come back to spawn and put one on. But of course, in pistol rounds, wearing a helmet, kind of going to be unfair.
Yeah, without a doubt. For now, I like us there's no weapons as well. Like, that's clearly got out of the way. Actually, maybe if they're breaking the no weapons rule, they might as well break the no tank top rule. I think if you're bringing assault rifles and stuff to a construction site, I think they're going to care about that a little more than if you're wearing a tank top or not.
Well, but it decides what side it depends what side he starts on, what side he plays on, because of course the police are only there because the T's brought the weapons, and maybe the T's are wearing tank tops. So that might be the only reason why they're even there. So let's just see how it comes down. It should be going back live pretty soon, as everything supposedly is fixed. So usually then, as soon as we get the word from our admins, and until the point that we actually see it, it's during like a minute or a minute and a half until we actually go live with it, depending on if they put the message into our chat immediately after. But yeah.
Have to see. I heard some in-game messages going, so it looks like the freeze time might end in just a moment. Oh, restart comes through. It's to a warm-up. Any second now. Here we go. Entering pistol round. Give it just a moment. Looks like utility brought up on either side. Nothing too extreme. 20 seconds left on this clock for the buy round. And from the looks of it, Hard Legion, they do go for these. They favor at least these very armor-heavy pistol rounds. We'll see if they repeat it here. Judging by the eyes of Forrester and Drobny, that might be the case. Take it away, Tyler.
Let's see how it comes down. As of course, over towards that T side, Project X, they're going to be wielding a P250 alongside plenty of utility, actually. There's 3 players not going to have any body armor, but rather going for that utility. Already one flash over towards the B-bomb site has actually pulled a rotation over. The big focus right now for the CT is still over towards that side of the map, but Drobny, he might get antsy and he might just push into this alongside Svea, as right now they're still just waiting for Project X to actually make a move. Svea also just holding this defensively, a little bit of damage already being dealt, but Svea, there's a bomb dropped in his vision. Of course, falling back straight on after as the T's now still going to be pushing over towards this A-bomb site. Decoys out towards Cement, as they are now taking the pace out of the game a little bit. And that's why Forrester is still going to be over towards that B-bomb site. Not going to be rotating over just yet, and just in case, Project X might pull it back all the way. But now, utility is going to be dropped, and Toxic will probably be looking for a kill here as well. Lines one up with that Glock, finds a headshot as Drobny falls. And this still, Sviat, so much visibility for him on the USP, but the damage is not able to connect, and this should be bomb being planted for Project X. Now all they need to do is hold on, but Sviat with a double on the USP. This still far from over, as all of a sudden Toxic now just as strong, but Sensei in a 1v1 in the P250. Smoke to cover off the defuse, and Raging does have a defuse kit to work with as well. 5-second defuse, he pulls things off. No, it will be Sensei to find that last kill on the P250. And oh boy.
Yeah, Project X, that was incredible from... That was my heart just went either way for that pistol round. It looked like the Archlegion were going to take it. Then Project X had a rebuttal. Then the trade went back around, and then Sensei takes the 1v2. That was incredible by Project X to just ease themselves forward. We are going to enter the bonus round of unscoped sniper kills only. Let's see how it fares.
Yeah, isn't going to matter here. Both teams going to be on those scouts. I'm a fan of Psycho actually being on the Mac 10. So he could actually be doing a little bit of damage as well. Especially if players are going to be tagged down by the scouts. Which could come down. So maybe even Psycho being in there to ruin the challenge for them. Let's just see. Sensei already picking up one. Unscoped headshot, nicely done. As Deleta's on his way, falling back. One player in towards Cement has only now been spotted. Sensei grabbing a second kill for the round.
Actually ringing out a few shots of his own, able to find Psycho. Nice little scope there. As, of course, I think both teams have hit these unscoped kills for now. As see Demke making his way up from mid, and Raijin the man to watch out for. And as far as we find Demke, the flank from mid, it's been ruined. It's now down to 3v3. Deleta's fighting Sergez, and things are just that bit closer. Raijin looking like he's going to aggress, bringing out a few shots here or there. I can't see a plant happening right now. Toxic finding the first push comes, so it's going to be team deathmatch. Roster and Deleta's finding Sensei, tagged up Toxic again. Deleta's with a lovely 2 no-scopes there to secure a first round for Half Legion. A tie-up in points with both teams winning the challenge, and a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, so I think still very important. Sure, you do lose the round, but at least both teams picking up the challenge here, rather than already giving up a lead easy as that. Let's see, though, how things continues. Of course, Heart Legion, 2 MP9s on the scoreboard. Those scouts still going to remain in effect, and Raging already find that first kill. It's going to be good for him to find as Psycho falls. Still, those Tech 9s could be just as deadly as the MP9s if used correctly.
Out on either side, and Project X with a lot of utility expended. They don't really make much ground. Xavier, he's still up close and personal, able to fall back as well, and he shouldn't be able to get that much space as he backs it away. Sergez and Sensei both on about 10 HP. Demke, the only man who can maybe tank a single bullet, but our Legion looked very strong on what's essentially an anti-eco now, granted for Project X. They are forcing, regardless, though. Let's see how they can fare as they make their way towards the safe site, looking for the odd pick here or there. They do have a player laying in wait towards DT spawn, but looks like it will just be a potential flank. Deleta's and Drobny, they clean up Sensei, and MQ. Sergez, he just cowers in wait. 1 versus 5, no HP, only a little bit of armor, and, well, no hope, especially with only 9 HP. There are players waiting for him. He's about to walk into their crosshair, and just like that, Half Legion take the lead 2-1.
It's also better just to fall as a team, because of course you're not going to have any money if you actually do survive the round with the Tech 9 just there. On that T side, that is always going to be the difficulty. As at least this round is going to throw utility out the window. Knife round 3v3. Let's see who's actually going to be involved. As weapons are going to be switched. Have the best weapons on those 2 guys that are not going to be involved. Everybody else can only buy up armor and go for those knives. So Sergez and Toxic seem to be the players that stay behind, and then Sensei, Demke, and Psycho actually have to go for this one. Forrester has already spotted out one man here. The door always going to be one of those choke points. Right now, still both teams picking up kills in this one. As Sensei grabs his double, and this is going to be the knife round won by Project X. The first time that a lead is going to be there by challenges. Still, the round surely going to negate that as Hard Legion have the better weaponry to actually still keep hold of this.
The HP isn't very good on Project X either, so Hard Legion, they're definitely not out of this. Okay, shuts down Sivia, and that should pretty much confirm the round. Rajan, while he's able to maybe farm 2 players, he's walking into a full armament of Project X players. I can't see him winning that. And Project X, with securing this round, it will put them 6-4 up, because these challenges, it means so much. As, fortunately, he will just cower away towards CT spawn. And Project X, they seem to want to hunt him. They don't want him to have any money whatsoever. As the plant goes down, Project X, they look to tie it up 2-2.
He has body armor, has that helmet, has a kit, a smoke, flashbang, already a lot to be saved. And surely, of course, you could drop that MP9 to a fellow player or just play it yourself in that next round still to come. But every single kill is going to give you a little bit more of a bonus. Nice double.
Ooh.
And maybe even a better weapon to collect at the end of it. Is he actually going to go for this defuse? He would have enough time, just about. Needs to find the bomb here, though. Is already putting in those numbers. Just about Sensei going to be there to find that headshot.
That was scary.
Too close for comfort.
That was very scary for Project X there. A bow loosening moment, I think is the English term for that. As for now, our Legion, they go on to another standard round, but this time they do so with a double up setup on Drobny and Rajan. Project X, even though they won the round, their money is still not great. It's an MP9, there's a Mac 10 here or there. Gonna look to maybe catch these AWPs off guard with the complement of speed. Now that first AWP is spotted. Drobny shutting down Sensei. And with that, our Legion find themselves at a man advantage, but Drobny, he wants to press for more. He's boosted up on those sandbags, ringing out a few shots. Psycho to tag him down, but Psycho being legged down himself. As Drobny maintains his aggression, continuing to spam down utility to buy as much space as possible for our Legion, as Project X now have to fight for every inch of ground.
Yeah, and that's the point. Hard Legion right now on the CT side especially, they're still looking so strong on their regular rounds to keep this going. Of course, they were helped a little bit with that knife round, of course, not having to invest immediately, and that's why the loss there didn't really mean all too much for them. We're still able to buy in this one. And this here, Toxic, about to jump on over. Molotov not going to be doing further damage. And right now, still just chilling, putting up a second player up that boost. And the smoke right now is going to let Forrester focus on one single position. Still, he is all the way back. Will have the support of the AWP here now as well. Still, as now the Molotovs start to rain in, all the utility comes. Forrester is going to be in a prime position. Deletta is finding a double. And actually, even Forrester being shut down with the performance from the other guys, it's enough to just keep this going. Denkin all by himself. He's got a 4K on Vertigo before, but not going to happen here as Hard Legion hold on to this one. The lead on the server, as still the total points slightly favor Project X. This next challenge is going to be coming up, and the winner of the round wins the challenge as well, as long as he hasn't used a different weapon than the shotgun.
Let's see just how Hard Legion are able to fare right now. They've been doing very well on the buys, but again, it's the challenges that matter, and Project X, they're the ones who seem to take a victory with them. For now, it's going to be that pump gun round only. It's XM10s, Novas, Sawed-offs, and, well, all the rest from either side as they both commit to winning this challenge. Let's see if either's able to do so, though. This Project X start barreling towards Ramp. Stargate's fighting Rajan early on. Forrester deleted by Toxic. And that pretty much should confirm the round. I can't see Sivia going for a huge mulligan right now. So ring out a few shots, the flashbangs forcing him back. Get out of that shotgun to be at range. Droppy finding Toxic at range. 4 shotgun shots ringing out as Sivia is able to find Sensei. While he's out of position, taking a substantial amount of kills. Lyko able to find him through the smoke, and it's just utter chaos on this B site. MQ able to drop a smoke getting that plant, and that can mean everything right now. Our Legion, they have to commit to a retake with only shotguns. A very difficult concept considering smokes are landing all around them.
Especially on the XM, the range isn't exactly as great. Now you'd really be longing for a Nova in this one. But it's nice they fall back to the Alps, also shoot the AK into the corner. Could, of course, always throw that off the map. But I'd love for them to actually just hold on to positions where their weapons wouldn't be able to be recovered. Even here, Project X certainly not going to be going back this far, as they might still be able to recover an AK in towards the enemy spawn. Not gonna be the case though. Yeah, Psycho does actually get an AK. That was all the way back in T-spawn. This is going to see them being up 2 by challenges. They win their challenge and, of course, the round as well. That was a requirement for winning the challenge. 9-5 on total score.
Now let's see how Project X are able to fare. And all things considered, with a 9-5 lead on points, it shows how important these challenges are. They've almost doubled the point scoreline, even though they're tied up in actual, well, in game. And if Sensei keeps taking shots like that onto Dropney as he tries to aggress, then Project X might mount a bit of a comeback. Sergey's will be dinked down through the smoke, but Psycho's just going to aggress, straight down Siviet as Diledes, no choice but to back away. He's hugging side. He doesn't want anyone to push him down, but him hiding on side means that his Psycho's been able to get all the way towards center site. He knows that there's players towards CT. If he has the right chance to get some aggression, then our Legion might be utterly destroyed. Psycho finds the first, he does the second step. Spotting him, bringing out a few shots. No kill found yet as the molly will force players away. Demke finding Forrester on the other side of the map, and Raijin suddenly very, very alone towards CT spawn.
Yeah, still going to be looking to do his best to try and hold on to this off. He's going to find one onto Toxic, but shut down immediately after by Psycho. No need to collect on a secondary op. And with that, the T's continue on as Project X now take the lead on the server as well. Can they continue this onwards as the LVP 1v1 over towards the B bomb site is going to be our next challenge? And look at the weaponry as well on that Hard Legion side. Sure, Forrester is going to buy an M4 here, but I'm pretty sure that Dropney has 3 assists, so that puts him at higher points. Forrester is going to be our LVP, so our least valuable player thus far. But yet again, even when the 1v1 is going to be won, if it comes down to a 5-on-4, just look at the weaponry that's going to be there for Hard Legion. Sure, they might be able to collect on that rifle quick enough. Oh, but Sergas, he's going to be really, really close, and Forrester only watching one angle. Surely by now, you have to consider that he could be coming in from behind. Sergey's down, quick to connect, and there you go. Now going to be challenged by everybody else. There's 2 weapons to now be recovered, and everybody else can play those MP9s. But look at that, nobody heads over towards the A bomb site. I'm not sure why, as it should be Project X already in position. They have respect for their opponents though and take their aim. As already Hard Legion have now rotated back over. And quick as we descend over towards the A-bomb site, Toxic already picking up the letters. And this should be a 5th round almost confirmed here. We've seen this pillar being played a couple of times by pro teams. As the bomb is planted. And the challenge was won. 4-1 challenge lead right now, looking really strong next to the lead on the server here.
The Hard Legion, things go from bad to worse. So only do they lose the challenge, losing the round as well. They are able to save an M4 and AK, but it's a silver lining at best. I think we saw earlier as well on Inferno, 5-2 was the separation between Hard Legion and their opponents. And honestly, at 5-2, it was pretty much already decided. The doing a substantial amount of damage, but it won't matter. The ball's going to go off regardless, and with the points won, that's what really matters here. Not the players dying, because Project X, they have money regardless. For now, we're going to enter a standard round, and Hard Legion, they can't... Standard rounds mean nothing to them. They need to win these bonuses, as Project X, they're not ahead by much in terms of rounds, but it's the quality of the rounds. And the fact that 4 of their 5 rounds have been challenges mean that they've just had such an injection of points, which Hard Legion can't match.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem to see on how Hard Legion can come back into this. This is going to be a regular round now. That Hard Legion, yet again, are going to be limited to what they can actually use. Just when it comes down to their usual buy, Tifa Masters in the mix alongside the Deagle. We know how strong those can be. Yet again, Project X just better equipped. They have money in the bank. And well, even if you do have the AWP in that next round as well with the unscoped sniper kills, that would be a great addition as well. To not only be on scouts, which is surely what Hard Legion will be limited to, no matter if they win or lose this round. Sensei already picking up one onto Sphere, looking for more above that smoke. Sensei fully blind. No way do you hit that shot through the smoke onto the letters. Sometimes a little bit of luck involved as well, but Sturgis, support there for the utility. There's everything coming out right now. Ragent goes in towards tower, but already being naded out, and Psycho to find that headshot, all down to Forrester. And it's looking like almost a clean round here from Project X. I think this is more along the lines that we actually expected.
Yeah, I think Hard Legion, they definitely had the opportunity. They were always going into this as underdogs. They could have got lucky maybe and started coming back and giving Project X a run for their money, but doing it on Project X's own map is suicidal.
Yeah, and right now, match being paused, surely also going to be on the side of Hard Legion. To check out what's actually going to be going on. And right now, 6-3 on the server. But the contrast here when it comes down to just those challenges makes this even more insane. Do you reckon that they now get the lead going in towards halftime as well?
I think that is hard for Project to not get the lead going into halftime, because I would expect to see maybe a 9-3 lead going in their favor, simply because Hard Legion, if they lose this round, it's down to an eco for a standard round. Project X take that, of course. That puts them at 8-3. Then it goes to the next bonus round, which is a Scout Showdown. And I think if they're winning unscoped snipers, they're going to win Scout Showdown, surely. So for me, Project X, they're more than likely going to take this half fairly convincingly.
Yeah, and the thing is, of course, that within this round, either team could win as long as they don't scope and don't use any other weapons than a sniper.
Got the auto coming out as well.
Oh, I love that. I love that. We saw that having success in the days already, especially over towards Mirage. I can't remember which teams it was.
It was actually Drobny. He was the...
Yeah.
Drobny was the man who started the auto sniper trend, and Toxic's the man to continue it.
Still, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Scout Showdown is one of the rounds where you also need to win the rounds to win the challenge. And that, of course, if Project X take a win like that and make it a 5-1, literally a 4-round difference, then that's going to be insanely difficult. They actually bring out a second auto sniper here as well. Toxic and Psycho are going to be on semi-automatic rifles. No action bolting going on.
That's going to be interesting. That's expensive as well, if anything. That is a lot of money that's been invested under Project X. Almost 30k worth of equipment value there. Hard Legion, on the other hand, it's only about 3.4. They have to go for scouts, and scouts against auto snipers in almost every scenario lose. But no scoping, we'll have to see. I mean, it's kind of accuracy by quantity of fire in terms of Project X with these auto snipers. Whereas Hard Legion, they have to pray they are accurate enough.
Yeah, and the thing is as well that the auto snipers, I'm pretty sure that actually no scoping, they are pretty accurate. Like, they're not that bad. It's not like the AWP where sometimes you're standing and you shoot in the center of your screen, but actually goes towards the far right or something like that. The auto snipers don't have as much of a random spread. Also, of course, you don't have any scopes on, but I know a couple of players that have, I think Fallen was the story that actually painted a dot or a scoreboard onto his monitor at some stage.
Oh yeah, you do it with blue tack quite a lot as well.
Yeah, and you can, of course, also on modern monitors, you can set that option on as well. And I know a couple of players that actually use like a red dot scope on their monitor and don't even use an in-game crosshair. I've heard that from a couple of players already.
I've seen it a fair few times as well. We'll see if any of these players use it though. Now, he'll be toxic with this auto, ready to take some fights, and as the infamous rat-tat-tat comes out towards the mid, let's see how our Legion fare. Is going to be Raijin to delete Psycho to kick things off. For now, there's no real response as well. Tensei, he's ready at the other side of the saddle. He hears the player coming towards him. He spots the barrel of the gun. Does he aggress? Looks like he might have to. Project X line themselves up for an A-take.
At the very least, it's already a lot of information being collected here. The shot up top might give the further position away as well, but there you go. Now push is about to be imminent. The auto snipers now coming into full effect. Sensei and Toxic both lining them up already. They just heard the shot coming out. Demk is also gonna be successful in his off, and there you go. All of a sudden, it's a 4-on-2. Sure, Sensei and Circus both tagged down low, but that doesn't matter if you're up against those scouts.
Yeah, I think with the scouts, it's either you die or you don't, so it doesn't really matter if you're low HP or if you're anything below 60 essentially. So the Forester, he's going to try his best. That nade could be a substantial amount of damage.
Yes, it does.
MQ, the molly could do a bit more as well. As these nades are going to be what finishes the job, but you need to bear in mind that because of that nade kill, there's a challenge is won by Project X. Forester finding Toxic, but nade kill, of course, not scouts. Now there's low HP players that are left standing. This is very winnable for Hard Legion. See if they're able to do so, though.
Not sure why it would have already been won here. But at the same time, Circus and Forrester both trading hits here. And still Sensei, 1 HP, just needs to connect, and it isn't going to happen. Sensei picks up the round for Project X, stays alive, brings the auto sniper through into the next round. And a 7-3 already on the server. Sure, both teams picking up the challenge. No worries there. But it's 17-7 when it comes down to total score as well.
Yeah, that is insane. So I want to highlight as well is that round shouldn't have been that close, I think, with Project X. They were in a 4v2 with a substantial amount of utility, well, not so much utility, but positioning. Yeah, they had the plant, they had the retake pretty much locked down. The fact Projects made it that close is well played to them, but again, Hard Legion, they desperately need rounds right now.
Yeah, any round necessary now for Hard Legion, otherwise this could take a very quick turn in favor of a Project X of actually winning this game as well. All talking towards mid, and right now, of course, utility very much limited for the CT side. Diletta's though going aggressive, finding one, but Sensei there to trade immediately on after. Psycho finds Drobny. There's already more players being taken out. That was the AWP in a forward position. I'm surprised that he didn't connect on his shot. A further push might even be to follow from Sviat. Does not have the flash support of Forrester as for the moment just yet, as he's still on the other side of the map.
Soviet, he'll make his way forward alongside. He needs to go huge right now, but that molly is going to force him out of position. Project X, they don't skip on any clearance. They are so methodical with this, and I'm surprised if they just fall away right now. The auto sniper finding Forrester. Sensei actually strikes a 3k with it there. Project X, they make it 8, and now we have that scout showdown on the B sites. And Project X, it wouldn't surprise me if they just go with full guns and just go for the win, because they well, by all means, able to
at the same time
take it out.
I mean, you might as well just try to go for this round on the scouts. You're of course allowed to scope in as well. No damage to be dealt until 1 minute and 20.
That's true.
And if you do win it, then of course you're at 6-2 when it comes down to challenges. And having a 4-challenge lead moving in towards that halftime, especially because they then need the 9th round as well. I mean, a 9-3 into halftime, a 4-challenge lead could be all you need for that participation towards the grand final. It's a way for us to at least bring it back as well. I like the fact that they're bringing further weapons
just in case
over
procedure.
towards in case somebody breaks the rules here. Smoke's about to go down. No early damage here. With that now, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the damage to come out now. As already Demq finds one on the nice. Sensei is going to find another one. Demq actually finds a double there. And there you go, the round works out for them. Maybe Raging still able to isolate these guys, but it's not going to happen. Project X to win the round, to win the challenge, and also to be 9-3 on our half. And surely, Kremer, this is not going to be a position where you actually can bring things back. What was that? Like 6 rounds in a row or something along those lines?
It must have been. What I love from Demq is those knife kills. It shows a true mastery of the game. Like, it shows he knows what to do, how to do it, and he just utterly shuts down everyone. So really well played for him. Let's see how Hard Legion fare, of course. Going into this pistol round is armor pretty much around the board. They've got 2 flashes on Rajan and a P250 to maybe find some heads, but Project X, they've definitely got plenty more utility. It's 3 players with nades. There's 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and a kit on Demq. It's honestly, they aren't going for Angels here. They're going for retake on most of these sites, as they do have players stacked up towards B. Let's see how Hard Legion fare, because with only 2 flashes, they have to go for these Angels here. It has to be just an explosion of players. And the B site will be that point of contact. First flash goes down, second flash there to follow. As the response hits either way, Toxic and Demq find one of their own. Rajan able to trade onto 2 more, but still a 2 versus 3. Smoke goes down, Soga's just going to lead that charge. Sensei coming up from behind to help from mid, tapping down at Rajan. It's all down to Drobny, only 9 HP, as Demq will delete him. Project X, they lead 10-3, and it looks like this game might just be a formality.
Yeah, I mean, Shirley now able to win the next couple of rounds as well. Deagle Showdown, though, Shirley opens up the door for Hard Legion. As yet again, we ascend the construction elevator on the outside of the building up in towards that T-spawn area. Let's see how Hard Legion will fare. A bomb site going to be the site to hit, but no damage until 1:20. And of course, right now, Project X, they're doing the best of their favorite role here. Of course, are the favorites to move on to the grand final. And also to probably win the whole tournament. Let's see how they actually manage. Because if they win this Deagle challenge, surely it's all going to be all over and done with.
Well, I imagine so. I can't see Hard Legion taking it. And I like how Hard Legion are running away from A. I think they want to bait them into a loss, but it won't matter. Project X, they just destroy everyone.
I love this.
They shoot early, and they use that now to just get the round. They realize they can close it out with no worry whatsoever. And Hard Legion, out of reflexes being shot, they shot back. I mean, they also lose the challenge.
No, they probably win because breaking the rules lets the other team win automatically. So I'm guessing that Project X, because they broke the rules first, Hard Legion is going to win. That probably is going to be updated as soon as possible. But I mean, it doesn't really matter for this stage right now, as it will then be 23-9 effectively. And at that stage as well, I love the fact that Project X take their time. They wait until they have everybody in their sights, and only at that point do they actually attack before the timer has run out. But yeah, looking to go for that match point now. They're ready to shut everybody else down. Sensei tapping away. So yeah, Hard Legion will get those points added on after, but it won't matter from what we can tell at the moment.
They're just progressing, and look at it for Project X. They're just ruthless at this point. For now, it's going to be down to Deledes, the lone man. With so many players to find, what does he even do here? 4 players to find, and only one of them's low. There's utility, there's positioning. Project X, they are formidable right now.
Yeah, and Deledes, of course, he's still trying to do as much damage as he can. Yet again, already been spotted, and he's only going to be taken out here by Toxic. It really seems like Project X, they've found their strides, and they're looking for just a quick end to this one. A challenge to bring us to an end, maybe. Race to the enemy spawn, but literally Project X, all they have to do is win this round, and the challenge from the other side might not be as big, as of course, 1 Galil, 2 Mac-10s, and a couple of Deagles to come their way as Project X. They're pretty much fully equipped, or would have the capabilities to be so, but actually 2 MP9s in the mix as well, just to shut those guys down. Do you go for the challenge just for good measure, or do you just try to shut them down? Surely, just shut them down. It doesn't matter if they win the challenge as long as you win the round. And then it's 13-3 on the server. The most one-sided game we've seen thus far in the tournament here, at least from the result on the server. We've seen a 13-5, I think, or 13-4, no. Big up against Singularity. Same as Project X up against Singularity. And it seems like they're going to put Hard Legion in their respectful place. But of course, this is a first coming out of Group A against a third from Group B.
We did say that Group B was the tougher group, and the fact that Hard Legion tried their best in that group, it shows that even though Group A was a bit quicker, that doesn't mean it was so much easier. Project X, they stomped every single team there, and well, it looks like for good reason. They come up against Hard Legion, and it's almost like Hard Legion just a stepping stone for them to get to that finals. It's a 12-3 lead. Can they make it 13, or are Hard Legion going to mount a bit of a comeback? The pause finishes. There's 10 seconds left on this clock before we enter what could potentially be the final round. Hard Legion, their buy is that to be desired. 2 Mac-10s, 2 Deagles. The only rifle is a Galil on a drop knee. As Project X looks very, very strong here.
So yeah, right now all those Molotovs to come down. The letters to find 1 kill here already though, just overrun Psycho. Of course, the enemy spawn here a little bit easier maybe to reach for those Ts, and Hard Legion have done exactly that. But right now the CT is still looking to find a couple of kills. Sensei, Toxic, everybody shutting them down. It is going to be a 2-on-2 now, as the bomb's still dropped in enemy hands. Project X will have full control of it. And it's going to come down to Drobny in a 1v2 to maybe still bring things back. Otherwise, we're going to see Project X win this game and move on as our first finalist to fight it out for the bigger share of the 15,000 euro prize pool. 7,000 euro going to the winning team, and Project X, with a performance like this in a semi-final, are surely in their best way of reaching it, and definitely also looking to get us a little bit better onto track when it comes down to our schedule as well.
That was disgustingly one-sided. Project X, they are very, very strong. And, well, they're ruthless. We saw that even on those Deagle rounds, just to close out the map, they point-blank executed anyone who came against them. So, whoever it is who goes against them in the finals is due a very tough game.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. We've talked about it before, of course. Singularity up against Fate is going to be that second semi. Oh, sorry, Budapest 5 against Singularity is going to be that second semi. But yeah, I think Budapest 5 probably the better team to bring it that way. They looked really, really good yesterday, but also Singularity surely in with a decent chance. I'm guessing that semi will be a little bit closer, but we'll see you guys after the break with that next game, and hopefully even another interview in the studio with Dirk.
coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Take the balls and the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
And here we are right after the first semi-final here with Project X stomping Heart Legion into the ground here. Wow, what a match and what a show from Project X here. All in favor of our schedule, of course. So thank you very much, Project X, for playing us into our cards here. Yeah, this was quite exciting and it was over quickly with. There were questions in the chat though. When will the final take place? It's also today, so we'll have another semi-final best of one, so only one match, and then we'll have the epic final incoming. Maybe to show you this, we can have another look at the bracket right now. So that clarifies probably everything. So, the first finalist, it's Project X. They secured themselves at least 4,000 euros of our total 15,000 euro prize pool. And we'll now see who will also forward to the grand final, Budapest 5 or Team Singularity. That's the big question here. We already saw Team Singularity playing today. I think they're in a pretty good shape, but Budapest 5, of course, made a great impression in this Group B. So, yeah, let's see what happens here. But it is for certain, though, that we'll have that if Budapest 5 forwards to the grand final, that there's a matchup that has not been seen in this Challenge Cup yet, because they've been playing in different groups, and those are also the group's first players here. So looking forward to this, and I don't want to keep you up too long. Just a quick reminder that there are giveaways going on today for each and every one of you who is voting for the challenge. There's the chance to win a Razer Viper Mini, because that's our giveaway amongst all the voters. And also, we have one more Razer Viper Mini for the person who gives the most votes. So please go ahead, still vote for the challenges. I mean, it's actually, you control the fate here of those games, right? You saw how important the challenges are in terms of points here for winning all those games. I mean, the last game it was a little clearer than the others, but before that, in our quarterfinals, they were really, really close when it came to match points, and only the challenge points made the difference. So that's just a quick remark about that. We'll move on to the next semi-final, Singularity versus Budapest 5, and I'll give you into those smooth and beautiful hands of Tyler and Kremer.
Thank you very, very much, Dirk, for that lovely little intro. Of course, Dirk, man's so talented at hosting. You have to unlock him by slapping him every time you want him to do a segment. But now we're going to be going into Singularity versus Budapest 5. And what's Tyler, how are you feeling about this one?
I mean, pretty much as we ended that last match, already saying, well, it is going to be a little bit more of a tight one there. Certainly, they gave us a chance to maybe get back onto our schedule. We're hoping still at some stage to see a Nuke or Train. We see Train and Inferno being banned first. And then it is going to be Nuke banned by Singularity. And yeah, I can only see one way that this is going. And yeah, welcome to the Game Buddy Mirage Cup here. Couple of challenges into the mix as well, so we do mix things up here and there. Our observer is already locked off. He's just doing auto director now.
The rest of it, yep.
And yeah, so enjoy the T tours there, as we should be jumping on the server soon. No, jokes aside, I think Budapest 5 are a great team, but probably Singularity also the chance right now to move on in towards that grand final. Who are you going with?
I tell you what, Singularity, they looked really strong today compared to how they did on Monday. They've definitely improved in terms of they've realized the value of bonus rounds. They've started going for them, and they've definitely been a lot stronger. However, I don't think they can beat Budapest 5. Budapest 5 they've topped the hardest group, in my opinion, and they did so with relative ease. They did have some difficult games, but they definitely deserved every moment there, and I think for them, they are going to take this.
So we'll see how it all comes down. Of course, for Budapest 5, it was already looking pretty strong. Thus far, we've seen both of our first, or one of our first place teams from the group to also then advance to the grand final. But yet again, to play in that semi, both times the teams came from a third place. So it seemed like all the seeding was for nothing. And we're back into a normal game of best of ones. Anything is possible. Mirage is going to be our maps. And of course, with that, we're going to see Budapest 5 with Torzi, Fleeve, Kalor, Corey, and Coolio against the guys from Singularity. IceBerg, notaN, Celrate, Remoy, and TOBIZ. And already from Remoy's interview earlier, he said that they mainly just focus on winning the rounds and not as much on challenges. They need to focus on the challenges just a little bit more to, of course, remain competitive, but then their game plan could go up. You're rooting for Budapest 5. I reckon that Singularity can certainly do it.
That's an interesting concept. It's an interesting promise. We'll have to see who's able to take it. Then we'll have to see who's right out of the two of us. But now we are going to head into this round in just a moment. Got any challenges that you want to see played on Roger?
I want to see a Cuddle challenge. That's all I want to see.
We haven't seen a Cuddle challenge.
Yeah.
We didn't see one yesterday either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been since Monday, and it's been too little cuddling. If you want something to cuddle, go head over to my Twitter, because a mate of mine tweeted out a really cute GIF, and there's like 3 dogs on there, and definitely cuddle worthy.
I might have to go check that out after this game.
So yeah,
I'm feeling cold. We haven't had any cuddles recently.
T_Goff on Twitter is going to be your link for that if you want to see some cute doggos in a nice video in the snow. Yeah, apart from that, we're ready for a piss around, and Kramer, take it away.
Looking at this twist around from Singularity, it's going to be very armor heavy. They're here to go click, click, and pew, pew. As for now, it's going to be IceBerg with that kit. 2 flashes. Pushing by that of Budapest 5. It will just be a bit more smoke and flash heavy. It's an early push towards A. Set piece goes out. It's going to be Fleeve to shut down TOBIZ early on, as the remaining players making their way out towards the CA site. IceBerg spamming shots through this smoke, unable to find anything just yet as the plant goes down, reverse default. And it's Fleeve to find his second. Shutting down IceBerg, turning back around, aggressing towards stairs, making it his third. Fleeve, the one-man army, the auto turrets, gunning down Singularity members before they even get a chance to react. Coolio finding Celrate. It's all on Remoy. Lone man, 1 versus 5. And for Budapest 5, they win that pistol round with only 1 player even taking damage.
Yeah, and I think just winning up a piss round as convincingly as they did here is certainly a sign of maybe where this game is going to be going. Maybe Budapest 5 also want to pick up the pace. They want to be done and over with the grand final a little bit earlier as well. Of course, not going to settle for a 3rd and 4th place here. They're certainly going to move on to try and battle yourself in towards that grand final. So let's see how it all comes down. As already, we're just waiting for this challenge round to come along as a CT's 3-on-3 knife certainly opens up the door for them, but look at Budapest 5 not wasting any time, already over towards that B bomb site. And actually, Singularity might be quick enough to react to it, but the bomb should probably still go down. The timing is going to be of the essence, and it probably is just about going to be off. As the bomb going to be tapped, but not pulled through, as even the player in from behind is going to be there. Torzi winning that first battle. They were able to isolate one of those players. And really, Singularity, they have to work together because that's exactly what Budapest 5 right now are still doing. TOBIZ going to find one on this knife. Coolio looking to return the favor, does exactly that. And there you go, last player's right hit as well. But it's going to come down to a one-on-one in the knife. And of course, a minute still on the clock. The T's then have to move out as quick as possible as the bomb is going to be planted. And the challenge at least already picked up by Budapest 5. It should be the quick defuse though. There's no kit but the Molotov surely here to block them off.
Yeah, Remoy holding shot. He'll spot out that AK, taking down Fleeve. And another lone man gonna find the first. Will he be able to find the second in time? Not quite, as IceBerg he'll win the rounds. Will he be able to find Color as well? He'll try his best, but no, he won't. It's gonna be tied up 1-1, but Budapest 5, off the merits of that bonus, will make it a 3-1 lead, entering the next standard round. And those 3 knife kills are going to do wonders for them economically.
Yeah, yet again for Singularity, of course. It is nice to get that defuse in. And for them to at least have a nice foot in the game here. However, this next round, over towards A, it seems like, as the execution is now set. Smokes and flashbangs to follow out. How many CTs are already all over this A bomb site trying to contest here as well.
Oh, shots, but not many kills.
So strong for Budapest 5 to get that bomb down immediately and not waste any time before the smokes start to actually fade. Still IceBerg finds Torzi.
4 versus 4 and Singularity, they stagnate for just a moment. Julio looking to catch out these members. Swing goes wide. He'll shut down one Fleet fighting one of his own. IceBerg to trade, but Corey and Color, they get the final say in the matter. They put Singularity to bed on that round as they lead 2-1, but more importantly, 4-1 on points. We've got an A site only round coming ahead. Let's see how either side is able to fare, as the winner here is the winner of the round, not the guy who gets to plant or whoever it is who gets to get the most kills. It's down to a standard win, so as it's on the A site.
Yeah, and a quick little thing here as well. Budapest 5, they're not allowed to actually leave spawn until a minute 45. So we'll just have to see them wait for a couple of seconds. So no quick and easy rush over towards the A bomb site. Be there just as quick as the CTs. And you can already see the CTs taking up positions to maybe even be aggressive in this one.
Oh, I love this. They're getting so aggressive on ramp. Actually, they may have been too
They
aggressive.
have to remain in the bomb site here. They're not allowed to go in towards ramp because as a defender, you have to remain within the bomb site proper. The teams, of course, do have a drawing to see their limits where they are able to move.
Budapest 5, they're being very methodical with this. Making that time. Corey finds IceBerg early on, and that is going to be a very much Singularity. They don't really have much utility or weaponry at all. It's Deagles on notaN. They won't matter those. Celrate fighting one with the MP9, the UMP, and Mag 7 strike in turn, and that's wonderful for Singularity there. The assortment of guns strike in kind, and it gives Singularity not only a tie-up in the scoreline, but a tie-up in points as they take the challenge and make things just that bit closer to Budapest 5.
So yeah, for Budapest 5, we are going to see another buy straight into this. Of course, this just being a regular round, anything doable here, and already we see 5 players moving on over towards the B bomb site. Certainly not going to be waiting around for anything. A Singularity actually over towards that B. The nade could be great here for notaN, as it doesn't do that much damage, but Remoy at least already finding a headshot, make that 2. In towards short, really decisive TOBIZ alongside him with the AK. Look at the way that this just falls apart. Sure, Coolio's still alive, but what is he supposed to do? Sure, he might still be able to find one player, but not even that, as all 5 players for Singularity stay alive. But yet again, the challenge working into the hands of Budapest 5, as of course all of their fans are going to be over towards their own little stream. Of course, Budapest 5 have their own caster on it. I'm sure that if they reach a grand final there, our Hungarian colleague is going to go absolutely crazy.
For sure, for sure. At the moment, Singularity, they were very swift to shut down that push from Budapest 5, and actually suddenly looks a bit more convincing for Singularity. We'll see Budapest 5 now enter this Deagle showdown on a site. Of course, no one can shoot at each other until 1 minute and 20 seconds. Then, at that point, all hell breaks loose. Fleetfield make his way in towards Connector from mid, looking to maybe catch out some players, but with Budapest 5, it looks like they might just want to save and plant and allow the retake to come underway. For now, Fleetfield's actually going to get all the way in towards window. Made a bit of noise. Is it heard? He's spotted. As 20 seconds, that set piece is going to go down. Oh, those flashes are going to sail over from mid. Flashes go down. They're beautiful flashes. Gauzy, Celrate finding kills of their own. And that is absolutely phenomenal. That was incredible from Budapest 5, who, you see how they positioned, jumping across the stairs and Tetris. Then Singularity from site had to face them. The flashes that came over Connector had to flash those players towards site, landing above the players on Tetris and stairs. A lovely strat from Budapest 5, and that shows true preparation, which worked admirably for them.
Yeah, and I love this yet again, of course, those guys just kind of waiting around, being ready for that play. And as it all comes down positively for them, sure, we're currently tied at 3 apiece when it comes down to the scoreline, but Budapest 5, just picking up that earlier challenge, is now yet again in our total point lead. Remoy trying to go aggressive next to IceBerg. Coolio right now already just waiting around for that push to come out. Actually, Remoy just still holding on to this. He is going to catch off Coolio. That could be the switch over to an AK. He's going to do exactly that. I'm actually surprised that he sticks around the way that he does, but Wizard coming in from tunnel takes him out. And this now going to put notaN under further pressure as the push coming in. Sure, he might line up one fully blinded.
Cuddle to instantly shut him down, and for Budapest 5, they have secured this B side of the Singularity. It wouldn't surprise me if they just go to save TOBIZ. He's not got any armor. Sorry, he's not got any utility. All things considered, consider they've been spotted backing away from A. Budapest 5, they know they've won the round, but now it might just be a matter of hunting down the stragglers of Singularity.
Yeah, so right now, even here, moving on in towards that next round, of course, this was just a normal round yet again. Depending on what that next challenge is going to be, it will get really, really interesting. But you know what? I see a Cuddle challenge maybe on the horizon. It's still really, really tight. Running back to spawn. Might still be able to win it. But right now, 16 votes is going to be then coming up. A Cuddle challenge.
Oh, we got a Cuddle challenge
here on the final day. As right now, still into unscoped sniper kills only. So you're allowed to do damage with any other weapon, but you have to finish them off with an unscoped kill.
Let's see. It looks like a Cuddle challenge got boosted by about 25 votes as well. So that Cuddle challenge is definitely wanted for now. Let's see how they're able to fare against that of Singularity. And for an unscoped sniper kills only, these auto snipers from Budapest 5, they're taking off the merits of Project X, who kind of showed how effective the auto sniper can be on these rounds. It was like using an AK against SMGs, these auto snipers against scouts. TOBIZ looks to aggress on ramp.
Yeah, the aggression there, I'm actually surprised at how well it works for him. Yet again, though, those auto snipers could be dangerous. We already saw those in the previous game. And there you go, Corey finds one on the scout, so this is going to bring things back. The need is going to bring TOBIZ desperately low to just 13 HP. He could have just fallen to that nade, actually, as well. Wouldn't have fallen back, then he would have broken the challenge for Budapest 5 and winning his team the challenge for sure. But there you go, Celrate still so strong on the op, but he's a shotgun at close range as well.
These players are very, very low. All of them are a one-shot apart from Remoy, who's been able to pick up that auto sniper. And with that, notaN and Remoy are going to secure the bonus round and the round itself for Singularity. Tie things up. 8-8 on points, 4-4 on rounds, 2-2 on challenges. It's neck and neck as either side could take this. Let's see how each side does. Actually, Budapest 5, they won a challenge as well. My apologies there, as it will go 2-3 on challenges, 8-10 on points. Regardless, Budapest 5, they just inch ahead. Let's see how they fare on a standard round where this auto sniper could be used to great effect.
Yeah, yet again, I mean, the T-sided auto sniper, not exactly the best in comparison to your scars. So that might be something that also comes back to hurt them. Let's see how strong Celrate is, though, on the auto. Of course, both teams this game definitely open. I'm pretty sure that already from the performance that we've seen from either side, this is not going to be a quick and easy game that's done with either team staying single digits. At least from our current impression. Next challenge yet again is going to be a challenge that only one team can actually win. And that for Budapest 5 would be nice to then get a further lead on the challenges, or even for Singularity to tie things up. Their opportunity really in their play at that stage. Right now, still looking to go for this round. As IceBerg sticks to the MP9 in towards Palace.
That's a lovely bit of aggression, but Cuddle, he knows that as be a player in CT to try and fight. After that, he'll drop that bomb. He doesn't aggress just yet because he knows there's players to hunt him down. Lan goes through. Let's see how IceBerg's able to fare with this MP9. He's not got any HP whatsoever. Flashes go out from CT. That warns that Budapest 5 where the push is going to come from. As notaN drops that smoke. Swing ready to go wide. IceBerg, the man to watch out for. First tap goes through. Celrate finding Wizard. The trades there. Cuddle finding one of his own. Swing goes around. Corey finding IceBerg. Corey now 1 versus 2, but notaN's going to shut him down. Singularity, they make it 5-4, but those challenges do still leave Budapest in the lead. A 9-10 point lead as we enter the next Cuddle challenge. Let's unite thanks to Razor, for gamers and by gamers, and Budapest 5. See if they can maintain this lead in points or if Singularity are going to take the lead.
Yeah, let's see. Everybody, of course, has to stay together. Move as a 5-team unit on the map. Win the round for the challenge victory. And of course, once you are the last man standing, you are allowed to move freely. Until that's the case, you have to be no further away from a teammate than 3 meters in game. Fleeve. We're already exploring how far they can actually push this. As I love this, we've seen this a couple of times, the 5-man stack in towards window, and Budapest 5, they seem to be considering here. I hope that at least one player is going to go to the corner and jiggles into it. Oh, the timing here for Singularity.
Oh, no.
Literally just wait like 10 seconds longer.
Oh, dear. But Singularity, they're going to make their way back towards jungle, and that is going to be harrowing for them as Budapest 5 make their way up short. Singularity, if they're caught out right now, it's going... It almost makes you want to cry for them, doesn't it? As Budapest 5 completely outmaneuver Singularity, whether or not it's by their own judgment or if it's just the timing favouring them.
It's more like Singularity outmaneuvering themselves in that regard.
Yeah. It's
always difficult to call this one.
Yeah, Budapest 5, they are going to be able to plant those, so it does go in their favour. As the utility is deployed, that's going to warn Singularity as to where to expect this push to come from.
Think about if you would have already had players in towards market here, as now all 5 players moving in from Singularity. And Budapest 5 all over at that B-bomb site, very compact, nobody in towards his apartments, everybody right on that site. Boosted up as well for Coolio, and there you go, the kills come either way. It's all going to come down to Dorsey. He can, of course, move freely by now. And he's almost able to line both of them up. notaN, yet again, it's him. And this is something that I've been longing to say so since the last round as well. Time and time again, notaN is that last player alive. He's a strong fragging force for his team as well. Sure, right now, the scoreboard might not reflect it here. But especially the games already beforehand, he was so strong. And time again, he's able to bring things through as the last man standing.
Now let's see how Budapest 5 fare, because difficult. definitely difficulty for them. Singularity, they're actually in a prime position to maybe run away with this. They're 2 points ahead. They're on a better, well, I say better buy. It's kind of subjective. I don't know. It's a better buy, but it's still a very aggro setup towards A. These players on ramp could actually go huge right now against these players. The story, leave that charge, a lovely shot to IceBerg, a lovely second shot to Celrate, and I take back everything I just said as Corey annihilates those players on ramp. Let's see if TOBIZ can maybe get something else going in his favor, but he's forced back as Budapest 5. Yeah, a little refutal of strength.
Yeah, however, don't count Singularity out just yet. We've seen them bring rounds like this back before. Right now, the challenge is still being tied up. The scoreline here on the server being all the more important. And Singularity already said that, of course, they just want to go for normal rounds. They don't care about the challenges as much. But Remoy all by himself, the normal round is going to be lost. And with that, 6-5 now for Budapest 5.
That was so impressive from Corey there. That's 4K from him. He was just... That was like a juggernaut just steaming through a hay bale there. As he just annihilates everyone in his path. For now, it's going to be the drop weapons challenge, and unfortunately for Singularity, they don't really have much economy going into this. The weapons they'll be dropping are most likely going to be pistols, which is going to be buggery for them to try and fight at long ranges, especially when having to constantly drop them. But they somehow find the money.
I wonder, if you have a pistol and a rifle, and you get a kill on your rifle, drop the rifle, and everybody else drops a rifle as well, can you then pistol them down before you've actually picked up the...
I'd assume so.
Like if you have the timing down within like a fraction of a second, does that count?
I mean, it says weapons dropped plural. Is that the two weapons you have, or is that the weapons of the team?
It's the weapons, all weapons of the team, because usually we just see a rifle being dropped and then everything's fine. And right now, 4 against 4. We know that these usually, sometimes you see them all out into the open because both kills, or both teams getting kills. Then yet again, it usually turns out into a little bit of a panic. But that's exactly what the Challenge Cup is for. That's what makes it interesting, and that's what throws every regular prediction out of the window.
Smoke goes down towards ramp, and Remoy, he's caught out in the smoke lane to catch out one of these members. As Corey fires the first, dropping those guns. Remoy now has a chance to trade, but he isn't quick enough. Going to shut him down again, dropping the guns once more. And now IceBerg and notaN, the two lone members. What they have in store for us is IceBerg towards CT, the first man to watch out for. Find these members. Corey for shot. Corey's going on a rampage right now. Corey is actually insane as he'll fight notaN again. Back-to-back 4Ks as they finish the half 6-6. And Corey, oh my lord, he's playing well.
Yeah, I mean, 17-16 is a very, very strong performance from him. I'm guessing that his ADR is through the roof as well. And he's only one of 2 players to actually make it towards double digits on kills thus far. Remoy, the other player in that position. Other players, of course, like Celrate and Coolio, certainly close. But now, at halftime, of course, sides are going to be switched. Budapest 5 now on the CT side. I would still say that a lot of these challenges, time and time again, we saw maybe even CT sides, especially Mirage, coping with the challenges a little bit stronger. And that may also continue here. So we'll see how strong their CT side will come back into effect. Fair for down. Singularity, Mirage, not really a map that they regularly play, but here in the tournament, they've been quite successful on it.
Budapest 5 as well. How do you predict the Singularity going? They're all over the map. Sorry, already in window. He'll dig down Color. Under Balk is actually going to find him as well. That stray bullet just deleting Color. As now Corey able to trade, knows how to get the trade. Fleeve getting the next say of the matter. And just like that, it's all down to Coolio. Last man, 1 versus 3. We'll find the first TOBIZ to trade, and Singularity, they take the lead in both rounds and points. So we now move on to the no headshot kills challenge.
And of course, this, yet again, one of those challenges that both teams can win, same as the next challenge that's going to be coming up. So literally, as long as these teams keep on going, then it could stay at a tied challenges, something like a 6-6 before we even see a decision on the server. Let's see how teams fare, as this game has been a lot more challenges that came down to both teams being able to win rather than just one. I did just get confirmation from admins. You would be allowed to actually use your pistol and everything would have been fine. This right now, both teams picking up the challenge.
I like that from Budapest 5. They realize that they can only buy USPs. They're on an eco anyway. So just drop nades to kill themselves, get the round over and done with. They get the points for the challenge anyway. Now they can buy up without any woes.
Not a bad idea, I guess.
No, that's really smart by
yeah.
them. Is that going to be a fast push towards, or fate, a fast push towards B now? As that should pull a rotation away from Budapest 5. Let's see. Actually, they maintain it. Instead, it's very fast out of B by the player with the P90, that being IceBerg, but
that's the bomb drop for Fleeve.
Yeah, he'll find 2 players in Palace, one of which being the bomb carrier.
And look at the rotation straight over. Kalor also looking to find that kill. And it is going to come down to just TOBIZ still alive. He's going to be coming into top mid. And Dorsey, you're never going to expect him in that position. Love to see that. And Budapest 5, a really, really quick round. I guess the suicide in the previous certainly worked out for them. Now, only headshots.
I can't see Budapest 5 taking the no headshot kills. Simply, or only headshot kills, simply because these M4s are so difficult to headshot with. We saw that they annihilate on the no headshot kills, but they've suicided that away. I'm curious to see if they use the M4s if they already lose the challenge, then Deagles as a standard. Singularity, they're doing the same thing. They've got Deagles around the board, but seaside weapons do favour these headshot-only weapons. Torzy, if he rang out a shot there, he may have even got a collateral as he spots these players towards mid. Trying to ring out a shot where he can. It's going to be Torzy to shut down Fleeve early on. Budapest 5 find themselves in a really strong position now.
Yeah, so Torzy does pick up that AK once more, and that gives him the opportunity to find headshots here as well. So Celrate now moving in on towards that B-bomb site. One player in towards bench, now starting to move up, and they might just go for that peak. Kalor actually finds a double in this one already. He's going to be in for a little bit more here, as well as Torzy now in towards that mix, and it all comes down to Celrate. Has to find everybody here, but of course both teams going to win the challenge as for the moment. Maybe Celrate just tries to spoil the day and not letting them win the challenge. There you go, still finds one. He's able to isolate these guys. And he's going to be caught out at the end. AK's collected. And the game now tied up. Both teams, as we said, winning the challenge. Finally, the next challenge is going to be winning the round as well. And that's really going to make a difference then. Still, 20-20 on total points. 8-8 here. I saw Dirk type into the chat, a slight little bit closer than last match. I mean, just as close as we can call it at the moment. This might even be closer than what happened in the US during that last week.
We're gonna have to see if we can get some observers in each player's rooms and maybe ask for a recount on challenges. But for now, we're gonna have to see both Singularity and Budapest 5. You're absolutely right, it is all tied up, and Singularity, this round, it's not a bad buy at all, or it is a bad buy. My apologies. You know, there's Deagles, there's MP5s. It would surprise me if they take this as a bit of a standard round, then use a pistol and armor rush towards the A site the second the time allows them to do so.
So, this push here, sure, it gives Budapest 5 information, but it also gives the opportunity for Singularity to maybe also make a dash out of connector. Player into CT spawn has actually fallen back. Do you expect 2 players to maybe already be in your own spawn here? notaN, the flashbang support from IceBerg to pick up that kill already.
knows how to find the flank as well, and that was Budapest 5 chance to retake this. Actually, Singularity on a very poor buy. They may have made something from it. As IceBerg finds Coolio, it's all down to Color. The lone man, 1 versus 3, and I don't spoke too soon when I said Singularity have got no chance here. As from the jaws of utter defeat, they find a 9th round, and something else to highlight. Budapest 5, their money isn't very good either.
Yeah, so let's see how it's gonna come down. Sure, Singularity, their money ain't exactly great. Celrate, he can drop his weapon as well, but of course, next round, yet again going back to challenges, and yet again, it is gonna be a round over towards the A-bomb site. What do you do? What's your best way of attacking this on the side of Budapest 5? Surely then the Opper somewhere over towards stairs, maybe, just to have an angle in towards ramp, but also have the chance to quickly adapt in towards Palace then. At the same time, I'd love for Singularity. Sure, they have to attack the A-bomb site, but they could also come in via mid.
Let's see how either side fares. Bear in mind, Singularity, they're only 1 point ahead right now, and with only about 6 rounds left of the entire game, it really has to be a showing from Singularity. As they can get this bonus, they really cement a lead that's going to be very hard to break.
Yeah, look at that. They're already putting 3 players in towards mid. Currently still smoked off, and that might also be an angle for the op. I think Corey right now, he might even be oriented in towards connector. It is actually towards you to find that first as well, but there is going to be more players actually pushing in. It is Fleeve to also find one on the CZ, and that's great. The re-peek from the op in towards CT spawn is great as IceBerg comes into effect, but it's now down to Celrate and IceBerg to really, really bring this back.
Celrate needs to win the same duel. Celrate desperately needs the same duel, but he might not be able to do so, as IceBerg will make his way up from Connect. He's trying to make as much noise as possible, but Celrate is back to wait. Corey, if he can shut down IceBerg before he can be reunited with his teammate, then Celrate's in a hell of a lot of trouble right now, as he'll make his way up. Push comes through, and Color shuts him down. Budapest 5, they tie us up 9-9, but more importantly, they get those points. It puts them to 23-21, and it puts them in a scenario where they could actually lose the game but still win on points.
And this is going to be a breaking point right now, because of course you look at the economy now on the side of Singularity. Sure, they might as well just try to force in because they can play scouts in that next round and come anyways. But for Budapest 5, they can go double digits. If they then win the next challenge, then it might almost be impossible for Singularity to actually still bring this down. So let's see how it all develops. Budapest 5, they desperately need this one, and they've already lost a round where Singularity only brought bits to the table to really try and break that.
That made it towards B. Singularity, they definitely take their time. They're being a lot more methodical. Now they realize that Budapest 5 are actually in the lead. They need to be a lot more respect given to Budapest 5, and they slowly take down mid. Let's see how they fare as... For now, Budapest 5 definitely in a rough scenario.
notaN's timing also towards connector. Sure, Torzy is going to check into that angle now. He would have made it in towards jungle, and he could have just about caught him off. Still, Coolio holding on with that MP9. So important here for Budapest 5, as now IceBerg still sure finds one, but Coolio in with 3, and all coming down to IceBerg. He's already over towards his B-bomb site, but too many angles to hold, surely, as it is going to be Fleeve to find that last kill. 10-9 at the end, and I mean, we underlined the importance of this round as well for the CTs. And this next round, unscoped sniper kills only. Sure, ops are going to be in the mix, but important for Budapest 5 not to overstretch their own economy.
Something to watch out for now as the Budapest 5, if they can find this round and the challenge, that pretty much should give them the game, all things considered, because they go 11-9. Next round standards, Team Singularity on an eco gives them 12-9, and then it's just a matter of closing it out, which Singularity means that they are going to be in a rock in a very hard place. Push comes through. Wizard finding the first to trade is there. The little 1-2 from Celrate and Remoy as Cuddle able to nade down one. Singularity, they win the challenge on nades as well. Budapest 5, they are very strong with these nades actually, either side. Let's see how they fare as now notaN and TOBIZ, they're being a lot slower with this take, being a bit more methodical. They realize that Budapest 5, they're in prime position to retake. This plant goes through. Push ready to come on out. notaN hugging this window, finding the first of TOBIZ, shutting him down, looking for one more. Missing his shot, but Corey does not miss. He'll shut down notaN. It's out to TOBIZ, finding the first, he hits the second, turning back around. Julio, the man to watch out for. Orp versus Scouts. Orp with more power, the Scout with more accuracy. TOBIZ looks to make his way around this corner. Tap comes through. TOBIZ missing the shot on Coolio. Second tap comes through. There's a molly there to support it as well, as Coolio will find TOBIZ. And Budapest 5 will find the round. Defuse comes through. We'll have to see who actually wins that challenge based on
it is going to be
kills.
Singularity, as far as I know. Budapest 5, of course, with that first nade kill, so that's not going to count.
Oh no, it's not based on kills. It's
sniper kill.
I think.
Oh, then it's going to be a tie, right?
Well, it wasn't based on
unscoped sniper kills though.
No one was scoped in though, and it was both teams can win that challenge. And we saw earlier as well.
Surely that's breaking the rules, right?
Earlier when someone got a nade kill, it was counted.
Okay. I didn't just look at our rules again if nade kills were allowed. I know that damage with the nades was certainly allowed. But, yeah, right now still, it is going to be at the same time, even if both teams would win the challenge here, everything would be allowed. Just due to the fact that Budapest 5, of course, they would be looking to go towards the 12th round here. Yes, nade kills are allowed. We just got that confirmation from our admins. And there you go. That's going to be it. So that means that both teams generally win that challenge as well. Everything going to be fine on that front. But, of course, for Budapest 5, this 12th round is needed because if Singularity win this, then they are straight back into it. Look at the CT side economy as well. They would be completely broken after this.
Singularity, they make their way towards the B site. Cuddle fighting the first two for a second, finding a lovely kill on the second, and a third. Cuddle, behave yourself as he makes it.
He shuts that down.
Coolio to find two more in Budapest 5. That is a lovely little round for them to bring them to match point and to ruin the Singularity economy. What a round from Cuddle there.
And we're back to 73. So, Scouts and Bizon, Budapest 5 were the team to figure that out, and Coolio would then be the player to stay in behind. Right now, another match pause, probably Singularity, to try and go over what their game plan is going to be. I mean, they need that challenge win because we know Budapest 5 can certainly win it that way. But of course, Budapest 5 on the brink of actually taking this one. And look at the buy over in Singularity's side.
It's poor to say the least. I don't even know if they can afford to do the 73 HP trick.
TOBIZ could go for a scout, but he doesn't.
Oh,
and with that, they have
to just go for a win.
Yeah, at the same time, maybe try to get another way with those SMGs, get that damage in. Have we all? Do we also have a scout on the side of Budapest 5?
I think Budapest 5 also just go for a win to just close out the map. Yeah, I suspect both teams just go for a... Both teams just try and close out the map. Singularity, they can't risk time just messing around trying to find the HP. I bet they're going to try and rush.
There's a scout down. They're going to put Coolio on 73 HP.
I bet Singularity are now going to rush somewhere to try and catch Budapest 5 off guard.
Yeah, because there is certainly going to be two players out of position.
Exactly.
One player that has to deal the damage to Coolio, and the other. So then, of course, be Coolio to stick around. But yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a rush from Singularity.
Let's see how it actually comes down. Hit with the MP9. Shots into his leg as well. Coolio at 73 HP. And the rush already on its way towards that big bomb site. Is Budapest 5 ready for this one? Is the pace already too quick here? And the Molotovs to no effect as Coolio already finding one kill. Is going to be tagged down further, but doesn't matter as he actually falls at the end of 3-on-2.
So one of the last members standing for Singularity. Caught off guard behind that wall. Coolio, he does fall, but it doesn't matter. Budapest 5, they just want to win the game. They're going to run out from, not quite run out from Kishashi as TOBIZ. Celrate having to hold firm. There's a player on the flank as well in the form of Fleeve, making his way forward. 2 players to catch out. Can he do so?
Nobody's aware of his position. He gives it away though. Nade's still down, or sorry, bomb's still down, and with that it'll all be down to Fleeve. Can he hold this? He already gave his position away just due to lacking trigger discipline. With that now, 45 seconds to go. Fleeve on 100 will spot TOBIZ out. Knows that the last player was in towards market already, and that's it. 39. Budapest 5 were the favorites, and with that, both teams that placed first in their respective groups are going to be moving towards that grand final. And yeah, we could have just skipped playoffs altogether, and we could have moved straight in towards that best of 3 final, but of course it had to be decided who's in towards the third and fourth place as well. Sure, for Singularity and also for Hard Legion, they're not going to be going home empty-handed. They will be getting 2,000 euros as a team each, so of course that already going to be a nice one. But Project X up against Budapest 5 in our best of 3 grand final. And what a way to win that tight semi.
Yeah, without a doubt, that was very, very close. Singularity, they tried their best. They just felt at the last possible moment. I think that for Budapest 5, Cuddle and Corey both just showed up. They had some incredible plays each. Back-to-back 4Ks from Corey, that 3K from Cuddle, a pivotal round. Just when they needed for it to, it fell together. It worked admirably for them. And with that, they took the game. Don't go anywhere, folks. In just a moment, we'll be back with the finals between Project X and Budapest 5. Be back in a moment.
Okay, thank you guys. Sorry, I'm just skipping through my notes right here to not get like too puzzled about what I'm going to tell you, because I have some things to do right now. What a wonderful time to be alive. Okay, I enjoyed this. Second semifinal really, really much. And we have a winner here, and this is definitely well deserved for Budapest 5, but still it was a much closer call than we had with Project X in the first semifinal. So let's see how that plays out in the final, but let's have a quick look at the bracket here. So as you can see, semifinal one by far won by Project X, very clear, and the second one here, Budapest 5, against Team Singularity. And me personally, I was thinking that Team Singularity would have had a chance to come back, but still Budapest 5 playing this very, very smoothly. And yes, you can see we are moving with big steps in the direction of our great and grand final, a best of 3 between Project X and the Budapest 5. But before we do so, I have the honor to be talking to one of the players of the Budapest 5. I have here TOBIZ with me. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello. I'm good. We won the last game, so I am very happy, and I am focused on the next one.
Yeah, probably, and you need to be. Have you seen the other matches of Project X?
Yes, I saw the Vertigo. I saw only the semifinals, but yeah, they played very good, so it will be a great match, I think.
It will be a challenge, but actually, I'm looking forward to it. I think you are both you're both very, very good teams. I think you're in a good shape here, so this will be very interesting to watch, definitely. But it's also gonna be interesting to play probably for you. So one more question about the challenges. Do you personally have a favorite challenge, or had one favorite challenge during this tournament?
Yes, maybe the Diggle challenge, when you have to stack A with the Diggles, or maybe the most fun is when you have to stack up, so you have to move S5. It was very fun.
The Cuddle challenge. Yeah,
yes.
I love to watch this too, and I think it's a viewer's favorite. So great, you enjoy it too. And I also love the Deagle action. There's also some Deagle action going on with the only headshot challenge. That's always very. They're very, very beautiful Deagle headshots there that we've seen throughout the tournament, so looking very good. Any particular tactics you have for this upcoming team? What do you have planned for the upcoming match?
We have no tactics. We just want to win this, and we know that Project X is a good team, but we think we can win this tournament.
Okay, so what do you think? What's your prediction? How will the game end? Will it be like 2-0 or 2-1? Or what do you think is the final standing of the BO3?
I think it will be 2-1 to us.
Okay, so we have your prediction here. I note that down. So let's see. Maybe we'll talk to you again after the final if you can make it. But really, first, congratulations for qualifying for this final. It has been some really cool games, and you've played a really smooth tournament here. So congratulations, and I wish you all the best for the next game.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
That was TOBIZ, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, he's obviously up for this challenge, and he's pretty optimistic they can win against Project X. Let's see whether or not that is so. We'll see here. So, before we move on to that final, before I give you, before I hand back to Tyler and Kramer, I have one important duty. I will personally announce the winner of our big Gleam giveaway. Reminder, there's also still going on 2 giveaways for a Razer Viper Mini, which you can win at the end of this day for all the ones who voted. And the person with the most votes and 1 random person will each win 1 Razer Viper Mini. But there's also this big Gleam giveaway. So, let me just real quick summarize it all. We have let's start again. We had a Gleam giveaway running, which now ends. And it contains the following beautiful things from Razer and Be Quiet. First of all, we have the Be Quiet straight power supply. Then we have the Be Quiet Dark Rock 4 cooler. Then we have, let's see here, the Razer Viper. Then we have the Razer Kraken Ultimate headset. Then we have the Razer Gigantus mousepad and the Razer Huntsman Tournament Edition. And last but not least, we have this Be Quiet Beauty. It is... Okay, I would tell you the name, but it is too heavy for me to think. So these are the items in our big giveaway. This is a Dark Base 700 casing. So nice little package here. While, okay, little is probably not the right word for it. And I destroyed decorations over here. My team will kill me. Nevertheless, I have a winner. I have a winner for that giveaway. I've just been told that we just drew the winner out of all the people who played, and there have been a lot of people playing here, and I'm very happy that you took the chance for this, and we will keep on having cool giveaways in all of our challenge cups. So if it's not for this cool gameplay action we are seeing here, please keep on tuning in for those interesting and especially valuable giveaways. So, do you want to know who won it? Do you want to? I also want monsters. Says Challenge Cup. We want the monsters? Okay, we can throw in a monster or 2. Why not? Probably possible. I mean, the package we need for this will be so huge anyway. There might be some space for 1 or 2 Monster Energy drinks. So, no dramatic music approaching, so I might as well just say it. So, the winner of our Razer and Be Quiet Gleam giveaway is Bafy78. BAFY78. You, congratulations, you won this big, fat package, and we'll try to get in touch with you. We'll also post this on social media, so if you are Bafy78, please get back to us and we'll handle all the details. Congratulations again, and good guy. I mean, this actually was not too hard for him. He just had to do a few clicks, and now he won this thing. I'm a little jealous right now, but probably I will be even more jealous when we'll see the winner of today's Challenge Cup, because the team that wins today's Challenge Cup will go home with 7,000 euros from this 15,000 euro prize pool. Remember, the second team will at least have a guaranteed 4,000 euros, and all our half finalists have a guaranteed 2,000 euros. So they are probably not too sad about it, but still, it's a lot of money to win here, and I wish all the teams the best of luck. We have Project X and we have the Budapest 5 against each other in this epic match, and I'm really, really looking forward to this. I have no idea who will make this. I mean, they are, as I said, they are both in such a good shape, and I would love to have some predictions for this game by our casters, by Tyler and Kremer. They need to be aware of the fact that we rely on them on knowing what is going to happen right here. I mean, I'm almost out right now. The win is almost out of the game, so these two are basically the cast man standing. So please go ahead with this last matchup. Tyler and Kremer, enjoy.
Oh, these only get better. Thanks a lot. Yeah, the cast man standing. I love it. So yeah, grand final is going to be coming up. And to be fair, yes, really, really confident from the interview. We heard that from Torji. But I think even a 2-1 up against Project X is going to be tremendously difficult, and I think that the two of us agree on that part. Wait, I think you're muted again.
I'm
or am I
muted
muted
again. God, that's heartbreaking. Right, we'll try it again. Here we go. From the start, I'm very sorry, production. You're just gonna hold it, fidget spinner. What I was saying was, again, a very difficult matchup. Thank you very much to Dirk for handing us over. And man, he's so smooth. He once reloaded an M4 by yawning on it. But for now, we are going to be heading into this match. And well, how are you feeling about it, Tyler?
I mean, I know that the two of us, 2017, just wants us back because finally we have fidget spinners. This is the first fidget spinner that I actually have.
These are great. Mine as well.
Yeah. Still, we'll see how it comes down. Grand final, of course. Maybe time for a couple of new maps. Maybe Gotti can finally show us a couple of new camera angles that we haven't actually seen yet. So of course, best of 3. Thus far, we've only seen best of 1s. We're yet to see a nuke. Until maybe here, as we see our first pick coming out, let's see what is going to be. Trade.
Ooh,
so there you go.
Okay.
So no Vertigo, no Mirage. Those two already are most picked maps.
So that leaves
I'm guessing that we're still going to see
Inferno,
Dust 2, and yeah.
Inferno is standard. What's the last one? Let's see.
I'd love to see a nuke, to be fair. And it is going to be a nuke as decider. So, yeah. Train, Inferno, nuke. If it does go to 3 maps, of course, this wants me seeing it go to 3 maps. Because I do want to see what the teams figure out on nuke. Train is going to be tremendously difficult, I think, because it is a map that is so focused on strats in a normal game, and it is really difficult to play it on a puggy style. So anybody that's saying right now, well, Train always see decided, not when you're playing puggy, and especially not when both sides are playing strat roulette that's being decided by the viewers. So of course, the challenge is really going to be interesting, and let's see what the game is actually going to be like. As of course, Train, a new curve for us, as it should be a close game. What are your predictions score-wise? We'll just go. We'll just go 2-0 or 2-1 first, and which team you're going for.
I'm gonna go 2-0. What about you?
I think also it's going to be a 2-0.
Well,
and I feel like we're both going to agree on the team as well.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Project X, I think, are going to be the ones to take it. They have been so strong.
To be fair, sure, that might be my expectation going into it, but I'm going to be rooting for 2-1 for Budapest 5 now.
Right.
Join Torji on that. See if they might be able to continue on with that. We're almost ready to jump into the game. It should be coming up soon. Right now, we're still just waiting for one of the players to reconnect. As one of the players, just a quick on router restart, and then hopefully everything should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It should just be a couple more minutes, then we should be live. But all things considered, we both kind of predicted Project X to take it 2-0. You want Budapest 5 to win. I think Train is a map we haven't seen at all yet. How do you think the bonuses are going to affect that?
Well, to be fair, I think everything will just be thrown out the window, and it is going to be a focus here and there on the bonuses, on the challenges. It comes down to also what the viewers are going to vote for. If there is a Cuddle, it'll be randomness definitely in there. If it is those Deagle or Scout challenges, there's always randomness because you can line up your shots and just like right as the countdown goes, hit down those shots. When there's things like headshot only or just Deagle rounds in general, I would expect those to maybe favor Project X just because I think player-wise, they are the stronger players and the quicker players as well. And of course, they play bigger competitions if you just look at the face of it. Still, you look over at Nuke and you look at the performance, especially from a team like Project X, and it's not really their map to be played. So I think that really might also open up the door for Budapest 5, as it is a map that they play a lot. They have their strongest win streak on as well. Yet again, though, we do have to just throw strats straight out the window, or stats straight out the window, as that's really not what anything has decided here. Sure, we've seen Project X, they just said, okay, well, we're just going to jump on the server, hit headshots, hit bots. And their games kind of reflected that.
Yeah, without a doubt. And something I do want to highlight as well is that Project X, they are really good at these bonuses. Really good. And I think we saw a strat on Inferno by Hard Legion where they wanted to block the players on the border of what decides the B sites by the side of just body blocking it by Banana, by Broken Wall. I've just, in my mind, thought of a strat on Train where a site, I imagine, encapsulates that whole open area, right? So I imagine there could actually be a body block towards A main where they're inside the zone, but the players trying to get out of A main aren't. And once timer hits, you can then just shoot at them and they can't shoot back without losing the bonus.
At the same time, you could probably even try to body block that with 2 players, body block in towards Ivy as well, and even Pop Dog.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you only need 1 player to block Pop Dog. You probably could do it with 2
You could probably do 1 on
towards
Ivy, actually.
main, or 3 in towards main. And then, yeah, I think solo Ivy is going to be difficult because you're not going to be on the site. Then you do need to do it in that hallway next to the box. But even there, I think you might be able to come through, especially if you boost on over. So yeah, we'll see how it comes down. It should be going live soon, and then of course Train is going to be our first map to see.
Yeah.
And this is the one that we're hyped for, of course. Everything else has been best of 1. This is best of 3. Sure, the in-game score, the server score counts, but whenever it turns out close, it is the challenges that become most decisive. So Kramer, let's jump on into Train.
Welcome to Train, a map we haven't seen at all this tournament. We've got Project X comprising of Sergey's Psycho, Sensei, Demq, and Toxic, as they take on the other finalists of Budapest 5. Torzi, Fleeve, Kala, Corey, and Coolio. We have got a bloodbath on our hands between these 2 teams. It could go either way. We've had predictions on both sides of the board, and as we field maps we haven't seen before, these bonuses are going to come all the way out of expectation and into improvisation. We're going into this pistol round, and Tyler, take it away.
Let's see where this is going to hit, as Budapest 5 already ready with this utility over towards a B bomb site. Right now, this seems to be their target as well. Fleeve the first to bring it on with a shot. I do like Demq actually going aggressive in towards main, I think, as well. Looking for maybe even an opener there, as Sergis, he has to lock down that bomb. Sensei already picking up Coolio. He's going to be exactly the opener that you would want to have. Still, Torji here already in towards connector, finds a double with the P250, and that P250 rarely ever actually works out, but it does this time around, as Sergis still keeping his team going, and all down to Torji on towards the site here. Bomb dropped already in towards those back lines, and it is going to be tremendously difficult for him to recover this as Sergis finds that last headshot. Beautifully done for Project X.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And so guys, that 3K is going to set the tempo of the game. Of course, we have our first bonus round entering, and it is, of course, that magic number of 73. Earlier, we saw it given a bit of pizzazz as they made it 37. But now, for 73, let's see how either side is able to fare. You see that Bizon brought up on Coolio. We'll see probably a scout to accompany us and or a deagle. For Project X, you might see the same sort of affair. We know that both sides know how to do it. Question being, will it come into effect? For now, Project X looks like they could take this simply because of the bonus from winning the first round, but Budapest 5, their economy, it's definitely not the worst it could be.
Yeah, still, of course, using this pause, deciding on what you actually want to take. It is apparently going to be a technical. We're still waiting on an update for the reason actually being here. We're hoping for a little bit of tactical early on already. But we can see Budapest 5, of course, already going for the scout. The BB Bizon into that. And everybody else on towards the Eagles. I'm actually a fan of this. The way that they're going to be playing. Does Coolio not having armor affect?
Yes, yes it does. It affects the damage you get, you give and take.
And this could break the 73 for him.
Maybe he's not the one who takes it. I would assume it would be someone like Torsi who hasn't brought a gun. Instead he's just got armor.
Could be that as well, sure.
That's my assumption.
Could have also just gone for body armor, right?
He could have. That could just be reflex, though.
Armor is only upper body, yeah, but I thought it also affects the rest of it. Okay. Makes sense that a vest and a helmet is only your upper body. And your head. We're not juggernauts after all. Not yet in competitive CS.
That's true. I'm waiting for the day where we have someone who can actually just like plow through everyone just clicky on heads. Like simple, but just on steroids. Like...
And I think that's also what it comes down to. I think a lot of people right now, once we're still in the technical, I think we could talk about this. Literally people saying that, okay, yeah, maybe these legends got worse at the game when we just saw stronger just other players taking the reins. I think that still our legends that we knew from back then that can still hit at pretty much the same level. There's just that players are even better than that right now. And that is really the top level that I think right now you could look at the top 10 teams and there's literally crazy hitters in every single team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it makes me wonder, because for Project X, who are their big hitters? Because all of them frag really well. Budapest 5, it's clearly Color and Corey, the AWPer and the kind of main fragger Corey. But for Project X, there's no... I think Sergey's Demq and Psycho, on paper, as Toxic as the IGL, and we see Sensei, or Sergey, sorry, as the support. But those three players, they're all so closely tied. It's very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what it comes down to now that our second round is going to be underway. I mean, there is players on both sides that can really hit as well, and I think that is now a prerequisite to even be on these sides. It used to just be, okay, well, you're a support. Yes, you do have to win certain battles, but you get a lot of slack just by not winning that. And Coolio going to be down to 73 as we expected. And everybody else buying up with those Deagles then as well. But Sensei also down to 73. And this essentially still going to be a 4-4.
Let's see, for now, Sensei, he could probably take some fights from like Connector, where it's relatively safe. For Budapest 5, Coolio, he's got to sit all the way back towards T-spawn. Once again, that set piece goes down towards A. Budapest 5, they're ramping up for a set piece towards A. As the util gets expended, they make their way forward, but that smoke isn't quite good enough. Sergey, he can punish this very, very well if Leave is not careful.
Yet again, though, it pulls further attention towards Ivy and might even force a player from the site to look on over towards that area of the map. Interesting going to be that Corey now going to be the player on the Deagle. They switched on over with the Scout there as well. Switching things back and forth. Still, it is going to be Psycho close range on the MP9. And he might be the best player to try and lock this down. That's going to be Bottom straight at his feet. And with that, looking for more. Finds a second. He's going to be dropped by Torzy, sure. But it is going to be a 4-on-3 situation now. Whilst Coolio still not into this mix. 10 seconds on the clock. And sure, both teams are going to win the challenge. But look at those T's. They're going to be money broke for that next round as well. Because, of course, if you don't die, you're not able to take any bonus going forward either. Torzy, nice for him to actually upgrade to an M4, still staying alive. That's still going to be a net gain for him. Coolio, though, $0. Sure, he wins the challenge. But both teams with that extra 2 points.
Without a doubt, Project X, they lead 2-0, and with a 4-2 lead in terms of points, this will be their chance to maybe pull on ahead, especially against the poor buy of Budapest 5. But of course, they force again because they can. The next bonus is Zeus and Knife, meaning that any economy you have now means diddly squat because you're playing an eco next round regardless.
Oh, and Sensei yet again opening things up. It might have just as been as good to keep a little bit of money still going. However, Psycho, as he grabs his next kill, looking to just keep everybody alive on the side of Project X.
Let's see how they fare. Project X, they aggress towards upper as well. That's the man to watch out for is Budapest 5. They are trapped going towards B, but Toxic, he's going to catch out this push really early on, and a lot of these players for Budapest 5 aren't armored. This MP9 is going to shred them, as Corey, if he can't hit this initial shot, it could be cataclysmic for Budapest 5. Toxic out there ready to point the first, finding the first, spamming down, and look at that. It's just an utter farm for him. As Project X, they take it 3-0, and now we enter the next bonus, Zeus's and Knives. Let's see if any fancy strats come out. As for now, Budapest 5, in terms of economy, actually have a bonus that favors them.
Yeah, the point is that, of course, with Zeus and Knife, Budapest 5, they don't have anything else to support anyways, really, in this round. So sure, they have utility here as well, which they are allowed to use, and they're able to find the kills on those nades as well, if needed. Same as that scout round, just the round, or just the game prior as well. However, we've also seen Project X quite strong on those Zeus, and it is going to be Coolio to find that first. And Psycho also used up his Zeus. Just bringing Coolio down to 29. Sensei, though, to trade things back. The nade team damage here. Bring him further back. The death comes from above as Corey brings in another one. And that Molotov is going to be good here, because it does bring a little bit of damage down as well. Toxic, they're breaking the challenge now. And they're just going for this round, and there you go. So many kills, it came down. And they can collect on the other M4s here as well. The bomb can then be defused. Molotovs to be collected from the T's. And sure, once they do lose the challenge, it is going to be a fourth round here. 6-4 total points. And Project X, I'm guessing that this is going to be their time to really start just running away with this game.
I really like how Project X, they realize that why risk giving Budapest 5 extra economy and knife kills when you could just take the rounds and look to end the game early with points you already have in an advantageous position. And it's great to play on one bonus, but you can't give away bonuses regularly, and I think Project X are wary of this. Psycho, he's more than aware that there are players up towards the top of B. If he pushes up the ladder with the right enough timing, he could annihilate this push from Budapest 5. They've got one player towards Ivy to assist any further flank, but Budapest 5, the standard round, will have the final resting place of a B site.
Well, 5th round would be great for Project X, but PS5 are going to be doing their best to, of course, just shut this down as quick as they can. Right now, the utility, good to keep their positions limited, still Toxic and Demke both coming into good effect. And sure, Coolio was in for one. How good is this going to be, as Zerg is still going to block off the B bomb site plant? With that, Coolio tries to go for it. 4 players staying alive at the end of it. Most bullet hits. You're going to try to use most bullets into your enemies to actually still win. So the only way that you actually win the challenge is getting all the kills. But that, of course, is going to be the game of the Tech-9s, especially high fire rates. Sorry, of the SMGs, but of course also the high fire rates there. I love the P90s here. And the XM to come out for Psycho.
Let's see how they fare. I think, all things considered, this P90 from Toxic is just going to lead the charge with Demke, and then the auto shotguns and everything like that is just going to follow it. I see how they're juggling weapons as well to spec. They're just going for an early push, but look at this P90 that did loads of bullets. Psycho coming up as well, missing his initial shots, and actually, it's going to be Project X who, well, capitalized based on the quantity fired, but rather than effectiveness. But with
They
that,
did team damage.
oh no, Budapest 5. That's heartbreaking. At the last possible moment, I think they could have taken that as well. There are more SMGs.
I think it was
for
20 to 19 as well, or was that the team damage count? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that if they would have won the round and would have won, then yeah, they would have won the challenge as well. Still, it is going to be 6-0 from Project X starting off. 2-2 to challenges, so those don't really count for too much as for the moment. Next challenges are going to be interesting.
To highlight as well, this is Budapest 5's map pick. The fact that after this we are heading onto a map, Project X, with that being Inferno. Very, very scary. Coolio, he'll shut down one early on, but Demke, he's dead to trade. One kill's going out either way, and this time Budapest 5 keep it even. Now they take the lead. Coolio finding Demke puts it into a 3 versus 2, but Toxic Kilogress finding the first, looking for a second, spotting the seconds. And they'll finish the job. Instead, it's the M4 to do so. It's down to Fleeve, the last man. Caught out by Sergey's, and Project X are just so strong right now. They literally will not take an aim duel unless they have a teammate around them and or they need to overextend, but they're so quick to cover one another once it comes down to it. As Project X, they now go 7-0 up against Budapest 5.
Yeah, this is going to be lead secured in towards halftime, and of course, I mean, this right now is just pretty much men against boys. It is Project X playing their own game. As they said in their interview on Monday, we're just here to shoot bots and win the tournament. And that's exactly, yet again, they're dominating the scoreboard right now. 11 kills from Toxic, 7 from Sensei. Sure, Psycho a little ways behind, but right now, the LVP challenge not going to be on the table just yet. And he would then be facing off against probably Kalor or Fleeve. And that, yet again, I'd still think that Psycho could win a challenge like that. So, of course, it's not going to be over until the fact that he sings. But right now, the domination from Project X surely showing here.
For now, let's see how Project X fare. Only headshot kills, and we see an auto sniper from Sensei there. A unorthodox pick, to say the least, but I understand the theory behind it. Toxic with this AK going to aggress towards B. Psycho as well with a Deagle in Pop Dog, looking to find some heads. But Budapest 5, for all intents and purposes, are being very passive right now. Toxic's the man to watch out for, though. Players stacked up towards upper. Corey taking a substantial amount of early damage, but Torzi's going to shut down Toxic before it even gets started. Some push comes through. Sensei finding Corey. Both teams failing the challenge, essentially, as Demke brings out a few shots where he can. Missing the heads of these players as, well, both teams fail it. Color finding Sensei. And now for Project X, they find themselves in a very difficult retake. TOBIZ deleted by DemQ there. He'll drop on down, looking to do more damage as Fleef will join them. But DemQ, he's surviving way longer than he should have now. As Fleef, the man to watch out for towards now. Need to find some of these players. Sergey's to shut him down. And Project X, they now go 8-0.
Yeah, and of course here, challenge won immediately on after by Budapest 5. But I mean, it's not like Project X really care by now. They could just take this. I mean, if it's a 13-0, even if they only stay at 2 challenges, then it is going to be 17. And then if Budapest 5, how many challenges? They need to win every single challenge, and then still it probably wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, that's true, because Project X, they're only 5 rounds away from victory. That's a really... the CS like in-game equivalent of this would be a 10-0 lead, and that is just a domination, like, categorically. As Budapest 5, they enter another pause, and it's just a tactical... I assume it's a tactical one to figure out what do you do. As for now, it's just difficult.
So yeah, going to be interesting to see how everything actually comes down. But Project X, they just want to keep things going. Sensei still going to be on the auto sniper, looking to go ahead and battle this out further. I love to see that right now. The most kills with the MP7/MP5 is still going to be leading. I'm pretty sure that got boosted as well with a big lead like that. But at this stage, Sensei tapping away with that Scar. He's already found one, looking for more. But Corey into a great position for himself here as well. And for the team, they just need to be there to actually help him out. And right now, there's nobody even in sight to try and help him. As Coolio trying to link back up with his teammates. Even here, Corey is just going to be shut down by Sergez. Sure, Coolio in for a good trade. But that's it. And 3 players staying alive on the side of Project X. As soon as they go double digits, this one is just probably going to be too clear to return from. But it's nice to see Train being on the server. But also interesting how we don't even see these rounds play out fully. As sure, Budapest 5 in the challenges always try to make it close. But even here, it's Zeus and Knife. And that might open things up. But yet again, we've seen that one by Project X again.
Without a doubt. And I mean, for Project X, could you really bother for bonuses at this point? Like, they genuinely could just slaughter these Budapest 5 members under the false pretense that it will be Knives and Zeus's. And then use that to just try and close out the game early on. Toxic kill peek towards B up. He'll drop a nade early on before backing back down. Make sure a plant doesn't come through, but drop down with that Zeus. He'll find Dorsey. Need to knife someone, but Color's there to shut him down. More nades land all around them. So DQ looks to come on in. Psycho to kill one, knifing in the smoke as DemQ finds Color. Or he finds one more Sergey's to trade. It's all on Coolio. He'll misses.
He fails it!
Being swarmed. DemQ to find him. And Project X, they take another round. It's heartbreaking, isn't it? To see how close Budapest 5 gets. Only to be shut down every single time.
Oh, and this is great. Project X, I mean, at least when we have a clear game, I want to see a game that is actually purely dominated then again. And this is exactly what we're seeing here. Sure, it's not exactly the greatest game to see, but it's just crazy to see how they can actually bring it to the server.
What's interesting is Budapest 5 aren't playing badly. This is Project X playing out of their minds right now. It's Psycho going aggressive towards Popdo. It looks like he might catch some players out early on instantly. As Project X, they line themselves up for what would be a bit of a standard play towards B. Toxic, he'll spot the glimpse, he'll get a glimpse of one of those players. Instant shutdown onto Torzi. Sensei finally Corey with that auto sniper. Psycho, he can aggressively because, well, he can. Who's to stop him? He'll keep pushing on forward. He's got the timing working perfectly for him. Or not. Coolio turns around and Color finds Toxic suddenly. It looks a bit better for Project X as Sleep looks to make his way out from Pop Dog. Sensei to shut him down. 2 more players to try and join him. Sergey, he has the angle on this, so here the players running on out. We shut down the first. Coolio finds himself alone. Flash goes down, swinging right through the smoke, and Sergey's will find him. Project X, they make it 11-0, and for Budapest 5, things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, so this round now, it is just looking for Project X to maybe even shut things down at 12-0. Do you go for this challenge? If you break the challenge, it doesn't mean that the other team wins it just from the get-go. But at the same time, might as well try and DemQ actually going for an MP9 rather than the MP5 or MP7. Toxic is going to have an MP dropped for him. And Sensei, he's also going to keep his auto sniper around a little bit longer. Just to have it at their disposal in case anything goes out the window. Sensei tapping away, looking to hopefully have connected to anybody, and then just to finish them off. It comes down to most kills, not only do kills on the MP5s. Literally, as soon as you have your first, you could just win a clean run now. And this already being cancelled out as Budapest 5 are going to win 2 as well. And TOBIZ still going strong. This is all going to come down to Toxic and a 1v1 up against Coolio. Both players are tagged, and it is going to be Coolio to win the round and the challenge for Budapest 5. And it is going to be a first round here, 11-1 at halftime. But of course, Project X only 2 rounds away from victory here on map 1 to go 1-0 in the best of 3.
Do you think it's going to be a comeback, or do you think it's more of a death rattle?
Of course, Pistol going to be the most decisive. Best number is 73, not really going to be as decisive here, especially as right now with the scoreline like this, Project X, all they need to do is just win the round. So I'm expecting them to shut it down within the next couple of 2 or 3 rounds. Might be able to lose one challenge, but we'll see how it comes. I'd say Project X probably 13-1.
Ooh, interesting. Let's see for now, though. Brother takes their pistol round comprising of 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash. A little bit of utility to a little bit of an advantage. Budapest 5, they go a bit more armor heavy, looking for these angels as it's just Color with a smoke and a defuse kit. For now, Project X, they're taking their time. They're holding a default towards both Pop Dog and B Upper. Not catching out anyone just yet as they start ingesting down towards A as grenades go out. Push comes through. Leave to find the first, Corey to find a second, and things suddenly look just that bit better. Psycho able to trade, but it's still a man disadvantage. Push can continue to come around towards heaven. Of Flea finding the first one back down, and just like that, it's all on Sensei. Finding 1, finding 2. Julio there to shut him down, and Budapest 5 to suddenly come and spring to life.
So yeah, 11-2 now as Budapest 5 pick up the pistol. It is their time to come back into the game. Who knows, they might just as well bring back just as dominant as of a run here on their own CT side. Scout and the MP9 are going to be bought up, as surely in this one, it is going to be Budapest 5, of course, putting Coolio in that position on the 73. I find it interesting that Project X, they take quite a while to actually invest into this, and they're just going to be going for yet another round, not going to care about the challenge. And this could bring Budapest 5 back into contention, especially if they rack up this round as well.
For sure. Let's see if it's able to work out for them, though, as 17-10, it's still a chasm between these two teams, and Sensei, he'll be taken down to 77 HP. I think they change their minds and decide to try and go for it, but he'll still survive. And for Budapest 5, let's see what they have in store for us. That's Project X. They're really taking their time, actually.
Yeah, they brought Sensei to 77, same as Psycho. But TOBIZ already finding 1 kill here.
For now, Budapest 5 with a man advantage. When I say man advantage, it's pretty much even, because Coolio, he is just going to hide for as long as humanly possible. Tech start making their way towards this A site. As Sergey finds Color towards Ivy. Smoke goes down, push comes through. So lone players now execute towards B. 30 seconds on the clock. Flea for the man to watch out for. Set piece goes down. Push not quite there to follow. Sleeve has to back away. He can't risk it, but Corey's on the flank. Corey, can he find anyone? Judging by the looks of it, yes he can. Spots the first, turns back around, finds the second. There's a player towards upper, but there was a veil as MQ. He needs to go absolutely huge. Sergey's finding one from behind. That's his second of the round, but with 5 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a solid round for Budapest 5 as they make it their third.
Yeah, I like this as well, that they try to go for that kill post-time. Sergey's going to be surviving on 18 HP and just literally so tight. And look at the scoreline now. If Budapest 5 win another challenge and get another couple of rounds, I don't know. This could still be possible.
It'll be a matter of suiciding for victory again. For now, though, we enter our next standard round. It's Corey to shut down Sensei early on, and with Budapest 5, this is just a matter of playing an anti-eco. Project X, they've got pistols here or there. It's the scout that's been saved onto Sergey's, but nothing too extreme as they do just take their time. They're slow, they're methodical with it, and they give Budapest 5 a chance to maybe come back here.
Fleeve going aggressive, finding one here already. Tapping away for a second, but Sergey's in with the trade. That's the thing, I mean, for Project X, they're just looking for a 12th round and then a 13 to shut things down. But that easier said than done. I mean, Budapest 5, they need 10 more rounds to win this map pick as well. Actually, I just went back and, yeah, it was Budapest 5 to pick Train. Inferno being picked by the guys from Project X. Right now, all down to Sergey's, looking very much like a fourth round here. As yet again for Sergey's, he might as well just fall, take a little bit of loss bonus in the next 20 seconds.
It'd be the best 5 we're going to try and hunt him down there, but then realised, oh wait, he could still kill us. This is still maybe not the best.
Especially getting the bomb down.
He could actually.
And he does. Does not. No, it is going to be Torzy. That would have been great,
scary.
just to get the bomb down, get a little bit of extra bonus. I mean, everybody can buy in that next round comfortably anyways on the side of Project X, and they have to go for headshots, they have to go if they have an op, which they could buy up on Toxic without having a helmet. Decisions to be made here for Project X, as it is fewest hits per kill. So literally, if you're able to get a collat on the op, you're going to be at 0.5.
Let's see how Project X can fare here, as they are able to buy it fairly consistent. Same for Budapest 5. This is probably the best buy we've seen on either side so far in the tournament. Also, in the tournament, sorry, in the match. As we've got double up setup. Coolio's able to get an M4. There's AUGs on Corey. Save for Project X. AKs around the board. There's a Galil on Psycho, which is kind of like the hallmarks of a broken economy, but if they take the round, then they'll be in a grand old position. Something to highlight as well. Budapest 5, if they win this round with the challenge, they go to 17-17. At what point do they start suiciding to give Project X the victory if they take the lead on points?
Well, they need another challenge after, otherwise it wouldn't line up for them. Still, 1-for-1 trades on the op. Thing is, still, Project X, they would win 2 more rounds, so with that, Budapest 5 needs another challenge after this one. And that's the thing. Still, Budapest 5 need this round and need to win the challenge. Otherwise, it could be over. Because remember, as far as I know, at least that was the decision from the group stage. if it is going to be tied on points, whoever has the most challenges wins.
Yeah, I believe so. That was the consensus, wasn't it? So, for now, smokes go down towards B. It's Coolio to watch out for, as he'll see these members. We'll see that smoke going down, at least, as he's to follow. He's got Deagle in hands. Can he put it to good use? As first player swings, he'll miss his shot, forces back away. Yeah, shots where he can. Toxic and Dorsey both falling. As we'll see what Sergey and Sensei have in store for us. Both players making their way forward. As I guess finds one of his own Dorsey there to trade. Damage done either side. Sensei scopes on up, missing his initial shot. Dropping that smoke, hoping for maybe a plant here as things are looking pretty bad for him. Is he missing his shot? Turning back around. 1 versus 3. He's got the plant, which is a silver lining. Coming back out. No scoping Dorsey, but by some miracle he's been able to get away. Needs a no scope. One more. He'll hit the player above him, but it'll be Fleeve to shut him down. That defuse comes through. It's going to be a 11-5 lead, or to Project X, with the bonus one by Budapest 5. They tie it up 17-17 on points. And at this point, if Budapest 5 make it their 6th round, they then go these 18-17. They win the round afterwards, including the bonus. That would make it 21-17. They could throw the last 2 rounds and allow Project X to win the game, because they would then win on points. So for now, let's see what Budapest 5 have in store for us. As it looks like, for now at least, Project X actually have their back against it. It doesn't look like it in terms of scoreline, but the points are what matters here, not the scoreline. Toxic, he'll find one. DemQ finding one of his own, and maybe too little too late. Project X, flash goes out, swing goes wide, set aside. DemQ finding Dorsey. Julio finds some Toxic. Psycho jumping up, finding one more. Color now the man to watch out for. 1 versus 4 in Project X. They've turned into a new beast. They utterly shut down everyone. Let's see what they have in store for us. As Color now holding towards Ivy. This is his initial shot. And he's back around. Finding Sensei. Looking for one more. Able to find Psycho, and now this is looking scary. It's looking dangerous. Ready to no scope, but misses his shot. DemQ to shut him down. And Project X to lead 12-5. Hitting match points as we enter the Drop Weapons Challenge.
Yeah, and that's it then. Of course, we did consider that maybe Budapest 5 still have a run in this one, and sure, they could bring it back all the way here, but theoretically, as long as...
It's just occurred to me, if Project X,
if they don't play this challenge, and Budapest 5 do, then they could lose the round and still win the game on points.
No, Project X would take the point for winning the round, though, so it'd go 19-19.
Yeah, but then they win the game because they have more challenges won.
Oh my lord.
I'm pretty sure
Project X go for victory, that could actually kill them.
Our admins have to confirm it here for really, really quickly, but as far as I know, whenever the game is tied on points, the first thing we look at is the challenges score. And if that is 6-3 for Budapest 5, I'm pretty sure that they're going to win. At least from what I understood from the briefing last time around. We're getting our confirmation from our admins right now. They might even correct me here. I might be wrong. But think about winning 13-5 on the server and still losing the game here. Yes, on draw, challenges count. And that's it. Literally, a 13-5 could bring Budapest 5 a first map win.
Let's see if Budapest 5
if Project X don't go for the challenge.
Figure that out. Let's see if Budapest 5 figure that out, though. Because right now, they need to try and bait Project X into failing the challenge. And in order to do that, I think it would have to be a rush somewhere, right?
Yeah.
They just complete the challenge. They don't shoot anyone. They let Project X kill them all. They all die. They win the challenge, and with that, Project X lose the game.
Think about if you're Project X, and if you're the IGL or the coach, and surely they have thought about this, and sure that is the reason why we have the pause right now, because they want to go over every single scenario that they might be able to win. They're thinking, can we just say, okay, let's not play this challenge and let's just go straight for the W on points, or sorry, on scoreline. But that of course ties them up on points. Oh.
there's so much depth to this. Like, realistically speaking.
And this is the thing. When I first heard about the tournament, I didn't think of how deep these challenges can go.
Oh, well, they can't suicide and go for next because the Project X will just win the map. There's no way Project X suicide here. Because they could just win.
Yeah.
Actually, do Project X suicide?
You might as well. Because then,
drop weapons is
theoretically,
a hard
you do
bonus
win the
to
challenge
win.
as well.
It's also a hard bonus to win. Like,
oh, what a game here. My brain's about to explode. I'm sure that yours is as well.
like Project X, suiciding would be a generally good idea, simply because it means that they get a chance to win. So the challenge after this is win a site only. Project X have a way better chance doing that than they do in, at least here. So they are going to go for it, though. So they need to drop these weapons, or they are truly screwed. Budapest 5, they can bait them into it. The second that they kill, they don't have any nades to suicide. Budapest 5, they need to bait Project X into winning the round then after killing them.
Alright, so Project X, they have to play this challenge, and I hope that they're going to be aware of this, because that would be so devastating if you win 13-5 on the server, but don't win due to the challenges.
Yeah, if I was Budapest 5, I would just double swing somewhere. First player towards left, leave the man to watch out for. Killed by Toxic. Guns get dropped. There you have it. Budapest 5, they're playing it like a default. This is going to be to their detriment.
Oh, please tell me they actually play for the challenge here.
Budapest 5, they could win the map.
So Torsi coming in from back. He does a double! They fail it on the challenge! No. And now Project X, all they have to win is the round. Still, the bomb's gonna be dropped. And Budapest 5, they might have not even thought about this. We were thinking Project X thought about the rule. In Project X, you don't need to adhere to the challenge anymore, which they do, and that, yet again, brings them back in towards the challenge, and not like this.
Oh boy. Budapest 5, what have you done?
Oh, Circus! He's able to isolate them! No way is that just happening. Drops his Galil, is gonna drop down as well. Can I isolate this? And this is it in a 1v1 now. Corey's still gonna be here, but the bomb's gonna be planted. Scout up against the Galil, and no way did Project X win it here. 13-5! And I can't believe it. Budapest 5 didn't think about the rule. And...
oh my lord.
I mean...
that was Budapest 5 game to win. That was their game to win.
I'm not sure if my camera is picking up the glare, but I'm sweating here because I didn't think that this is the one that it's gonna go down to. And what?
Wow, what a way to win the map, or to lose the map when you could have won.
Clutch it back and still adhere to the challenge.
Dear lord, that is impressive by Sergis to take it on train.
Wow.
It should have ended sooner, but you know, he did bring it into the next one. But wow. Something to highlight as well, of course, is that was only the first map. We have a second one coming through, but that was Budapest 5's map pick. That was their choice. They wanted to do that map, and there we have it.
We right now need a technical break for the caster desk.
Yeah.
Because the two of us were just so broken after that round.
Yeah, that was a very, very difficult round to go through. I think Budapest 5, when they find out that they could have won the map there, they're going to have their head in their hands, because that was props with credit where credit's due to Sergey's. He won the map challenge and a 1v3 clutch, so fair play to him. But that's still unbelievable. We go into the second map, and it just shows how much of an emphasis you need to put on these bonus rounds, because if you don't play them, you genuinely could lose when you're still like 13-4 up.
And that's the thing. That's what we just saw. We had the opportunity there, because on 6-3 challenges, they would have won. And to be fair, right now, I'm still full of adrenaline. I'm probably just... I can feel my head beating. And I can hear it myself as well. Yeah. Whew.
Well, that was incredible. I think we got a message from production. We're not going to throw it to a break. Instead, we're going to go to the second map very, very shortly. So, is your prediction still 2-1 to Budapest 5, or are you going can lean back on Project X now?
With a game like that, yeah, let's. I think that Budapest 5, sure, their chances are not counted fully just yet. I think it is going to be tremendously difficult because I think on Inferno, Project X are only going to get stronger, and I think that's just going to be the end. And with a performance like that, to literally win the map, win the challenge, and a 1v3, still adhering to the challenge rules, I'm still broken. I still don't know what to say.
Wow is all I can say to that as well. And something to highlight is Budapest 5, again, they had the right idea to play for bonuses. It worked admirably for them, but to just, in them being a bit more passive, them being too scared to bait themselves into losing, ended up costing them the game. And I think that if they do find out in this break here, if they find out that they could have won the game, they are going to be kicking themselves. They're going to enter the next map on tilt, which could just be detrimental to them.
Yeah, and we saw the usual performance already that Project X can bring in a battle like this. It was 13-5 on the server.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Definitely something to worry about.
I just still don't know. The fact that the two of us were also only talking about the fact that Project X need to make sure that they don't fail the challenge. We didn't even think about the fact that Budapest 5 could tie things up and do have to follow the rules as well. We thought that is going to be a sure thing anyways. But not as clear as that. And yeah, next map pick should be coming up pretty soon. But I do expect that both teams right now also do need a little bit of a breather here in between maps.
Yeah, I think, are we going to be going to a short break? We'll see what production's saying. Just a second.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what they have to say, but maybe we can play a couple of trailers and then be back on the next map, because I'm guessing that the teams themselves need a quick little breather here. Maybe go outside, get a little bit of fresh air, and we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the two of us as soon as the game is ready on Inferno.
Hello and welcome back to the Challenge Cup Finals. We just saw one of the closest games, I think, of the whole tournament. Not so much in terms of scoreline, but in terms of points and the use of bonus rounds to decide just who will be able to take it. I almost said Blue Jays for a second there. Budapest 5, they faltered at the last possible moment and they won or they lost a round they very much could have won, which would, of course, would have meant losing the rounds to win the game. As complicated as it sounds, it was just as bad for us casters. I'm your caster, Kremer3, and joining me is feeling Tyler. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great after a first game like that. I really need that breather. Went outside my room, cleared on out, and ready for this second one now. Really just need to get up, calm down, and now I'm ready for Inferno. But I'm guessing that we're going to see much the same, at least from the side of Project X. We're going to definitely see them kind of move into that. And sure, whilst my first prediction was that Budapest 5 are going to be the team to make me do it 2-1, that was relying on them getting a positive result over towards Train, and they could have almost done it. Because, for those of you guys that are just joining us, they could have just lost 13-5, won the challenge, let the other team lose the challenge, and then still won it due to a 19-19 tie, but then yet again, both teams being into it just due to the fact that the total challenges one was stronger for Budapest 5. I know it's an insane system, but that's the tournament, and that's the way that we almost saw Budapest 5 being up 1-0 in the best of 3, and I'm sure that that would have been even worse to Project X's mentality than it would have been to the mentality of Budapest 5 if they now in the break found out that they could have won.
Yeah, without a doubt. Luckily for Project X, though, they started Train furiously. They went, I think it was 10-0 up at one point. It ended up going 11-1, and that was the utter decider there, as genuinely that was formidable by Project X. Hopefully in just a moment we might see a repeat of that on Inferno. We will have to wait and see, but for now, this is a team to watch out for.
Yeah, I just heard from our admins that our next map should be starting soon. So, of course, on Inferno, it is one of our most played maps alongside Vertigo and Mirage, and it should be really, really interesting to see which way it actually turns. As we're already foreshadowing, Project X probably going to have a pretty good time on it, but of course, nothing is over until the last shots are going to be fired. And who knows, we could still be moving on to a third and final map as a decider. That would be Nuke, and I'd love to see another new map as our grand final at least already showed us a little bit on towards Train. Yep. Loved that Gotti had the cam down in towards that lawn chair over top, overlooking the A-bomb site, ready for a barbecue. Although, of course, the Molotovs didn't come out as strong.
Without a doubt, of course, that was extremely, extremely strong from Project X. But with that, in just a moment, just by the sound of that, we are going to be heading into Inferno. Take it away, Tyler.
Yeah, Project X yet again, Sergis, Psycho, Sensei, Demq, and Toxic up against Budapest 5, Torzi, Fleeve, Kalor, Corey, and Coolio. It is your second map of this grand final. It is Project X's map pick here as well in Inferno, and with the performance they've already shown, this should be a banger going their way to make it 2-0. But of course, as we already said now, it is not going to be over until the game actually ends on our servers here. So stick with us, vote for your favorite challenges, and we will be into that pistol, which Kramer has ready for you.
Psycho opening up for Project X with the utility, that nade and smoke. Nade already expended, and Color, he's going to eat it, but it's Fleeve to get the early 2k. Switches to the USB, looking to go a bit more aggressive, making it 3 as he shuts down Sergey. Turning back around, jumping up out from Apps, and Sensei finds himself the lone man towards Boiler, backing down the first. He's got 2 more to fight, finding a second, looking for a third. Halsey there to trade, and now all of a sudden Fleeve gonna make it a 4k, shutting down Psycho, and showing that Budapest 5 are here with a vengeance.
Yeah, and of course, Budapest 5, they need to have this strong start on the T side. It took them ages to get that first round going on their T side over on Train. It was a really, really dominant start from Project X, getting things going straight away, but a headshot streak in this round. 3 kills in a row, all headshots is what you need to win the challenge. If the streak is broken, so for example, if you do get 2, but then one player gets normal kill, then of course you're not able to bring that back. Team kills, of course, don't count in that, but let's see who's going to be the stronger side on the headshots here. Mainly Deagles for Project X, of course, no more money than to support those, but of course Budapest 5, a couple of Deagles, 2 AKs, and a Galil as well, which is actually very surprising.
That's a surprisingly convincing buy from Budapest 5, and for Project X, these Deagles are just going to be a matter of maybe finding the odd player here or there. It wouldn't surprise me if you get a bit of kills, do a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, Budapest 5 are the ones to look to try and take this. Fleeve, he has just showed up right now, 4k on the pistol, and now he is just getting entry after entry, making his way forward towards this B site, tapping down. He doesn't care that people don't know where he is, because he is here to open up a site with purpose, and he resolve being shown by him as DemQ spot players making their way back down towards the mid. It shows that he might not be the full commitment from Budapest 5 just yet, but if Fleeve continues to take some heads, then it might just be as they make their way back around. Fleeve now aggressing towards both CT and Fountain. Spotting the first player, trying to tap him down, finding Psycho, re-aggressive towards CT, shutting down Sensen. My God, Fleeve is good right now. He is on fire, tapping down Toxic, looking for DemQ, the lone man of Project X, as he stacks back down towards Shorts. 1 versus 4, and, well, if Fleeve has anything to say about these last few rounds, he is going to carry Budapest 5 over Inferno.
Yeah, of course, not over just yet in this one, but at the same time, DemQ, he would need 2 Deagle headshots just to tie things up on the challenge, and of course, at that rate, he might as well win the round, but look at that from Budapest 5. They're repositioning in towards CT spawn. Nobody's going to be here to peek against him. And that's why the time is of the essence. It's all run out, and Coolio still finds that last headshot as well. Everybody on the side of Project X falling. Only Toxic with a single kill into the round, and they don't pick up the challenge for this. We put all hopes for Budapest 5 on that first map, but who knows, Inferno might also be their playground to really get going here.
Tell you what, if Fleeve keeps finding back-to-back 4Ks, then Project X are definitely screwed, for lack of a better word, as the nade comes through towards mid. It's a full stack, Sensei leading that charge. Hasn't been able to catch out anyone just yet, though, as Dorothy and Carl, the men to watch out for, finding kills of their own, which farming anyone who comes their way, as Wizards will shut them down. And Budapest 5, they now lead 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 for Budapest 5, and this is a stark contrast to what we saw on that first map, of course. We did see it all come down to a 13-5 at the end of it, but look at Fleeves' position. 9-0-0. He's blown past the reverse James Bond. And while there's still 2 guys over on the side of Project X, Sergis and DemQ, are yet to find a kill, especially if you consider how strong those 2 guys have been on previous maps, on previous best of ones as well during the tournament here. Interesting and surprising start from Project X. Of course, they still need a little bit longer to actually get that CT side going. Right now, the scouts, especially peeking in towards mid, not exactly great. Especially as Budapest 5 already have an auto sniper out. 2 of those at the moment as well.
And now it's going to be Budapest 5 line themselves up for fairly standard default, but Project X, they have been able to establish banana control, something you probably don't expect. Obviously with this auto sniper, man to watch out for, but he needs to bear in mind that's an expensive investment. As it's Carla to find Psycho early on, he's going to keep aggressing as the flash forcing players out of position. Fleeve being tagged down with his own auto sniper. As we'll continue bringing out shots where he can, but it's done very little damage. Said DemQ, he'll spot that player towards Boiler, tagging down and finding Coolio. Still gets 6 damage on the other side of the map, but it does not matter for now.
Yeah, that's the point. Budapest 5, sure, they already found 1 kill, but it's not like it's an opener to actually winning this round, because towards the bomb sites there is still players covering off. Toxic finds a collateral. Sure, he's being traded by Torzy. Still, DemQ's going to be close. He was already strong on that before, and there you go. All coming down to Corey in a 1v3. The rotate still hot on their heels, but Corey finding 1. And still have a chance for more, tapping away, now down to a 1v1. Then Q needs multiple hits here, and it is going to be Corey. Nicely done, and how does he even bring this back to a 4-0 here?
That just shows how strong those auto snipers can be in the unscoped sniper kill challenge. And it's weird how we saw this method develop over the last few days, where a lot of the time teams were just opting to go for the standard buys of scouts. Every now and then we saw an AWP if they're feeling extreme. Now we're seeing auto snipers used as AKs, and it works really, really well for them, but it is a hell of an investment. And if it gets shut down now, it's going to ruin the economy of Budapest 5.
So yeah, let's see what Project X can come up with within this round. Still, of course, on the CT side, this is going to be a normal round. Everything back to basics. Yet again, you do still have 2 players on those MP9s, and that's not exactly ideal. Demke does find one. Corey and Coolio both to trade back, though. Sensei finds a double, and he doesn't need to peek aggressively like he does, but it works out for him. Corey coming in from behind still. His position isn't going to be known just yet. They're going to be looking over towards that bomb side no matter what, and who knows, might just be caught out by the player behind. Now they know where he's at, and Sergis finds that last kill as well. Auto sniper being collected on and being used for this next round to come. No headshot kills. And you have to watch out, especially on the T side there. Always on that autopilot to get those headshot kills, especially as the next challenge after is going to be the headshot streak.
I think this auto sniper buy is a very convincing one by also pick up from Project X. It's really convincing because that's auto sniper, it can just tear through armored opponents like it's nothing. Again, just a couple of shots, and because there's pretty much 0 damage reduction over targets being shot through, means that spamming it on that broken wall on B and or just spamming it down mid at different players means that any collaterals are just going to take so much damage. And for no headshot kills, it's the perfect gun, really.
Yeah, right now Corey is the first to open up our scoring with no headshots, and Berg is dangerous one there, but keeps it under control as well. Sensei, though, his hold is surely going to be the most important one here as Wizard, Fleeve, over towards the A-bomb site, already picking up one on towards Toxic. DemQ trying to trade back, doesn't work out for him, and Sensei all by himself. Bomb's going to be planted towards A. And this, a 5th round for Budapest 5 already. And this, not the start that we expected going into this, as both teams will pick up the challenge win, it seems like. But for Sensei, it'd be great to also keep the auto sniper going, as that would be a great weapon to find headshots in the neck. Sensei breaks it, and with that, of course, he's trying to stay alive, but Budapest 5 are going to have a lead going forward. At least when it comes down to challenges, and even there, Sensei, the auto sniper, is going to be recovered by Color.
It's a rough one.
3-1
a rough one
on challenges.
For now, it looks like Budapest 5 can definitely give a repeat of what we saw on Train, now on Inferno, as Budapest 5 are looking very, very strong right now. Fleeve is going 10-3 in just 7 or 6 rounds, now 7. As Project X, they don't really have a response for it, as now Corey, the man to watch out for as he makes the push up from Banana. Smoking that molly. As Fleeve is waiting towards Apps. Catching out Toxic early on, and again, Fleeve is just a mad on a rampage right now. Psycho being digged down as he jumps up by Corey. Forced on back, and Project X, that molly, it does damage, but nowhere near the amount of damage that Psycho just received.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's down to 10 HP already. Sensei looking for more on the MP9. Player close by. He's not going to be taking anything early on. Sensei has to fall back.
Really
the need,
good
though,
nade
here.
there.
Sensei, that's one way to give your team a catapult back in towards this round.
How do you respond to that? Sensei, a lovely little kill, Color and Torsi are able to respond, but Demq, he's still sent aside. He's still looking to hold. Will catch out. It won't catch out the also sniper. Torsi, he'll survive, but just a bit longer. For now, it falls down to just Sergey's 1 versus 2. Coming up from mid, and these players, they're low on HP, but with them both in pit, there's no way he expects them to both be there, right?
Yeah, still he does collect on a kit now, would still have double flashes. He doesn't even check one in towards pit. And with that, Torsi finds that kill. 6-1 for Budapest 5 as the headshot streak now. 3 headshots in a row. We've gone over this before. We've had it in the second round already. And that time around as well, Project X weren't even able to rack up 3 kills. So let's see how it turns out, especially as Project X now. Yet again, go down to Deagles. Not much more than that. They wouldn't have the money to invest into more either. So, of course, you do want to have another full buy in that next round to come. And that is probably also the biggest problem that Project X has at the moment. Isn't that they're not good enough to win these rounds, but also just that they don't have the better weaponry as well. We do have a technical pause here, it seems like. As, of course, I think right now it still just comes down to Project X being in that circle of doom of just not making it out, having the proper buy at your disposal, having a full buy that can really, really challenge those Ts. And sure, Budapest 5, they win the rounds when it counts, and right now all they're doing is winning, and they're up by a large margin thanks to the challenges here as well.
Without a doubt. So to highlight as well is just how the distance in points, 12-3, that's a lot. So
Yeah.
Something else as well that's kind of difficult is Project X. They on training we saw they don't hide away from challenges. They opt for rounds. Budapest 5, they've adapted better, and because of this usage of challenges, is they've been able to spiral out of control. We see that with auto snipers coming out from them now, and they're just using them to great effects.
The thing is now, do you expect this game to maybe be it for Budapest 5? Maybe pick up another challenge here, make it 4-1, then you're at 7 rounds as well. Potentially.
Yeah,
That could almost be it. As long as you can keep that margin on challenges going, you could even still lose the game and still bring it over to a third map on Nuke.
when Project X won train, they're winning on rounds and not on challenges, but Budapest 5, they're winning on both right now.
Yeah.
This is a stomp.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of beef that I have right now as well, is literally Psycho's at -1 kills. As of course, his stats will be reset. He of course just rejoined the server after his technical issues. It's not his actual score. I just wanted to take a dig at Project X right now.
Yeah, you feel better now you're taking a dig at them?
Love it. The fact is still that his stats weren't exactly stellar, and yeah, he had to disconnect, so of course that's going to be a -1. I think he did actually have 0 kills before, so yeah, that is his current stat, if we're looking at it. And right now the headshot's already coming out. Both teams looking strong in their headshot streaks. Both now sitting at 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
For now, we're going to see where's making that lead. Forward, it's a lovely shot from Sergey to kick things off. Shutting down. And players Corey to trade, and Budapest 5 and Project X have both been lethal with these headshots so far. Sergey's he's going to aggress a bit towards Banana. He's worried that players might be there, and if he's lucky, he might be able to catch out the bomb. As the timing's definitely going to be with him on Corey right now. Corey, is he able to get towards top mid in time? Sergey's, will he turn? Will he aggress? No, he won't. He's able to get towards the top of mid. And even though the challenge is won by both sides, looks like Budapest are going to take the standard round regardless.
Yeah, that's the thing, that yet again both teams sure win the challenge, but it's going to be a 7-1 most likely. Psycho still might want to go for this one. Apparently Project X do want to do exactly that. Of course, Torshi's still a little bit further away. Corey was caught out, but still Torshi has that angle to keep this all under lock. Even here, Sergey is going to go for the next smoke on the bomb. Returns fire, and there you go, Torsi. Not sure if he actually seen him, or if it's just his confidence to find him immediately. 2 shots in the exact same space. 7-1, Budapest 5, as the timer was playing against them as well. But this right now is turning from bad to worse here.
Yeah,
as of course, right now, I mean, 7-1 from a 13-5 on that previous. It's just not what we expected.
No, without a doubt. For now, Project X, they ramp up for a full push towards Banana. They've got players to help out with it, but to what avail? Psycho will find the first. He's dinked on down, and they are able to maintain a man advantage. Let's see to what avail.
Well, 4 players in towards mid. 2 over towards that A bomb site. 3 at B. As this, of course, yet again just being one of those normal rounds, trying to just be able to find a little bit of control. I think the double flash in towards top Banana, that gives them a lot of information, and they are already going to send Circus on the rotate, but it might be a little bit too late here already. Sensei has a tight angle to hold, and I'm a big fan of him actually falling back all the way towards Pit. Much rather see that than being overly aggressive here. The boost came out, did do a little bit of damage. But there you go, Sergers, a double from Library. The old toxic up above, but he's going to find one.
Look at two as well, and look how low the Project X players are. But it doesn't matter. Challenge is lost by Project X, and for now, Budapest 5, they lead 17-6 on points, and that's just harrowing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I even think that right now it's going to be almost impossible to make it back as easy as that. It's a 3 challenge lead here as well.
That shouldn't have been a challenge.
I was just about to say, wasn't that challenge literally for the next round?
Yep. Ignore me. That challenge is for the next round.
Yeah.
Big reset comes through on the config.
Is it still going to be a normal round?
Oh, no. They reset it. There you go. So now it's the bonus round.
Okay, yeah. But that bonus is now gone. We're back to 37, it looks like. Or do we also reset to that last bonus? I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure I even started saying that the round wasn't a challenge round, but then all of a sudden, I was quite confused when the challenge actually came down. And that was somebody in chat, I think, yesterday also saying, well, why not just play a challenge every single round, especially towards OT, that might be an option. But not the rules that we have here. Every second round is a challenge round, every other round is then a normal. We jump into this one now. Best numbers 37. And back to it then as they try to get players down to that, and Sensei is going to be at exactly 37, same as Kalor.
So they found out how to do it. Looks like it is just a little knife and he held with the USB. Well, he finds Sergey's Wizard there to trade, and well, just like that, Budapest 5, they collapse on this B-bomb site. Project X, they send Sensei to go save with the others, and with that, they win the challenge, but they still go 8-2 down. For now, it's going to be a standard push from Budapest 5 to try and hunt down these saving players. Now, let's see who we need to watch out for as Fleeve will be the man to make his way down towards the library. Project X, their response was to push back down towards T-Apps, and understandably so, because with Sensei surviving, it does give him that 2 points grace period, but it's still just awful to work with. As all things considered, Corey, he's been an instrument for... Well, Corey might actually be able to hunt down some players here to also accompany him. They find Demku early on. If Sensei gets caught out, he does. He'll be tagged out. They do still win the challenge regardless, though, as the round had ended, but that was dangerously close to Project X there. Looking back at the bye, though, we enter the next standard round, and it's still a 10-round deficit, or 10-point deficit between these two teams, a 6-round difference. And Budapest 5 with a 2-challenge lead right now are in a perfect scenario, and you can tell that the Budapest 5 fans are giving them challenges in their favor, because what they're doing is they're giving these challenges that don't have a winner or loser. They're giving challenges that both teams can win, and that means that Budapest 5 are always able to maintain their challenge lead.
Well, I think it comes down to the point as well. Right now on the Budapest 5 stream, there's like 500 Budapest 5 fans in their neck and literally just there to cheer them on. This is a massive opponent to try and fight against. It is maybe even a David against a Goliath, as Project X right now still fighting so hard. Authority trying to bring things back. Finds Sergis. No idea how he does it, as he is going to be on the op in the 1v1 up against Psycho. Pushing up that bracket area in towards a short now. Does Torchi check in behind? Yes, he does. And that is going to be 9 rounds and a very comfortable lead in towards halftime already. We're back towards a headshot streak. Of course, both teams yet again can win this one as well. And so is that UMP or Deagle challenge that would be coming in after the next 2 rounds.
Yeah. Something to watch out for as well is this is the final round of the first half. Project X are on the favoured CT side. If they can't at least find maybe one of these challenges and hope Budapest 5 don't, just to cover some ground going back in their favour, then Budapest 5, they're just going to stomp them.
Well, I think that's why, especially the UMP or Deagle challenge isn't all too bad. Especially considering that it is going to be a second round after pistol, so it doesn't matter which team wins the pistol. Might even go for Deagles rather than the UMPs. All depends on how the Ts, of course, want to play the game. But right now, kill streaks is what you want to get, and that is 3 headshots in a row to grab those kills.
Sergei's making his way in through mid. Dorsey going to join him in apps to try and have this little exchange, this little refutal as the players look to save. Sergei's holding for a push. He knows there's one coming. He'll find the first, looking for more. Finding a second and a third, but their body shots, they're going to fail the challenge with that because they're unable to get 3 more headshots now. As Project X, having lost the challenge, need to hide. Budapest 5 with still the potential to win it. They're going to try and hunt them down as they start barreling towards T-Apps.
Yeah, not going to be enough, though. It is going to be 10-2 here at halftime. Budapest 5, really, really dominant one here as well. As both teams sure lose the challenge, but it is still 20-8 when it comes down to those total points. 3-5 on challenges, and the lead here Hungarian side is going to be strong enough as we jump into another pistol. Last one was won by Budapest 5 to get them to this strong start. Let's see how this round is going to come down as Project X desperately need it. Otherwise, I can only see this going one way.
For now, it's going to be Fleeve actually being dropped. What a shot from Dorsey to kick things off. Deleting Sensei, sending him straight out of the server. I was talking about Fleet being dropped to CZ, but it doesn't matter if your teammate's doing all that. Psycho, only man with utility now, trying to force that player out from Wood, but his teammates are going to make their way towards a Toxic now, towards Pit. It's a bait set up from Budapest 5 there. Psycho, who'll continue making noise, but he's the only man with a smoke right now. He does need to throw it at some point, and he does have Sergei's to support him, so that does work in his favor, but it's such a hard angle to hold. First is found. Toxic, he falls in apps as now the full push comes forward towards B. Demke, very low on HP. Psycho low as well without armor. Right now, Project X, they're definitely underdogs here, but as the push comes through, they might be able to do it. They just need to find the spell on U-Box early on, but Corey, he does not fall without a fight. He's got Kudio there to help him as well. More damage being done around the board. Kudio finding one more. Another great kill onto Demke. And Budapest 5, they make it an 11-2 lead as Project X get categorically stomped around the map.
Is this a 13-5 to a 13-2? Almost certainly done. So I mean, they're probably going to go for a 12th round. Let's see how this round plays out, as of course it is going to be a challenge, and both teams can actually win this challenge as well. However, if you don't adhere to the rules, the other team wins. But of course, we're going to see Project X mostly on Deagles. DemQ in with the Mac 10 as well. Let's hope that he doesn't use it, because you're only allowed to play with the UMP or Deagle. You're not allowed to do any damage with a different weapon than the UMP or Deagles. You're allowed to use your knife, you're allowed to use your nades. That's exactly where we see the nade rain coming in towards Banana. Molotov in towards mid to stop a quick rush there. But the secondary nade from Coolio already here for it, in towards Tree. Not going to be doing too much damage. So Psycho finds that first one, and I'm expecting the Deagles to maybe even be a little bit stronger in comparison to the UMPs. But of course, everything far from over. Toxic finds another one here for Project X as Corey is able to trade. And this back and forth trading also going to help out, because Budapest 5, of course, getting $600 per kill on the UMPs. Project X not as fortunate.
He just goes on a rampage, shutting down the last two members, and Budapest 5, they win the challenge, go 22-8, 12-2, and we saw on train Budapest 5, they had a chance to come back. Project X, they have no chance here whatsoever. They're 4-6 challenges down, they've got 14 points to make up for, and Budapest 5, just so strong.
Yeah, it is insane right now, and I think when it comes down to it as well, this right now, CT's still on 3 UMPs and Organ and M4 against 2 AKs on the T-Stud, especially Serg is already being tagged down to just 10 HP. Those guys on the Deagles also just need to be insane.
Yeah, but I'll establish Budapest 5. Spam down a few members. Sensei gonna help retake Banana as the set flash goes down. Cash plays down rotation, trying to find TOBIZ, unable to do so though, as now Project X look to push on to B. There's only one man to try and hold, it is in the form of Fleaves. Toxic finds one of the players rotating out of the way, but Fleaves needs to go absolutely huge right now, it won't even matter. DemQ shuts him down, and suddenly Project X, they have a spree of life that appears on them. Color, he'll find Psycho, the trade's there by DemQ. As Sergey's trades onto TOBIZ. Coolio, the last man now, and at long last, Project X, they're able to find a round.
9 rounds in a row, anybody?
It could happen.
And then still, in OT, Project X, they need a bunch of challenges here to at least tie things up so the challenge score doesn't matter. Because with a 2 challenge difference going in towards OT, generally then would also go the way of Budapest 5. Even if Project X win 3 rounds immediately into OT, it would still be Budapest 5 winning on points. And that is almost impossible to get back at, really.
Push comes through, Sensei. What a shot onto Corey to kick things off. For Project X, it says only headshot kills, and well, that's the way to do so. The challenge is lost there as TOBIZ, he dives into the Molotov of Project X, which means that they lose the bonus, and Budapest 5 adhere to the bonus rounds. It means that they are playing the long game. They know they're thinking of 3 bonuses up. Should it get to late game, they can just suicide their way to victory. As Coolio, he'll fight DemQ. Lovely shot with that Deagle, switching around, looking for more. Toxic to shut him down. So many players come up from mid. Color and Fleave to watch out for. Toxic looking to trade. He'll find the first he knows that the second is there. Not quite spotting him there as Fleave makes his way up towards Apps.
Yeah, and Fleave here, just to make sure that, of course, they do win the challenge, could just decide to not even go for this here. And yeah, just kind of survive or go up with a bomb, whatever he wants to do. Looking to maybe get a weapon out of it as well. Does have his Deagle, is going to collect a scout. But yeah, Project X in for a 4th round. But as you just said, the challenge lead going to be even bigger of a margin here for Budapest 5. As 3 challenges in hand is going to be it. And who wants to tell Project X that they need to win challenges? This is just not going to cut it. And especially with the way that Budapest 5's fans are probably still going to be voting over on that Hungarian stream. They're still going to keep on going for challenges that can be taken by anybody.
Now it's going to be Fleeve to make his way on forward. He wants to catch out these odd men. There's big damage to Toxic early on. Those mollies mean that he's got no choice but to be trapped in the corner there. But he won't go down without a fight. He'll find DemQ, Sergis, and Toxic, though. They have a little refutal of their own. 4 versus 3 now for Project X, and even though they have a man advantage, let's see what they have in store for us, as looks like it will be Torsi to make his way back down and around as Sergei shuts him down. Corey trading onto Sensei, but still at a man disadvantage. Oh, well, now 1v3 for Coolio, so he'll make his way through this smoke. Actually out the first, looking for a second. Does he do so? Instead, he'll aggress. Flashes force him back. The Sergei will put him to an early grave, but Project X, it feels like they're on borrowed time. Budapest 5, they're going to win eventually because of challenges, and because of that challenge lead, when it comes to overtime, they'll just suicide.
Yeah, and both teams are going to be looking for that 73. Coolio surely going to be the player on the Budapest 5 side to go for it, because they're going to go for every single challenge just to keep up this insane lead. At the same time, you could just decide, just go for the W here. You have a big enough win as well. I'm not sure. To be fair, I'd still rather put one player on the 73, still try to win the round all out on the side of Budapest 5. So, like, not try to save Coolio somewhere in a corner, but just to have him on that HP. But there you go. He's going to be on 100 HP. Everybody on the Budapest 5 side not going to be going for it. And they're going to be trying to tap away to do that damage.
I don't think Project X know how to hit 73.
Fall.
Yeah, I don't think Project X know how to hit 73.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I would have thought that by now, literally every team would have copied that Budapest 5 strat already. Scouts and an SMG.
So
and this right now...
on HP.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-4 as well.
Push comes through towards A, and looks like he's watching out. Will catch out Torsi early on, but Budapest 5, they haven't gone for this either. Oh, there we go. They finally find it. Sensei back down. They do figure it out, but still
one way to go for it.
For now, Project X, though, they need to find a way onto a site and still win the round with Sensei not taking damage. Toxic, he's made his way towards Arch, but they're walking into a stack, and Toxic, he's going to have to try and dismantle that.
Yes, she is. The only player up top is going to be Corey. He's going to be dropped though. Kalor on the AUG. 22 HP. The nade catches him out. And Coolio in a 1-on-3. He's going to go for the op save, it looks like. Of course, the money all being used up on the side of Budapest 5. This could be a 6th and a 7th round for Project X. And Sensei just needs to bring that 73 HP through. Right now, still in towards Banana. Needs to fall further back to not take any damage from the bomb. But yet again, Coolio could become dangerous there. Best would probably be to either return all the way to T-spawn, which right now Coolio might be able to stop at this point. He has been spotted by now, and Psycho finds that kill as well. Very important as Budapest 5, well, they lose their advantage when it comes down to challenges. Sure, it's still up by 2, which is still going to be good enough even if we do move to OT. But Project X, imagine them bringing things back, tying things up on challenges, and then moving on into OT. That right now, their only route at bringing it to a 2-0 victory. Otherwise, we would see a 2-1. And then everything is out in the open as Nuke We haven't seen it being played on challenges just yet. But Project X, I mean, this is awfully characteristic of their side though as well. We consider even in their crazy times, sure they had some strong tournament finishes, but time and time again ended up not being as strong. Just kind of choking here and there. Fleeve though is gonna find one. Lord to find another. And Budapest 5, this could be their 13th round, and surely not like this.
Since I hear the player behind him, he may have heard him drop. I guess he's out ready. I spot the first shutting down Torzy, and suddenly it looks a bit better for Project X. Psycho barreling towards the A site. He knows he can get a plant in time. Doesn't spot the player towards Library. Numbers punched on in. So it goes down. Did he spot the player towards center site? He's probably heard him. There we have it. Spotted out. Color shutting him down, and now Corey finds himself alone in a 1 versus 2, but this is way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, and that's the point. Budapest 5 could have almost had this one as well, but Sensei shuts Corey down at the end. It is still only 1 round away from Budapest 5 winning this one. And think about grabbing a comeback like this. I mean, the scoreline that we had, the lead that Budapest 5 had, this next challenge coming up, win A site only, is only one team that, of course, can win this challenge. And with that, also, the CTs will be there the whole time, as the Ts have to wait 10 seconds within their own spawn.
I honestly think that Project X, like, do they even go for A here? Do they just try and stay in the game and try and get the challenge at another date? Because right now, being unable to fight Budapest 5, they just need to win the round. So you see how there's a player towards Banana. That's just to catch them out. It's just to, well, get an advantage. There you have it. Got it. He'll find Psycho early on, and Budapest 5, they lose the challenge, but they'll go to win the round. As there you have it. It's down to Sergey's and Sensei, 2 versus 4. And
that's it.
It's down to Sergey's. There you have it. Project X, they falter on Inferno as Budapest 5. They come back massively. A huge comeback to what we saw on Train, and that would go to Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was 13-5 to finish us off. I think we had a 12-2 at some stage, something along those lines for them. So, of course, 13-5 on the first map, 13-7 on this one. Budapest 5, now both teams in with one map. They pick up each other's map picks. Of course, with that, Nuke is going to be our decider, and I think we have a lot to expect from either side. A lot more to Nuke and what we might see on the map after this short little break. Welcome back to the Challenge Cup Grand Finals. We're ready to head into our third and deciding map of this best of three. Of course, it is still Kremer and myself feeling in this one. Of course, yeah, it has been an interesting turn of events. Both teams picking up each other's map picks and now heading into Nuke.
Yeah, that was a very weird turn of affairs to see Project X stop Budapest 5 on train, only for them to come back on challenges, only to then see the categoric shutdown, followed by a little bit of a comeback by Budapest 5 on Inferno. Now we head to Nuke, and I think we both know that Nuke is one of Budapest 5's better maps, but we also know that Project X play it a fair bit. It's going to be a very interesting game ahead, and if these last two games are anything to go by, then it's going to be very, very exciting. But without further ado, I think we are going to be heading into this game very, very shortly. We gave it quite a long break, so we do have a chance to go into it. But before we go, Jordan, quickly give us a prediction.
I think it's gonna be a tight one because I do see Project X maybe even failing here. You say they play it quite a bit, but at the same time, yeah, sure, playing and having success is still kind of a two-edged sword, and yeah, the success hasn't really been there in regular games. If that also transfers into the performance here is a whole different story. But of course, for the side of Budapest 5, they play a decent bit. It is their best map when it comes down to performance as well. If that transfers through the challenges as well, is going to be our biggest question. But I think this opens things up to a 2-1 in the grand final.
Yeah, you want to say who it's to?
What?
As VP, yeah? Well, I think that Project X could take it. We'll have to see, but here we are, featuring Nuke, comprising of Project X, featuring Sergey, Psycho, Sensei, Demq, and Toxic, as they take on their opponents of Budapest 5, featuring Torzi, Fleeve, Kala, Corey, and Coolio. Nuke, a map we haven't seen at all for the whole tournament until now. to see which side's able to take it and/or which side will leave victorious in the grand final of this Challenge Cup.
Yeah, we'll see how this one comes down as the pistol round now underway. Project X starting on that CT side, and surely the preferred side that you want to start on as well. Let's see how it comes down. Fleeve is going to be the first to look for damage, but Sergis to win the first pistol duel. Falls back as well after getting Corey. And it's interesting how they move straight in towards Hell to try and push up Heaven. Right now it is going to be successful, but the nade being a little bit more effective. And look at that! Where was this Project X on the pistol round on Inferno? It just seemed like Project X forgot to turn on their monitors for that second map.
Project X, they just slaughtered Budapest 5 there without any mercy whatsoever. We're going to enter our first bonus round, that being win with snipers only. You're allowed to scope, you're allowed to go anywhere you want. You just got to win, you just got to use snipers. We'll see who's going to take it. I think historically we've seen Budapest 5 have the most success out of any other team here. But for now, let's see just who else is able to go on forward. I think Project X, considering they're on the defender's side, they might have a bit of an advantage here. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. As of course, Project X on that CT side looking to get another one going. But of course, everything's down towards those snipers. Both sides only limited towards the scouts, and already the push coming out. Cologne towards the first one to actually be tied up though, as they return the damage, but it is going to be Coolio for that first kill. Finds a second one here as well. Of course, it's win snipers only. It's not a no-scope challenge, and with that, everybody being scoped in. Kalor down to 1 HP, lucky to be alive in this one. Even here already spotted out further players. Nice one to drop down from Psycho. Already tapped the bomb once. Is he aware of the last positions here as well? He's still no-scoping for this one. Is he aware that he could actually be scoping in as he's going to be taken out by Fleeve at the end? I'm pretty sure that might have been miscommunicated, as everybody, I think, on the side of Project X was actually no-scoping for this one. Budapest 5, either way though, win the challenge and win the round as well.
Budapest 5 showing some true signs of life now as they start firing on all cylinders. We're going to see a buy come out from either side, but it's a standard round. It is a chance to play bonus, really, for Budapest 5 from the scouts they've maintained from the last round. For Project X, they are just fighting to reset Budapest 5 as Color takes a substantial amount of damage early on. For Demcube, he'll drop that smoke, he'll break that vent, he'll make sure no one gets out of that squeaky door, but for now it is going to be Budapest 5 looking to do some damage on the flip side of that initial attack from Project X.
Yeah, a lot of damage already, of course, from those guys. It's Galore attack down, so is Fleeve. Yet again, I mean, I like the fact that they're continuing on with these scouts as well. Project X, of course, very, very limited. But Psycho also ready to put a smoke down in towards Secret if they come his way. I still don't believe that he also has the right weapon to hold this with the Deagle. Especially if they then really, really start to pick up the pace. Sure, the Galeos might not be an SMG, but good amount of damage certainly to be done, and 35 bullets is plenty to have a spray down battle.
As Fleeve, he'll strike first, shutting down Toxic, and that's a flank on the other side of the map. That's not even the main point of a attack. Demq's able to trade. Let's see how these players of Squeak are able to fare. They'll be spotted out early on. It's a lot of damage onto that player, and Psycho is taken down. Now the full swing comes through. It's 15 seconds left. They need to move quick if they want to get to this site. That first door opens, double door opens as well. Corey, he's got to try and get out with this bomb. Instead, he'll be planted. To defend the bomb, my apologies. As Project X, with a man disadvantage, look to end up in a very difficult scenario because they can't risk aggressing further because they are at the risk of losing the round, but they need kills, they need them fast. As Demq, he'll make his way down from events, catching out the first, finding Torsi, and that might trigger something. As the nade goes down as well. Lovely little nade, finding Julio. Now, Color, he'll respond onto Sensei. Tap comes through. It's being stuck as well. Demq turning around. He knows this player's coming his way. Able to shut down Corey, tapping it again. Is there just enough time? This is ridiculously close.
Just about could come down to it, but the bomb might just about go up. Actually, it does as well, and Budapest 5 end up winning this one. A fraction of a second too late on the defuse, and that almost went all up for Project X. With that, sure, both teams losing pretty much every player, but it is going to come down to Budapest 5 winning another round and underlining with a little bit more cash on their T side here as well.
That was very, very close. And, well, now we head into the only headshot kills category. And, oh, well, that bonus, it will just be a matter of using these deagles where you can. The odd scout here or there. The Budapest 5, however, they have AKs to complement it. They're definitely going into this as favourites. And already with a 1 challenge lead, Project X could use this as a chance to pull it back.
Yeah, Kalor is the first one up against Psycho, but yet again, Demq and Sensei at least able to return the favor. This one here is already mounting up in the first couple of rounds to be a really, really close and tense game, and right now the headshots, of course, still coming in as Sensei lines up another one on the scout. As we see it, the bomb's still going to be down towards those secret stairs. Can Coolio now bring things back? 1 non-headshot kill in this one already. With that, the challenge is going to be lost by Budapest 5, but Project X still very much looking to go further. Not only to win the challenge, to make it 1-1 on challenges, but also to win this round. Now in a 1v2 as the bomb's going to be planted. And where do you expect Coolio in this one?
He's ready to defend any push from ramp, and he wants to tap on these head angles, and someone might walk into him. Contact made, he's forced back to hide behind the silo. Double door opens. Scout from Sergey is just trying to spam him down. Turn back around, doing damage wherever possible. Need to shut him down. It's going to be the push from Toxic, though, to shut him down. And Project X, they tie us up 2-2. They win the challenge, and do the rounds get tied up? But so do the points. 4-4 here, and the ball lands, metaphorically at least, into Budapest's court.
Yeah, of course, thanks to the bomb plant, they're still going to be forcing into this next round, you'd expect. And that exactly probably what's going to be to follow, especially as that next challenge round would be a UMP or Deagle round. I'm actually surprised that they're not going for more SMGs into this, but actually full utility, and then also Tech 9s, a Deagle, and 2 Mac 10s. I would have expected them to maybe keep the utility more on the low side, but they seem to want to play pretty fast games, play in connection with the utility as well. Demq has to make it out of dodge as he's going to be tagged down to 60 HP still remaining, but right now look at this opener from these Budapest 5 players. Bomb's going to be planted. Yeah, bomb site full under their control, and sure, damage dealt from Budapest, or from Project X. They now still need to win this round as well.
Comes through. Project X, a very difficult retake. That's a lovely nade from Sergey's there, finding the first kill, damaging the second player as well. Do they expect the bait setup? Maybe not. Coolio, he'll find the first trade, not quite there. Sergey's will find Color dropping on down, turning back around to spot the other player, leaving Hunters. He'll find Torzi, and as Coolio falls, that's a lovely retake from Project X, securing them their third round, allowing them to take the lead.
Yeah, the question is, can they keep it? As of course, Budapest 5, yet again, getting the bomb down, doing a lot of damage, but UMP or Deagle going to be coming up. Would you rather be on the UMPs or on the Deagles? I guess that most pros would generally keep maybe even both in their load up, as Sensei does exactly that, has the money for it. And especially in those long-range battles, the Deagle's surely going to be the better option. However, of course, the UMP always in for a good challenge here.
Let's see how it fares, and this fight does favour Budapest in the sense that they did just lose a round. Granted, they had a bomb plant, but let's give Project X a chance to build some economy. As now Budapest, they go for a bit of a fake towards outside. Corey's going to delete Sensei there, as Wizard or Fleeve will find Toxic in response. Coming back forward, Torty finds Psycho, push coming back around as nades land out there. Beat Sergey's finding 1-2, able to drop away before a third is spotted. And with that, Budapest 5 have no choice but to turn their attention towards the A site. 1 versus 1 on the site. Fleef comes out on top, shutting down DemQ and Sergey's. He finds himself alone.
Yeah, and literally here, both teams sure are going to win the challenge, what seems like. But it is still going to be a 3-3 game for Budapest 5, and at that stage, their economy now also is going to be working better and better from this point onwards, as Project X, of course, not really too much to go for them. Sure, Circus has the AUG saved up, but that's the best weapon that they probably will have in their next round to come, depending on what he will maybe even drop for the rest of the team. Does have full utility, so he could just focus on equipping the rest of his team as well. But yeah, both teams on challenges, it is going to be tied up. And with that, of course, the total points count, with the game also being tied at 3. The total points tied at 7 here. I like that Budapest 5 don't fully invest into this one either. They keep their UMPs going, buy up AKs for the other players. And that literally just means that they get a little bit of extra cash going on the side. They don't have to worry about losing rounds too much then as well.
Now, Sensei, he'll kick things off by finding Corey. That is going to give Project X a bit of a chance here. As Fleef will respond onto Psycho. Fleef is proven to be a madman for Budapest 5. Color shutting down Sergey's, and with Toxic falling, it does put Project X at a mad disadvantage, and it's a difficult scenario ahead. Budapest 5, they're looking to barrel down towards B, or at least fake it. They drop that early smoke, they then go quiet. They have MQ above them, Sensei above them, sorry, but he doesn't actually want to push. He's too scared to, and rightfully so. Budapest 5, they were taking their time to try and bait out an early push, and bait out they do, but for Project X, they just have to take their time with this retake. Sensei,
I think right now DemQ even finding the damage here is nice. He's not quite aware of it though. That doesn't actually turn out too positive for him just yet. Sensei is going to find 1 kill here already. Does find the damage onto a second, but DemQ now in a 1v1. Door about to open, and the time here just not going to be. There is no kit at their disposal. Galore to seal the deal here. Nice $600 bonus. And of course, with that as well, keeping alive on body armor and helmet. Has a little bit of utility left over, and $5,650 in the bank.
That's a lot.
$25,000 almost at the start of the round. Double that of what Project X currently have on their bank accounts.
Without a doubt. And for now, we enter that magic 73 number for Project X, and well, for this bonus, and for Project X, this is actually a map that's actually favored by that, because you could hit a guy with a scout down 73, then post him to watch outside at a really big range. Psycho takes it. Let's see what the response is. Psycho, he'll hide. Julio will do the same thing. Budapest 5, they go quiet. They wait to see if Project X will aggress, and all things considered, Project X have to, as they have no utility whatsoever. The only man with utility is in a one-and-done position, so it's a very, very difficult position to be in, but Budapest 5 start clearing things slowly but surely. It's Fleef to spam down that door early on. Probably a smoke towards 8. The spot does land at its feet.
I'm actually surprised at how slow everybody's currently still taking this round, that not any quick pushes even came out. Sergis is surely going to have a field on the XM as he finds a double, triple in there as well. Bomb going to be down at his feet. And sure, Coolio might still be looking to stay alive at that 73, just to be tied on challenges. But at least Project X looking at they'll bring it back to a 4th round. As Budapest 5 yet again are going to have 2 players that are basically out of money here. Especially as Coolio has to survive on the UMP.
Oh.
It's not like he gets a bunch of extra cash either. Would see Kalor. Maybe even switch weapons with him, but right now, of course, they are going to be hunting this. Time is of the essence, and time is going to be starting to run out.
Oh, that
might
nade
have
is
just done it,
perfect.
and it did! It is going to let Budapest 5 lose the challenge. Project X, they're geniuses with that nade.
That was a read and a half by Sensei there, proving his namesake as he destroys Coolio with that nade. And with that, Budapest 5, they go down 2 points. Project X, they take the lead in challenges, something they've been struggling to do on every single map so far. Now, we enter this next standard round, and, well, for Project X, they suddenly have a really strong buy. Never mind the round, nade was after the round, but completely negates everything we just said. As that
was it? I mean, it was thrown before round ending.
I think it's after detonation, surely.
Yeah, I don't know. Still, we're not playing basketball, I guess. And with that, 4-4 the score on the server, and still damage tick counts. And yeah, with that, it does still count at the end of it. Wow, I thought that just about came in time, but apparently it didn't. Maybe next time, Project X. The idea was there. They certainly tried it. And this, I mean, with that, challenge is still going to be tied up. And everything going to be continuing exactly the same way.
It's so close on these challenges as well. Both teams, they are literally neck and neck going forward. And honestly, for Budapest 5, the only thing, then discredit they have right now is they don't have too much of an economy, but it doesn't matter because it's UMP and Deagle next round anyway. These Bulgarian or Hungarian, viewers are definitely rooting for them, to say the least, as let's see how they fare.
So, there we go. Let's see how it comes down. As yet again, Serg is looking to just hold on to this as the push is imminent. It's already coming in. Finds one headshot, and that might have just stomped it dead in the ground. As Psycho also finds a second. Still, the bomb plant might be the biggest mission for Budapest 5. And Corey surely also to bring that in, already banging through the doors. They're well aware of one player in towards Decon. Double doors still closed for the moment. And of course, this game now to actually be tied up at 4 is so great because it is that back and forth that generally doesn't really help CT side, but still they're able to keep the buys going and really also keep the pressure up against Budapest 5.
Let's go down, Molly to follow. But for now, it is going to be a double stack towards ramp by Budapest 5. Doxy finds the first. Flash goes off, meaning the second location is known. Corey dropping that Molly. That Molly is absolutely perfect, as with that, Budapest 5 are going to take the round. MQ, he'll die to the bomb explosion. Well, he won't even die, but without a doubt, Budapest 5 from the jaws of defeat there find a round from the compliments of Corey's Molly.
And I'm pretty sure that both of us probably expected that this might be a quick turnaround, especially the way that Project X started explosively into this round. But yeah, it's going to come down to Budapest 5. Of course, 5-4 right now. Do have a very slim lead. But yet again, we're down to a UMP or Deagle challenge. Usually does work in a victory for both sides. As yet again, thanks to challenges like these, both teams can keep on buying and can also stay competitive in these challenge rounds.
Now it's going to be Deagles and UMPs on either side as Dorsey. He needs to watch out. Able to shut down Psycho early on. That the plant is, it was going to be a fast plant from Budapest 5. They sprint down towards B, down through those vents. Plant comes through. UMP's at range, of course. Notoriously useless as Budapest 5 look to just secure this round with relative ease.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised that it did go down as cleanly as it did, that Project X didn't go for any further pushes, but of course you do have to consider what they currently have on their side, and the money simply still missing, so we'd rather play an AK and a couple of UMPs in that next round still to come. Toxic is going to find Coolio. Important that at least he was still on that UMP. Otherwise, of course, that would have been the challenge lost at that stage. Still, 6-4. Is this maybe a time where the money's still so low for Project X that you actually maybe even go for something where Budapest 5 now make it 7 rounds to take the lead in towards halftime? Or is it going to be Project X now to get us a couple of rounds in a row to make it 6-6? I think the door is certainly open for Budapest to maybe even find 8, depending on how this round will go. Of course, headshot streak being the next round, being the last round of the first half, surely is going to see CTs on towards more Deagles, so why not invest into this one?
Just had disconnects as well from Project X, as for now, it looks like we may see Project X have to take a quick little reconnect before they go on into this penultimate round of the first half. And Budapest 5, they've appeared really, really strong actually on Nuke. We knew that it would be a close game, but after Train, I think we both thought it'd be a 2-0 for Project X.
Yeah, I mean, surely after a sweep like that, only becoming down so close thanks to the challenges, we thought that Project X might just run away with it on that second map. They didn't really come to play on Inferno, and then Budapest 5, I mean, if we consider it, they could have been 2-0ing this if they would have gotten that W on map 1 and played the same game on that second, and maybe they did find out that they could have won that first map, and that is the push that they're getting right now. It's making them even stronger. So yeah, ready to move live once more. Be back in this game.
Now Budapest 5 go into probably the better buy of the two here. There is an AK on DemQ, that mirrored by Corey, but it's actually fairly close, all things considered. Bear in mind, Project X, you would expect their economy at least to be in tatters, but they've done a very good job at keeping it alive, at least these last few rounds, as well, the set piece goes down again towards A from Budapest 5. They line up a full execution as they do idle towards lobby. Project X, they aggressively on ramp. Still gets spot any of these members. Yes, he does, but he is trying to back away. Unfortunately, he's unable to do so. Corey shutting him down, and Budapest 5, they make themselves that little man advantage.
Yeah, and the little man advantage can move on to a bigger one as the round progresses. As Budapest 5, you'd much rather be in a one-man lead here. To still have all the utility from your man at your disposal here as well. Whereas Project X, they're very much limited in what kind of utility they can use. 3 more flashes, a nade, and a smoke to be played. Even this here, Molotov in towards Heaven should be strong enough for down towards the site. Site is a full-on Inferno. Still Project X able to line everything up and find the kills here for the first little second to actually hold on. But Coolio and Kalor straight back in, and all of a sudden it's all down to Psycho in a 1v3, and this is all looking like a 7-4. And we all pretty much had Project X down in our notebooks as a favorite for the tournament, but Budapest 5 right now still looking to keep it going, and I'm sure that our Hungarian colleagues right now are still going absolutely insane in their broadcast over there.
I imagine so. With a 7-4 lead, Budapest 5 on the T side of Nuke are definitely in a strong scenario going forward. As with these AKs around the board, they got utility to support it. Project X with the odd deal here or there definitely have their backs up against it. We hit that halfway point between the game now as Project X, they desperately need a round and soon.
Yeah, and this right now, of course, both teams having their supporters here in our chat as well as Sensei opens up the round yet again down to those headshot streaks. Project X already on 1. And this could also be a round where, of course, the headshot streak, once broken, might even come up with for the other team to not be able to win a challenge. Let's see how it goes. Project X only 1 headshot kill away from actually getting it. Sensei lines that up, and there you go. It is going to be challenge 1 by those guys from Project X already. Budapest 5 still doing their best, and right now Torji already doing exactly what he needs to. Lines up the next one of the Psycho. Just hitting shots like that is insane, and that's why both teams are in this grand final. And that's why we rate both of them so highly in this tournament right now.
That is incredible by Torzy there. A lovely shot up towards Silo, removing Psycho swiftly and effectively. Project X able to retrieve that bomb, able to make their way towards Garage and subsequently towards Heaven. Sergey's is ready for them though. Question is, who will aggress onto who with 30 seconds left? They don't really have the greatest of time, but it doesn't matter. As Torzy shuts down Sergey's, DemQ is ready for a pushback down towards A, but it's through Heaven, not through Locker. When he hears that plant go through, he's going to realize he doesn't have much time. But just a Deagle. The odds are now an AK. The odds are definitely stacked against him.
Yeah, needs a quick one here to open things back up towards the A-bomb site. Both players ready to peek after that flashbang, and they're going to be all out in the open. Torzy to find that last one. They already had their headshots down, so they could just go for a spray. 8-4 here at halftime. And after an early back and forth to bring us to a 4-4, it's nice to see one team picking up 4 rounds in a row. But of course, for Project X, we still rate Nuke as a largely CT-sided map. But at the end of it, the thing that really kept them going at the start was that back and forth and the fact that the challenges supported them, UMP or Deagle. You can definitely do that on a low buy as well. And then at some stage, when you don't get the rounds going on the CT side, that's just going to come back to haunt you. And that's exactly why they're at this spot now, where Budapest 5 could be 5 rounds away from actually grabbing a W here in the grand final. Of course, everything comes down to this. Not the total points within the series, but the total points on this single map.
Budapest 5, they line themselves up for full armor on this pistol round. Headshots are the name and objective of this game for them. Project X, they expend a lot of their utility early on. It's down to just a single flash on Toxic. Storsy Hill aggress early on, shutting down Sensei, turning back around, spotting one more player, hoping to catch out Toxic, but he's unable to do so. As he'll have another crack at it, rising again, shutting him down, going on the other side of the map, finding Psychic, turning back around to find DemQ. And with the assistance of Color, Budapest 5 are going to make it 9-4 as they inch closer, closing out this map.
Yeah, not only that, but also they keep all 5 players alive on that CT side. So no headshot kills this time around. Last time around, we had that headshot streak. And now it's going to come down. Go against your instinct. Don't go for the headshot. Win the round on body hits. And of course, both teams can pick up a challenge point here. For Project X, if they're not going to get the game back, then they need to pick up a couple of these challenges. And it hasn't really been a strength of theirs in this one.
See how each side fares now as a Project X. It wouldn't surprise me if it's just a fast push towards A, as looks like it will be a set piece down very early on. As the players go out early, it's Torzy to shut down all 3 in a lovely spray down. And with that, those who try and flank from outside, it will just be a clean-up. Corey finds the first. It's the last of DemQ. Will be trapped towards the lobby. This round just a formality for Budapest 5 as they hit those double digits with a 10-4 lead. Something that looks very, very scary for them as we hit the very real prospect of them closing out this map.
Yeah, nicely done for Torzy to link up that next kill. And of course, this one as well. It's a 4K for him, and he takes the reins of the leaderboard on the server. Now 14 kills for his team here. As both teams picking up that challenge, brings us to a 22-16 total score in Budapest 5 right now. So strong on the server. It's been 2 rounds in a row now where they kept all 5 players going, and this surely is going to be an 11th as Project X. 1 flash invested into this one, otherwise only the standard clocks. And the Molotovs right now still blocking them off from away in towards that A-bomb site.
Smoke goes down, the full push ready to come back around. As Corey cleans up all of them. Every single player falls. MQ now looking for a knife kill, and that's all he can hope for. Psycho, he finds one, but it's a silver lining. Let's see if they'll dive down onto him. From the looks of it, they've spotted that he's in there. Just a moment, DemQ will meet his maker. Shifting his way back around towards single door with just a Glock in hand. And someone waiting for him. And with that, Coolio will shut him down. Budapest 5, they make it their 11th. And Project X, thing is starting to look very, very scary.
Yeah, and that's the thing now as well. That Project X, they need this buy to succeed. They need this challenge to succeed, as the best number in this one is going to be 37, not the usual 73. Are they able to actually make it towards that, as the next one after that in the challenge is going to be Zeus and Knife. And that could be our deciding round altogether, depending on if Budapest 5 make it 12 here. If they do make it 12, then we might not even see that next challenge coming on after this. However, Project X, I've said it already, absolutely desperately need this one here for the 11-5 rather than the 12th here for Budapest.
Goes into a standard setup either side, as for now, I suspect that Budapest 5 are the ones who are going to feel this player disadvantage the most, because even though you can put someone down to 37, that's a single AK shot from, even at range, that'll kill someone. So for now, you're essentially removing this player from your side. As Project X, they start shooting down Psycho, attacking him down slowly but surely. Couple of shots there, as he'll hit 37 with that Glock. Budapest 5, they figure out how to do it. No, they don't. Instead, they just push. They just want to go win it. Toxic will find the first, but Torzi, he's already aggressing all the way from behind. MQ and Toxic, they strike again. Torzi, he finds the bomb with Coolio supporting, but Sergey's is the man to shut him down. And Project X, they're in a position where they could win this round with a player on 37 HP. Psycho, he's hiding towards spawn. Coolio coming up from behind. He's caught out by Toxic, and Project 5, they have a very convincing round there.
Yeah, and they heard him, and I'm not sure that this push from Budapest 5 is actually the right call to make. They tried to go for something crazy, hope to surprise Project X, but at the same time, they could hear them from a mile away, and that's why it didn't end up working out. Project X, they hit their shots. When it comes down to it, yeah, sure, this scoreline right now looking really, really clear. But if you consider still, at the same time, you look over towards the side of Project X, we know that they can hit their shots, and they do exactly that, especially when they're fully equipped on towards those AKs. So we are definitely going to see another challenge, and that is going to be Zeus against Zeus and Knife coming up. But even in this one here, Budapest 5 looking for a 12. But I'm guessing that this is going to be a start of Project X's own era to rack up some rounds on the T side. I highly doubt that Project X will end this one without reaching double digits. I guess it comes down to a tremendous performance from Budapest 5.
I mean, neither DemQ's already in secret. He's ready to catch out some players, and looks like he's about to do so. Finding Fleeve, and with that, it will trigger with a push. Also dropping down a lovely trade onto DemQ there. Turning back around, scoped up towards lobby. He's wary of the push, but for Project X, their focus, their center of attention is going to be towards secret. They'll make their way down. The timing isn't quite there for the AWPer to catch them off, is it? No, it's just fractionally out of tune, as Coolio, he'll have to check B eventually as these players make their way down, looking to get onto this site and potentially get a plant with the 35 seconds left of this round. Budapest 5 now with all to play for.
Yeah, 3-on-3, and certainly everything possible here. Coolio, he might be able to surprise in towards ramp, but are already smoking off one side, and she'll keep an eye on the other. Double in towards ramp. Actually, all three players meeting up here now. They do still have a kit on Coolio as well, so that might be their option to get back into this round and make it 12 at the end of the bomb timer. But let's see, Corey already picking up Sensei. And right now, all the doors remaining open. Flashbang in towards Econ. Coolio needs to start checking more of these angles and now needs to get on that defuse. Surges, his position is locked down. Flashbang maybe to get him back out into the open, but he is gonna stuck himself, and with that it is gonna be 12-5. Budapest 5 picking up this 12th round, and they're now gonna be on 7 match points and tournament points here as well to pick up the larger share, or 15,000 euro prize pool. 7,000 euros going the way of our first place team, and then Project X would have to make do with 4,000 spread across the whole side.
We'll have to see for now, as the game isn't over yet. For now, we do have Project X, who are they still have a bye. They still have the next round, of course, being Zeus and Knife, but no team's going to go for that. Budapest 5, they're going for the victory. Project X, they're going to continue the game.
Yeah, let's see how it goes, as this round is shaping up to be a very, very close one here. Of course, Zeus and Knife, the challenge at hand, but it seems like all teams just want to go for this round and don't care about the challenge. Question is, who's the first to break the rules here? Who's the first to come out shooting? As of course, that makes the other team win the challenge automatically. They could have us tied up at challenges. That's exactly what's going to happen here. But already the kills coming out for Project X, and at the end of it, it is going to be a 3-on-3. Bomb's going to be planted. Coolio, Fleeb, and Torji still going, as Project X with the only advantage.
Budapest 5 need to be careful at the moment, because with Project X losing that challenge lead they have, means that Budapest 5 can just go for a victory in any other round but this. Milky will come up from secret from behind, shutting down Torzi, and that's all he had to do. Now Budapest 5, they're forced out of position. Sensei will take a considerable amount of damage, but it won't matter. Project X, they make it 6, and for Budapest 5, they live to fight. Well, they stay in it a bit longer. Project X, they live to fight another day. It's still 6 points separating these teams, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not much.
Yeah, and that's it right now. But of course, especially Budapest 5 having gone down 2 pistols, even more difficult for them. I think one really, really interesting thing here for Budapest 5, it would be a historic win, of course. The biggest prize pool to actually win, as the only tournament before that was the Hungarian National Esports Championship Season 2, which they were able to pick up at the mid of June this year. And that was only $4,000, and this is going to be 7,000 euros on the line, of course, for them. Either way, a great victory here to even reach the final. And right now, Project X are doing the best to try and stop them. Of course, the players, they have played big tournaments before. They've been in these high-risk grand finals as well. Let's see how it comes down.
Coolio, Kala, and Corey, the Beagle of Budapest 5 doing damage where they can. Demq finding the first. Corey now needing to go huge as the flashes go out. Find the first, almost the second. It won't matter. Sergey's with 8 HP left means that Coolio has everything to play for. Sensei to find him. And Project X to string another round together.
So let's see how it's going to go. Yet again, match point here as Budapest 5 have their next investment. Rifles are, of course, going to be out, limited to what they can actually do. Of course, the current challenge is UMP or Deagle. Project X seem to be adhering to the rules for the most part. Toxic does carry an AK besides his Deagle as well, but look at Budapest 5. They don't care about the challenge at this stage. They just want to win the championship, and this might be the best way to do it. Just don't go too aggressive. Wait for those UMPs to actually make a first push. Right now, the Molotov's covering everything off right now. Just waiting for that initial push. Demq is going to find one here already. He finds a double after all. Curry in with one. But it seems that the UMPs are going to be enough.
I love this. Project X, even by using UMPs and Deagles, still get onto the A site, still shut down Budapest 5. As they take the challenge victory with this round, it means that it's only going to be 2 points that separate these teams.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, of course, total points still going to count. And Budapest 5, they need to just start to close this out. All they need is one round. They will have 2 more rounds to do so after this one. Then, of course, in 2 more rounds for Project X, it would then be tied up at 26-26. Budapest 5 could use that third to then actually bring things back, depending on how that next challenge is going to go. Unscoped sniper kills only. And the way that they're playing this right now, it is looking all the more likely that Budapest 5 might fall to a comeback from Project X. So much money on the side of the Ts. And for the CTs right now, back to basics. That 1M4 and up there as well. The MP9 to come out as well, and the AR could actually fully force into this. As overtime could be coming back into it if Project X keep on like this. 4 rounds still need to come in, including this one.
Lovely shot by Dorsey to kick things off, and that is just what Budapest 5 need. Man advantage, and Project X have no way to swing it back in their favour. The flashes go off to just secure control towards lobby. Dorsey looking to aggress actually as he'll scope on in. Brings out a shot through it. They don't find anything though as he'll turn his attention back down towards Secret. Project X lining themselves up for another outside set of smokes. As they get deployed, Dorsey, he'll be in the prime position towards Secret to potentially cancel any form of push that comes his way right now. As he'll sat scoped up, but it's a fake. Project X, their main point of contact will be towards A. It's going to be a push swinging wide. Let's see how they fare. Corey, the man to watch out for. Contact ready to be made. Players ready to push into him, but Project X, they stagnate just a little bit longer. That scope towards lobby, it will be heard by Corey, but it won't be punished as Sergej, he's so wary of an outside push that we don't see anything from Budapest 5. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be Fleef to find one. Cuddle to find a second. It's going to be Fleef to find another. Wow, just like that, it's Fleef to shut down everyone. Budapest 5, they're going to take it. They're going to be your champions of the challenge. Yup, shutting down Project X and taking that first place.
Yeah, winning the first Counter-Strike Global Offensive Challenge Cup here as well from Game Buddy, of course. And with that, not only do they win the tournament, they're the first one to do it. It's the biggest cup to date that we've had when it comes down to these challenges. Of course, with that, as I alluded to earlier already, it is going to be the largest victory they've ever had on the side of Budapest 5, and I'm sure that they broke the 600 viewer margin on that Hungarian stream. What a way to win it! We didn't expect this to come down. I think both of us expected Project X to get the win early on. I just kind of went for the wild prediction to maybe see them in a 2-1 game, especially not with this procession of the maps though. So yeah, picking up each other's map picks, it was a really, really interesting tournament and came out a lot tighter than I would have expected, of course. Thanks already from my side. My name's been Tyler. I've been here with Kramer. And Kramer, you have the last words before we send it back to Dirk.
It's been an absolutely awesome event. Probably one of my all-time favorites to cast. It's been amazing casting with you, Tyler. Amazing. So much. Buckets of thank yous to those over at Game Buddy and those over at the Casting Death, as well as Dirk, for being a wonderful host for us. Once again, thank you to all the teams who have come to enter and provide us all that lovely entertainment for us. And of course, to you, the viewers, for giving us those amazing challenges to watch, especially that Cuddle challenge. I think that might be all from us, Tyler. We're going to throw it back to the studio from us once again. Thanks for watching.
And they are gone, cast away, so to say. So thank you very much again for Tyler and Kramer. So we have a winner. Budapest 5 is the first ever winner of a CSGO Challenge Cup. And I cannot say anything else than congratulations for this fantastic, I'd say, comeback after the comeback of the comeback, or whatever this is. This is comebackception in a way. I'm a little puzzled here. This was much more fun than I would have thought. And I'm so happy that we've seen those different maps here, because I wanted them so bad. We've seen Mirage and Inferno and over again. So this was actually pretty awesome to have those other maps for the final, and yeah, I'm pretty happy. So I'll have an interview with the winning team in a few seconds. Just real quick, we have also the random voters and the most votes of the Razer Viper mini giveaway. That is the last thing I'll say. And of course, thank you to all of you. So, if he's already ready, I'm not 100% sure whether or not he is. I'm just waiting. There he is. Welcome back, Torsi. Hey, how you doing?
Hello again. I'm really good because we just won the tournament and it's 2-1, as I said.
And it's exactly your prediction.
Yeah.
You said 2-1. I remember that, and I wanted to. I mean, but did you, like, after this first match, did you still believe in this? I mean, this was. The first match alone, it was so incredible. You come back, you were so close to winning this thing, right? And then the second match, I mean, you were dominating that one. And then on here on Nuke, I don't have words for this. So why did it take you so long in the end?
Of course, I was sure we will win the match after the first game, but it was a bit exciting. And I hope the viewers enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, on the Nuke, it was a really both-sided map because they did a comeback, we did a comeback, so it was really good.
Yeah, I called it comebackception. So it was really like comeback after comeback. It's the best that can happen, like for the tournament drama, but it's probably bad for your heart, right? So what was going on in your team? Like, what were you saying to each other to still be able to do this?
Like in the first hand, we thought after the first match it was. The points, so the points included together, and who takes the points that wins.
I see. Yeah.
But the admin told us it's normally BO3, so who win the third map, it wins the final game.
Yeah.
And so it was all good. We just focused and yeah.
And you were able to manage this. What a finale! And you actually you won. I mean, you won 7,000 euros. That's not bad, right? Is it?
Yes, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and I think you can be really proud of yourself. So the question will be: so what can be next, right? What's your next goal? So what are you aiming for? What do you want to win next?
I mean, Friday we have a match versus the Cobars. It's a ESA Advanced Playoff, and we would like to win that and qualify to MDL or the relegation. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's our goal now.
Okay. So do you have any? What do you take away from this tournament? So what sticks in your mind? What are your learnings from this?
I mean, I haven't seen like this tournament. So it was a really good experiment and it was all good, and I hope there will be more tournaments like this.
Yeah, and I hope you'll be back on this. I hope you'll be back on the next Challenge Cup.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, you gotta be. So you're the champion now. You're the current champion. So you gotta come back and defend that title, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
Congratulations again to Torsi and the Budapest 5. Say hi to your team, okay? So they did a fantastic job. It was really, really entertaining. Thanks for being here. Thanks for these wonderful matches of Counter-Strike. And I wish you all the best for the future. See you again.
See you again.
Bye-bye, Torsi.
Bye-bye.
Okay, he's also, I mean, he's a cute guy. I like him. He's, how you say? He's just, yeah, as I said, I like him. He's nice. So I hope you like him too. They definitely deserve some cheers here. So once again, please chat some cheers here for our winning team. Some cheers for the Budapest 5. I'll cheer with you, and then I'll do my final duty. I'll pronounce the winners of today's giveaway, a Razer Viper Mini for voting as a random voter goes to none other than Fate Punico. Congratulations! So he's obviously from Fate. While Fate did not win today, at least he will go away with a new Razer mouse. And most votes of today are from, let's see here, Victork. Congratulations! So you cast the most votes today, and you deserve the mouse. Really good. Guys, there he is, Victork. Yes, there is. He was just spamming hearts into the chat. So here's one heart for you. You did extremely well. Thank you guys for everything. I need to say a few more thank yous once again for my fantastic Redstar production crew here in the studio. We had a fantastic time the last 3 days. It was really, really wonderful, and we love hosting those challenge cups here in our studio in Germany, Bielefeld. It is always a fantastic time, and I see. Okay. I got another interview coming. I see. Okay, Sergis. Yeah, why not? Let's before I say bye. Let's say hi to Sergis. Hey, a smile for the second place, right?
Yeah.
At least, but still, congratulations on this fantastic positions and this awesome game here. I mean, it couldn't have been closer. I mean, I believe you'd wanted to have ended in a different way, of course, because it was so close. It could have been you winning this, but still, it's the second place. But what did you think on which point did like the tables turn for you? Because in the first match, the first 11 or 12 rounds, it looked like you were absolutely dominating this thing, and it would be a very short finale. But then there was this comeback, and then another comeback from you. And you know, what do you think? Well, what was probably the point where things might have slipped out of your hand?
I don't know what I can say about Inferno. It's just unlucky map for us. But on the third map, we have better retakes. 2 retakes. We have 3 on 2, I think, or 3 or 3, and we lose this round. It's a very
unfortunate.
Very bad for us.
Yeah,
unfortunately for us. So
yeah,
unlucky.
Too bad. I mean, it's still there were actually some really smooth gameplays that you presented here, and actually on train it was very. It was especially good. So I was just wondering, we have not seen Train and Nuke throughout the whole tournament, but we have seen both maps in the final. Why do you think is that? Why do you think they haven't been played so far?
I don't know, really.
No idea?
Yeah, no idea.
Because I think you picked Train. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. But he banned Vertigo. It's our map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he banned Vertigo, and we banned Mirage because we never play on this tournament Mirage, and
I see.
Our opponents playing 2 times or 3 times. So
yeah,
we just banned this map.
There has been a slight learning curve on their side. So, but anyways, I don't want to keep you up any longer. Still, really, congratulations on that fantastic second place. I mean, 4,000 euros, that's not that bad, right? I mean, that's something you can take away with it. My only last question would be, will you try to retake it in the next Challenge Cup?
Yeah, of course. I want to play this tournament one more time because Challenge is so good.
Yes. And you did good on them. You did really good on them.
Yeah.
So
I think so.
I would be very happy to see you guys again. So thanks one more time for playing here and for giving us a great show, and of course also for coming in for this interview tonight. So say bye-bye to your team, and see you next time, okay?
Thank you.
See
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, so that's very nice that we had the chance to talk to both of them, actually, because both teams really deserve the love you're spreading out in the chat right now, because they took it really, also when they also losses, they took them really good, and it was all like sportsmanship here, and so yeah, I'm definitely happy with all of how this all worked out, and I was just on my way to saying thank you to everyone. I already thanked my production crew here at Redstar, but also, of course, to Esports Mania, who have not been helping with production and coverage and everything around that, but who have also been doing the German cast, the official German broadcast. And last but not least, for our friends at GameBuddy, who have been planning this tournament and who are providing us with all of those fantastic challenges. We love you guys. It's good to do this together. Let's do some more fantastic challenge cups. I love this format, and I loved it in CSGO too. And then at the end also, thanks again to our partners, to Monster Energy, to Be Quiet, to Razer for providing all this fantastic gear and my studio decoration, of course. And last but not least, to all the teams and to you guys out there for voting for those challenges. This is really something that makes this tournament special, that you decide what's going on. And I think this is a format that deserves more awareness, and I think this will grow throughout the procession of the next tournament cup. So please follow the Challenge Cup on all of the social media if you did not yet, and follow this Twitch channel here, because this is where we'll keep posting stuff and updates about upcoming events. There will not only be the huge Challenge Cups, but there are also like smaller show matches. And of course, because the question was posed in the chat once in a while, whether or not it's possible to play challenges yourself, yeah, please join our Discord server here, and yeah, we'll lead you through this. It's definitely possible, and we have a lot of streamers who are already playing those challenges, and they love it. So thanks again. I'll say good night, call this a day. This was the first Challenge Cup in CSGO, but most definitely not have been the last one. My name's Dirty Dirk. I am over, I am out. Wish you good night, and bye-bye.